Hello everyone, how are you? Welcome to a new video. Before we begin today's chapter, I invite you to subscribe to the channel if you haven't already. Also, it would help me a lot if you left a comment with your opinion, as that motivates me to keep bringing you more stories. Now then, get comfortable and I'll leave you with the fanfic.
In this story, Naruto has red hair. Konoha was in sorrow at the recent death of their hero, and probably their strongest Hokage. The most intense screams were heard in a room where a newborn baby's cries were forceful. Konoha's secret room. It's almost as though he's realized he's lost both of his parents, says a tall guy with spiky white hair. Only a couple of Konoha's shinobi were there in the room with the newborn infant boy to talk. Yes, we lost many fine shinobi today. Citizens are still scared for their lives, and much of the country is on fire. But on top of it all, we lost Kushina Uzumaki, our fourth Hokage and the final successor of the Uzumaki clan. Worst of all, this youngster will have no notion what they look like. The second voice was that of an old guy in his late 40s. What do you think we should do, Jiraiya-san, as this boy's godfather? Asked the elder gentleman. Jiraiya started speaking in a low, regretful tone. I'm not certain, sensei. I'm sure Minato would want me to keep an eye on the kid, but I'm not sure what I'd be able to do since I have a lot of travel scheduled. What the village will do next is the real question. Minato died without a surviving heir. As they waited for the former Hokage to speak, both men in the room went quiet. I shall assume the title of Hokage once again until I find a competent substitute to manage the village, Sarutobi remarked as he closed his eyes. Jiraiya, I have an assignment for you, he said to Jiraiya, a former pupil and one of his most devoted ninjas. He remarked that, Sarutobi-sensei, what is this assignment you've given to me? He asked, but his attention was pulled to the sobbing infant. I want you to utilize your spy network to fool the other villages so that we can repair our ninja squads and restore Konoha's defenses, Sarutobi said. Jiraiya told the elderly Kage, I had no intention of employing my surveillance network for that reason, but it looks that I'm out of options. By the way, Sarutobi-sensei, you should alter the child's surname from Namikaze to Uzumaki. Minato had numerous opponents in IWA, including the Tsuchikage, as well as adversaries in other elements, so the senior ninja knew what he meant. Few recall the Uzumaki clan, which has long ago slipped into oblivion. To top it all off, the infant Naruto had his mother's red hair. I suppose I'll have to nickname the child Uzumaki. The decision was taken by the Hokage. Jiraiya's eyes were filled with anguish and sorrow as he moved in closer to the infant, who had calmed down. Naruto gently opened his eyes, which were a deep blue like the sea. Naruto was watching Jiraiya with bated breath. Would you look at that, similar eyes, and I believe his hair is already beginning to get spiky like Minato's, Jiraiya stated as she looked down at the kid. The sage grinned and put his finger to his face. Naruto grinned and tried to move his small hands to his face, but he couldn't. Sarutobi observed the grief in his eyes, but he also saw love. How about the whiskers? Is it due to the fact that he is a Jinchuriki? Kushina didn't have them, but her seal was distinctive, wasn't it? Jiraiya raised his hand. No, those markings existed previous to the sealing, as far as we can ascertain. So they're merely birthmarks, and if I had to guess, it's because his mother was carrying the Kyuubi when he was born, Hiruzen said. Jiraiya nodded, understanding, and kept staring at the infant, who kept staring at him. I'll pay you a visit now and then, Jiraiya remarked, smiling and nodding to his sensei. I'm going to depart right now and will return as soon as possible. I should be on my way. If I have to go, I should do it as soon as possible. Keep the kid safe, sensei. I don't want to die and have to face Kushina if Naruto comes before. Oh, and I'm sad to hear of the passing of your wife. Jiraiya stated this, and then he was gone, out the window, much to the Hokage's annoyance. Tomorrow. It was hazardous to face Kyuubi, but confronting the council was too much for the Hokage. He was now faced with his second greatest adversary, the Council of Konoha. The civilian council and the elders, comprised of Koharu, Hamura, and Danzo, deliberated on what to do next. Sarutobi had assigned the care of the young Naruto to several of his ANBU and Kakashi Hatake, one of the village's greatest shinobi. The civilian council was arguing about how horrible things were right now, how many people had died, and how much it would take to restore to normality. The clan leaders remained deafeningly quiet. Hayashi and Fugaku were both silent, buried in their own thoughts. What became of the fourth? The chief of Clan Nara queried, looking at his Hokage. Not that I have anything against you, Lord Third, the clan leader said politely, but the fourth is in the hospital. Everyone could see the ancient Hokage's grief in his eyes. Shikaka's eyes widened as he comprehended what was going on. He was extremely acquainted with the expression. He'd seen that face before and didn't need confirmation to guess out what had happened to him. The fourth died sealing the Kyuubi, the elderly man broke the stillness with. There was nothing being spoken. Shikaku dropped his sight as he realized his comrade and Hokage had passed away. Many members of the clan shared the same idea. Minato was a well-known shinobi who died tragically. Where did he seal the Kyuubi? Danzo asked quickly, breaking the stillness. The Hokage's pupils constricted as he looked at him. Following that, the whole civilian council started to ask the same question. Sarutobi lifted his hand to hush them. He sealed Kyuubi into a baby. Naruto Uzumaki, he responded cautiously, anxious about what others would think of the situation. The civilian council was in a frenzy, demanding Naruto's execution, just as he anticipated. Kill the demon, or he's weak now, throw him out of the community. When Sarutobi heard this reply, he unleashed his killing intent, making the whole civilian council to experience visions of their own doom. Even the bulk of the head clans were having difficulty breathing. A particular Nara was silent. He recalled his buddy Minato informing him that his kid will be named Naruto. He understood who Naruto was straight immediately. Silence, ordered Sarutobi Hiruzen, and the whole council became quiet. He gazed at every face on the council with a gloomy expression, offering nothing but anguish if they didn't keep quiet. Minato intended Naruto to be portrayed as a hero, not a monster. He's the one who prevents the Kyuubi from escaping and killing us all, explains Hiruzen. The third stated it in a threatening tone. Some civilian council members wanted to speak out against it, but when they saw Lord Third's killing expression, they restrained their mouth. I will retake the cap and my position as third Hokage, he said. Everyone seems to be thinking the same thing. No one on the council objected to this, save Danzo, who seemed annoyed. Because individuals like Hiruzen made Konoha weak, he longed to be the next Hokage. Who are Naruto's parents, Lord Third? A Hyuga queried, his eyes welling up with tears. Sarutobi had opted not to tell them because he was scared the knowledge would spread and the other 4 great shinobi villages would soon discover Minato had a son. IWA would go to any extent to murder him in retaliation for what the fourth did to them during their effort to seize the Leaf Village. With a sad face, Sarutobi answered, I'm not sure, but I know his parents were killed in the fight against Kyuubi. The leader of the Hyuga clan disagreed, but remained silent. Shikaku Nara had already worked out who his parents were, he noted. The fact that the youngster lacked parents aided the civilian of them had already began to think of injuring the demon, and the fact that they didn't have any parents to keep an eye on him made things simpler. The elders were suspicious about the boy's father. Danzo, on the other hand, understood precisely who it was and realized the youngster could be transformed into a legitimate weapon and useful to Konoha, just as Kumo had done with their Jinchuriki. After hearing a cough, Hiruzen turned to confront Danzo. I'd want you to give me the boy, Hokage-sama. I can teach him and turn him into a wonderful village ninja, Danzo proposed with a smile. Hiruzen's and several of the clan leaders' eyes narrowed. No, and the child has a name. He shall be reared at the orphanage just like any other boy, the Hokage declared unequivocally. Danzo was not pleased with this one. He reasoned that there had to be more methods to make him a weapon. Allow me to nurture him, Hokage-sama, with all due respect. He'd have a family and could be like a brother to my kid, Shikaku offered, and the majority of the council members were surprised since they didn't anticipate Shikaku to say such a thing. Please accept my apologies, but the request has been refused. Naruto cannot be given to any clan. He will grow up in an orphanage. He'll start at the academy when he's 6 years old. The announcement was made by the Hokage. Despite the fact that he wanted to deliver Naruto to Shikaku, he was fully aware that he wouldn't be able to pull it off. The other clans, particularly the Uchiha clan, would be enraged. Shikaku had no time to object. "You would let the demon to enter the academy and become stronger," shouted a civic council member. The Hokage clenched his teeth and dilated his pupils. He was furious because Naruto had been referred to as a demon. He motioned with his palm, and the shouting man's head rolled to the floor, blood pouring everywhere. The citizens were taken aback, but they stayed quiet. The Hokage paused for a few seconds to check whether anybody else was sick of their head. Because there was nothing but quiet, the Hokage shifted the topic. "Now that we've finished this, I'd want to talk about what we lost and how much it will cost to reconstruct." The Hokage chose to change the subject. Throughout it all, one clan chief stayed mute. Clan Uchiha was led by Fugaku Uchiha. Fugaku was well acquainted with the boy's parents. Mikoto, his wife, was close to Kushina Uzumaki. He wasn't sure how his wife would react if she discovered he was being raised at an orphanage. He, on the other hand, was not excited about it. The Hokage stated at the conclusion of the meeting that Naruto would never be mentioned as the Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi again. That knowledge was classified as S-class, and revealing it would result in the death penalty. Naruto. While all of this was going on, a baby with red hair was napping. The seal in his stomach was completely invisible. To remain warm, he was covered in sheets. Naruto was dead asleep, yet he was the only one who noticed when his seal started to burn red for a few seconds and then stopped. 1 year later, the village had been rebuilt, all the destroyed buildings and the flames weren't there anymore. Despite looking from the outside that nothing was wrong. Inside, you could still see that people hadn't forgotten about the Kyuubi, the demon who killed their loved ones and, most importantly, killed the fourth Hokage. As people were walking around the street and busy doing their jobs and living their lives, the same couldn't be said for a baby crying in the orphanage. The baby with red hair was crying. Despite being only a year old, Naruto could still say a few words and take a few steps, but that only worsened his situation. Naruto was still tiny, but even he understood that he wasn't having the attention of anyone around him. Or if he did, he would get glares of hatred that made Naruto scared and sad. Right now, Naruto was crying since he was alone in a room and there was no one else there. No other babies sleeping, just him. Suddenly the door opened, revealing a woman glaring at the demon brat, as everyone liked to call him. Seeing someone, Naruto stopped crying and smiled at the woman. He was happy that someone had come for him despite having the cold feeling from her. The woman got angry when he saw that the demon was smiling. That smile reminded her of her dead girl who died when the Kyuubi attacked. She glared at the monster, and his smile made her snap. She slapped him in the face. Naruto immediately started crying and touching the place where it hurt. The woman smiled that she could break the demon and left the room. She left him to cry until he got tired. Naruto kept crying for 4 hours until he slept but woke up again after a few hours because he was hungry. Naruto was given food only once or twice a day, but even then was given the bare minimum. If it were in the hands of people who worked there, they would let him starve, but the Hokage would visit once a month to check on him, and they knew it would be dangerous to anger the Hokage. In the beginning, Hokage noticed from how Naruto looked like that he wasn't being fed. He had warned the people who worked in the orphanage to treat Naruto like the other children. After 3 months, Naruto was crawling to the place where he knew they kept the food. His baby legs didn't make a sound, and he knew, if he was quiet, he could reach the room without anyone noticing. Naruto just hoped none of the other children would wake up in the middle of the night crying. As Naruto reached the door, and was happy that no one was guarding it. At first, he couldn't reach the handle, but then used a few books to reach it, and slowly opened the door not to make a sound. Naruto looked inside and was even darker than it was in other rooms. The other room had windows, so the light of the moon brightened up the rooms slightly. This room had no windows that Naruto could see. He was scared, but he was hungry, so he swallowed a huge breath and decided to be brave and crawled slowly inside the dark room. Naruto slowly crawled to a jar with food that he knew the other children were fed with. He put his hands around the pot but couldn't move it. It was heavy for him. Naruto then tried to use his hands to open it where it was, but to no success. He was disappointed, but he was hungry. His stomach started growling as to answer him. Naruto tried again and again but had no success. Naruto felt tears in his eyes and decided to try one more time, and he started feeling something from his seal in the stomach. The seal started glowing red, and Naruto opened the jar. He smiled so much that even his eyes were smiling. Naruto felt the feel from his tummy but decided to ignore it. Naruto then put his hand inside the jar and started eating with his little hands. That went on for almost an hour. Naruto then slowly closed the pot again and left the room quietly. After 2 years, Naruto was looking outside the windows as it was raining. It has been raining for 5 days now. Now Naruto was only 3 years and 3 months old. He was able to walk, talk, run, and even knew how to read a little. He felt lonely in this place. He had seen how a woman would look and treat other children. They would always smile and be kind to them. While no one was kind to him, they would all look at him with anger and coldness. He didn't know why. He couldn't understand what he could have done to make them hate him. The only person he knew that was kind to him was the older man with robes. He was the only one who gave him a kind smile, but Naruto could feel sadness coming from the older man whenever he saw him. The older man told Naruto that he was the Hokage of the village and explained to Naruto what his job was. Naruto understood that he was the strongest and the most important man in the village, but that confused Naruto. If he is what he says that he is, then why is he spending time with me? Naruto had asked himself but found no answers. Naruto had heard other children calling certain people Papa and Mama in the orphanage. Naruto didn't know why he didn't have them. He had asked a woman who worked here where his parents were. She answered him, "They abandoned you, demon. No one would ever love you." Naruto had run to his room crying after hearing that. Sometimes Naruto would see dreams of a woman with the most beautiful smile talking sweet words to him. She would call him Sochi, and she would kiss his cheek and his forehead. Naruto always saw her smile but never her face. The dream would always end when he tried to look at her face. The only thing Naruto could remember from her was her long red hair, just like his. Naruto had heard many children of his age or older calling him a tomato. Naruto didn't care that much. At least that was much better than being called a demon. But he heard many adults pointing out his hair and saying that was proof that he was a demon. Naruto then had wondered if everyone hated him because of his red hair, but he quickly pushed that thought away. That was just ridiculous to him and made no sense to him. Naruto had also noticed the 3 whiskers in each cheek of his face. He wondered what they were and why he had them. For this question, Naruto decided to ask the older man once he revisited the orphanage. Naruto had also noticed the weird drawn in his stomach. He had seen how the mysterious symbol would glow red sometimes. Naruto had an odd feeling in his tummy every time that happened. Naruto hadn't asked anyone what that meant because he hadn't asked anything since the woman told him that his parents had abandoned him because he was a demon. Now, as Naruto was looking at the rain, he felt someone coming towards his room. He knew this one wasn't the older man despite feeling powerful like him. Naruto just hoped that whoever it was wasn't there to beat him or call him a demon. The door slowly opened, and Naruto saw an older man walking inside. White spiky hair, red markings under his eyes, a headband with the kanji for oil, a traditional red geta with 2 yellow circles on each side of his cheek. Naruto wondered who this one was, but he didn't feel anything sinister coming from him. Jiraiya. As he opened the door and looked at his godson, the first thing he noticed was how much he looked like Minato and Kushina. True, his hair was red but was spiky just like Minato's hair, and his face looked a lot like Minato's. He wouldn't be surprised if Minato looked exactly like Naruto when he was the same age except for blonde hair. His hair looked just like Kushina's hair, red like blood and somehow made him look cuter. But then the old Sannin looked at his eyes and saw that Naruto was afraid of him and could tell from his face that he wasn't happy here. Jiraiya holds himself not to go immediately and beat up whoever made him this sad. Jiraiya decided to immediately let him know that he was friendly and that there was no need to be afraid. "Naruto, don't be afraid of me. I'm a friend," Jiraiya said kindly to the young boy. Naruto raised his eyebrow in confusion. "You are my friend?" he asked with a tiny voice but not wanting to be helpful. The older man nodded with a kind smile. I thought friends were supposed to be around my age. Why do I only get to get old people as friends? Naruto asked innocently. No one from his age wanted to be his friend, and so far, the old man Hokage was the only one who Naruto could call a friend. Jiraiya's eyebrow twitched slightly at being called old, but let that go for now. I'm not that old, and what's wrong with a godfather visiting his grandson? Jiraiya responded, smiling, and the moment he said that, he was hugged by Naruto, who had embraced his legs. Jiraiya smiled, and Naruto was hugging him tightly, almost afraid that he would leave him. He started playing with Naruto's hair, and he looked up at him with tears in his eyes. But Jiraiya could tell Naruto was happy. Will I live with you? Please? Naruto asked, hoping that he could leave this place. Jiraiya immediately frowned since he knew that he would be in the village only for a week and then leave again. How about you and I sit? Jiraiya asked, and both of them sat in Naruto's bed. Naruto had noticed the feeling of sadness coming from the older man but decided to not ask about it. Jiraiya sighed and took a deep breath. He turned to his grandson, who looked like his eyes were shining with happiness. Tell me, Naruto, how is your life here? Jiraiya asked, despite knowing how his grandson might be treated here. From his face alone, Jiraiya knew Naruto was treated harshly. Naruto frowned and lowered his gaze. Jiraiya felt stupid to ask that, so he decided to change the subject. Tell me, Naruto, do you know how to read and write? Jiraiya asked, rubbing his hair. Naruto turned his head to him. I only know a little. I taught myself, but it's hard to find any books here, Naruto responded. Jiraiya was surprised that he knew how to read. He smiled and grabbed a book from his coat. The Tale of the Utterly Gutsy Shinobi, Jiraiya said, and gave the book to Naruto, who grabbed it and looked like someone just gave him the best gift in the world. I will teach you how to read and write, and after that, I will give you new books to read if you want to become a shinobi, Jiraiya added, smiling. Naruto turned to his godfather. Thank you, he repeatedly said, hugging both him and the book. Don't worry, Naruto, Jiraiya said, hugging him back. They stayed like that for a few minutes, and Naruto pulled back and opened the book on the first page. Jiraiya was happy that Naruto wanted to learn, and he started teaching Naruto how to read and write. One day earlier, the third Hokage was standing in his office as he was battling his immortal enemy, the enemy of all Kages, an enemy that couldn't be defeated. The Kage was staring at his eternal enemy, and the enemy was just mocking him. The Kage started breathing heavily and shouted the name of his enemy. Damn paperwork. The hidden ANBU in the office were trying hard not to laugh at their Kage's behavior. Sarutobi sighed as he then started smoking his pipe. He relaxed a bit and started working on his paperwork again. How were you able to complete them so fast, Minato? The third asked himself. He had no answer, and perhaps being the fastest shinobi alive had its perks. After what felt like an eternity, he was done with the pile in front of him and decided to read something. His hand moved to open a secret drawer of his desk when a blur entered his office through the window. His ANBUs were immediately on alert, but Sarutobi knew who the idiot had come through the window. The door was just never an option? The third asked in a monotone tone, looking at Jiraiya. The Sannin grinned and turned his face to his sensei. No, windows are much better, he responded and walked to the chair on the other side of the desk. How are things around the village? Jiraiya asked. People still remember what happened 3 years ago. Is not easy to forget for some, Sarutobi answered, and a frown appeared on Jiraiya's face. What about outside the village? Sarutobi asked, smoking his pipe. His face turned from joking to serious within a second. Sarutobi understood, and with a sign of his hand, his ANBUs left and activated a silence seal. What news do you have? Sarutobi asked with a serious tone. Jiraiya sighed. I have news of an organization of missing Nins, he said in a serious tone. Sarutobi raised his eyebrow at this. It wasn't that much of a big deal for missing Nins to create an organization. Why is this important, Jiraiya? Sarutobi asked, knowing there was more to this. They all are made of S-rank shinobis, and is called Akatsuki, Jiraiya said with a dreadful tone. Sarutobi slightly paled at this. An organization made of S-rank ninjas can be a big problem, he thought. And they're targeting the Jinchurikis, and that organization just became far more dangerous in Sarutobi's mind. Targeting Jinchurikis? For what reason can they somehow control them and wants their power to belong to them? Sarutobi asked himself and was slightly worried for Naruto. What do they want? He asked, worried for Naruto, who was still only 3 years old. Jiraiya shrugged his shoulders. Who knows? But they're definitely not trying to reach world peace or anything like that, he responded and pinching the bridge on his nose. Do you think they work for any of the other villages? He asked, thinking that they worked perhaps for Kumo or, God forbid, IWA. Jiraiya shook his head. As far as I know, no, Jiraiya responded. There was complete silence for a few minutes. I want to meet Naruto, Jiraiya suddenly said. Sarutobi looked at him in total shock. He didn't expect Jiraiya to meet the kid, at least until he becomes a genin. Sarutobi gave him a look like, why now? I want to meet him. I have waited long enough, and now my godson needs me more than ever, Jiraiya added with a serious tone and didn't care if his sensei would tell him no. How long before they make any move? Sarutobi asked with a serious tone, but Jiraiya could tell he was concerned. It will take some years. Naruto still has time, but he needs to get stronger, Jiraiya responded and put his hand on the desk, ready to leave. Very well, Jiraiya, the third said, and Jiraiya left through the same window he came. For days after Jiraiya visited Naruto. Naruto was reading a book that his godfather had given him explaining what chakra is and how everyone had chakra. He had started reading like a madman since his godfather taught him how to read and write. He told him the more he read and wrote, the better he would be. Naruto listened to his godfather and started reading the first book he gave him. To Naruto's surprise, the main character of the first book had his name. Naruto had asked him why. Naruto still remembered. Your father loved my book and decided to name you after that character. His godfather had responded. Naruto could feel love and sadness coming from his godfather when he said that. When Naruto asked his godfather why his parents had abandoned him, Jiraiya had almost lost it. Jiraiya was looking as his godson was reading his first book. Looking at him now reminded him so much of Minato. The way his body moved, the way he stood and walked, all screamed Minato. Jiraiya was already proud of him, and it had been 2 days since he met him. On the first day, Jiraiya had given Naruto real food to eat as much as he wanted. On the first day after meeting Naruto, he ran to his sensei's office, asking him why Naruto was so skinny and why he had that look on his face. His sensei told him that he had already fired 3 women who worked in the orphanage for treating Naruto poorly. Jiraiya was not surprised that Naruto was treated like that since apparently everyone in this damn village knew of his status as a Jinchuriki. Sensei, of course, told him that the information had somehow leaked, and now every adult knew of Naruto being Jinchuriki of Kyuubi. Jiraiya wasn't happy at all, and straight up told his sensei that if anyone dared to hurt Naruto, he would show no mercy. His old sensei nodded his head in agreement and said that Kakashi was the Umbu in charge of protecting Naruto. Now Jiraiya saw a confused look on Naruto's face. His blue eyes like ocean turned to Jiraiya, and for a moment, Jiraiya could have sworn it was Minato who was looking at him. Why the main character has my name Tojiji? Naruto asked, slightly confused. Jiraiya smiled at the nickname. He had shown Naruto yesterday that he could summon toads and promised Naruto, once he becomes a genin, he would be able as well. Well, Naruto, your father loved my book and decided to name you after that character. Jiraiya answered and was expecting Naruto to ask who was he. Still, instead, he asked something he never expected of him. Why did they abandon me? Naruto asked, lowering his face not to show his tears threatening to roll down his cheek. Jiraiya's eyes widened, and they quickly put a hand on the boy's shoulder. Naruto, they didn't abandon you. They loved you more than anything else in the world, Jiraiya said truthfully and hugged his godson. People here told me that I was a demon and that my parents abandoned me, Naruto said, sobbing on Jiraiya's shoulder. Jiraiya clenched his teeth. He was already half convinced to beat up the people who told that kind of stuff to a child. He started rubbing his hair. They loved you, Naruto, and never forget that, Jiraiya said quietly. Naruto had cried for an hour and fell asleep. He then had asked his godfather who they were, but sadly no answer. He told him that he would tell him the moment he reached 8 years old. Naruto could feel that he was telling him the truth. Since he met his godfather, Naruto was smiling more frequently and gone was the sad face everyone saw him with. The smile, of course, had irritated many people who worked in the orphanage. They wondered why the demon was smiling. Naruto, of course, had heard the way how people greeted his godfather, Jiraiya-sama. Naruto then knew his godfather must be an important person, and from what he could feel, he was almost as strong as the old man Hokage. Naruto wondered why someone so important was his godfather. He knew whoever his parents were must have been important people to have people like Tojiji as their friend. Naruto, of course, had no answers and just decided to wait until he reached 8 years old. He knew that would be a long time, but he would make sure to make his parents proud. As Naruto was reading a book about chakra and ninjutsu, he started feeling something from his tummy. He quickly shut the book and removed his white shirt quickly. Naruto looked at the weird drawn on his tummy as it was glowing red. He wondered what it was, and he had forgotten to tell his godfather about it. The feeling went away as quickly as it came. Naruto just shrugged his shoulders and decided to ignore it, but he knew that other children didn't have this drawing in their tummy. Naruto returned to his book and started reading where he left it. He had asked him when he could start training. His godfather had told him that he was still very young to do physical exercise, and right now he would teach him how to unlock his chakra and many other things. Naruto then felt as someone was watching him. He quickly turned his head to look through the window of his room but couldn't see anyone there. He kept looking for a few seconds and then returned to his book. Behind a tree, there was a man with a mask hiding and using genjutsu to camouflage himself and not letting out that much chakra not to be detected. He was wearing a white mask and looked much different than a normal Umbu. How did he feel me? He's still only 3 years old. The masked man asked himself as he kept looking at the weapon. Lord Danzo will want to know this. He quickly shunts away. A hidden place. A man was standing in a chair waiting for reports about the weapon of the village and at the same time thinking of a way to have the weapon in his hands. If I train him, he will become a valuable weapon to the village and put Konoha where it belongs, the man thought. The man was old, with a scar on his chin that looked like an X. His right arm was fully bandaged. He heard from his ANBUs that the Sannin Jiraiya had visited the boy. This didn't sit well with the man. He wanted the boy to be desperate, and then he could save him and he will have his complete trust. The man was Danzo, the leader of the Umbu route, which operated in the darkness and took orders from Danzo instead of the Hokage. Suddenly one of his men, who was ordered to watch over his weapon, appeared in front of him kneeling. "Report," Danzo ordered. "I was watching the weapon as you ordered me, Danzo-sama, but the boy suddenly felt me and looked directly where I was for a few seconds and then returned to his reading," his Umbu said. Danzo put the finger on his chin. How can a 3-year-old boy feel an Umbu? Danzo asked himself. "Return to your post and inform me of anything else," he ordered. HAI, and the Umbu disappeared. Naruto. He was waiting for his godfather to come. He would usually be here by now, but this time he was late. Naruto then felt him, and a second didn't pass, and Tojiji came through the door smiling at him. Naruto immediately returned the smile and ran and jumped to his arms to hug him. "How are you, my boy?" Jiraiya asked and rubbing his hair, making Naruto laugh. "I'm good, Tojiji," Naruto responded and pulled back and went back to his book. "I wanted to ask you something?" Naruto asked and Jiraiya told him to go on. "Why do I have a weird drawn on my tummy?" Naruto asked innocently, but Jiraiya tensed slightly, which didn't go unnoticed by Naruto, and he wondered if he shouldn't have asked. Jiraiya wondered how could have Naruto seen it. The seal would appear only if Naruto was doing something with his chakra, and Jiraiya was sure that Naruto hadn't unlocked it yet. "How do you know about it?" Jiraiya asked carefully, and Naruto noticed his new tone. I had seen the drawn will glow red sometimes," Naruto answered nervously and slightly scared. Jiraiya walked closer to Naruto and told him to remove his shirt. Naruto did as he was told and removed it. Jiraiya put his hand on Naruto's stomach, and the seal appeared. Naruto was now tense and wondered if he had done something wrong. Jiraiya analyzed the seal and could see it was intact. Glowing red. Jiraiya asked himself but could see the seal was as perfect as when Minato sealed the Kyuubi. Jiraiya then turned his eyes to Naruto and noticed the fear behind his eyes. "Don't worry, Naruto. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to scare you," Jiraiya quickly said and smiled at him. Naruto felt relieved and wore his white shirt. "Don't worry about that, Naruto. Is nothing?" his godfather told him, but Naruto wasn't convinced. He knew that weird drawn wasn't normal, but decided to keep it silent since his godfather didn't like to talk about it. Jiraiya kept Naruto company for the whole day and gave him new books, each one of them for different things. One of them was also for Fuinjutsu. Jiraiya hoped that since Naruto was an Uzumaki and both his parents were good with seals, it would be easy for Naruto to learn it. He knew there was a danger that Naruto might figure out about the Kyuubi, but he hoped that wouldn't happen. Jiraiya would say that it was a seal to protect him if Naruto asked. Tomorrow. Going towards the orphanage was a woman around her 30s. She had bought some new clothes for her best friend's son. She knew he was treated unfairly and still was angry that Hokage had refused her to adopt Naruto. She had requested at least 7 times to adopt him, but each time was rejected. She was going to ask for the 8th time, but her husband told her that the Hokage wouldn't change his mind. She, of course, was angry and had cried that she couldn't help him. She was followed by her older son, Itachi Uchiha, which was known through the village as a prodigy. Usually, she wanted to bring Sasuke since he was around the same age as Naruto, but he was still young, and perhaps it would be better to meet Naruto somewhere else and not in an orphanage. Also, things between the village and the Uchiha clan were a bit tense. She reached the orphanage and asked the first woman she saw there. "I'm sorry, but where is the room of Naruto Uzumaki?" she asked, smiling but noticing the look of hatred in her eyes when she mentioned the name. So did Itachi, who knew what Naruto had sealed inside him. "He's in room 13, she answered with venom in every word. They started walking towards Naruto's room and didn't bother to say thanks to the woman. After they walked away, she turned her eyes to her older son. "Treat Naruto kindly like I told you before we left home. Never act like that stupid woman," she snarled. "I know, Ka-chan. I know the difference between a kunai and a scroll," Itachi responded kindly. They soon reached his room, and Makoto noticed the words demon written all over the door and in the wall near the door. She sighed and knocked on the door. "Come in." She heard and opened the door and almost thought she saw her friend instead when she saw his red hair. She then saw his eyes and noticed he was being wary of them. "I'm not here to hurt you, Naruto," she said kindly, trying to reassure him that she wasn't here for anything wrong. Naruto only just kept looking at her like he was waiting for something. "My name is Makoto. This one is Itachi and I brought you new clothes," she said smiling. Naruto slowly walked towards her and looked at the clothes in her hands. His eyes then turned to Itachi, and then back to Makoto. "Why?" he asked her. That question broke her heart. He asked why they were being kind to him. She wanted to say that she knew his mother, but she knew that information was still hidden for a reason. "Because you remind me of someone, Naruto-kun," she responded and gave him a quick kiss on the cheek. "I will see you again whenever I can," she promised. Naruto smiled a little. "Thank you," he said. Naruto would want to talk with who appeared to be Itachi but noticed he was much older than him. She would want to stay longer, but she knew things between the Uchiha clan and the village weren't on good terms, and the last thing they needed was for them to think that she was trying to manipulate Naruto. "See you later, Naruto-kun," she said, and Itachi followed her behind. Naruto was left in his room and looked at his clothes and wondered if this was like having a mother. 2 days later, Jiraiya was looking as his grandson was reading books about the clans of Konoha. He was reading about the Senju clan, how they were able to make trees, and how the first Hokage was able to build the whole village. The book also mentioned important clans from other countries, but that was on the last pages. Jiraiya sadly knew that book had nothing about the Uzumaki clan, but he would tell Naruto himself once he grew up a bit more. Jiraiya liked the way how Naruto was every time he would read. It reminded Jiraiya of Minato, but spending time with Naruto, he could see what Naruto had gotten from Kushina. He was a caring person like her, one who cared about the precious people more than anything else. But he also looked collected and not hot-headed, Or maybe Jiraiya just still hasn't seen it yet. Naruto had already read all the books Jiraiya had given him about ninjutsu and chakra. He still had to read about genjutsu and fuinjutsu. But his godfather told him he needed to know about clans as well, and for their bloodlines. Naruto, of course, had asked many questions like, why no other senju can grow up trees? What is a bloodline? Could the second Hokage really pull out water from the air itself? And many other questions. Jiraiya was happy that Naruto was so interested in books. He had already made a deal that a toad would come to Naruto every month with new books. So Naruto wouldn't get bored and would have something to do and spend time. But this thought reminded Jiraiya that he would have to leave tomorrow morning and do his duty as a spy. That broke his heart. He wanted to stay here, but the village needed information for every possible threat, and he wanted to know more about the damn Akatsuki. Jiraiya thought to take Naruto with him, but he was afraid that being out there might bring Naruto unwanted attention, and not to mention was dangerous. Naruto was still only 3 years old, for crying out loud. Jiraiya was a Sannin and was known throughout the 5 great shinobi villages, and if the word spread that he had a child with him might make things worse. Sure, he would be there to protect him, but people might figure out he's the 4th son since he looked a lot like him. Spiky hair, except Naruto had red hair like his mother. And Jiraiya knew he couldn't be with Naruto all the time. Hell, some people might understand immediately he's an Uzumaki and might try to kidnap him because of his Uzumaki blood. Like how Kumo tried with Kushina. Jiraiya wasn't sure how he could even tell Naruto that he would leave, and he knew he wouldn't be back for at least 5 months. Jiraiya sighed sadly and moved closer to his grandson. Naruto felt the sad feeling coming from Tojiji, so he decided to shut the book, and his blue eyes went to his godfather. Why are you sad, Tojiji? Naruto asked, not liking him being sad. Jiraiya was slightly surprised that the kid could tell he was sorry. Nothing, Naruto. How about you and I go outside tonight? I want you to visit a place, Jiraiya said, smiling. Naruto knew there was something wrong but decided not to ask questions. Naruto wasn't sure if going outside was a brilliant idea since people didn't really like him. But he knew his Tojiji was there, so there was no danger. Naruto quickly nodded his head with a bright smile, brighter than the sun itself, and got up from his bed and walked closer to his godfather, who was leaning against the wall. Jiraiya smiled at him and walked close to him. Jiraiya leaned his hand close to Naruto. He quickly grabbed his hand, and to Naruto's surprise, Jiraiya pulled him up and made him sit on his shoulder. Whoa, Naruto said, excited and slightly scared. He felt bigger now and put his hands on Jiraiya's hair and held tightly. His godfather saw Naruto grinning like never before. You ready? Jiraiya looked up and saw Naruto's eyes shining with happiness. And Naruto nodded his head. Naruto felt tall and like he was a man from up here, and being like this gave him courage. Jiraiya left the room, and the moment he left, he saw a woman looking at Naruto with hatred in their eyes. That made the bundle of joy on his shoulder feel uneasy. Jiraiya released a tiny bit of killing intent, and they gulped and backed away from them. They soon left the orphanage, and now we're in the streets of Konoha. Naruto was looking everywhere curiously. He had never been away from the orphanage before. This was his first time and he wanted to see how it was. Jiraiya was happy that his godson looked delighted, but he kept an eye on people walking around them. He felt 2 Umbu following them but paid no mind since they were Umbu sent by his sensei. Naruto felt the 2 people following them through the roofs. He knew they weren't civilians, but Shinobi was like his godfather since he could feel they were much powerful than an ordinary person. He couldn't feel bad feelings coming from any of them, but he felt sadness from one of them. People walking around didn't really recognize Naruto at first. Most of them just kept walking and minding their business, but some of them had stopped walking and were looking at Naruto specifically. His red hair, blue eyes, and his whiskers. Our redhead started feeling sad and uncomfortable when he began feeling anger and hatred coming from some of the people around them. Tojiji, you should put me down, Naruto said, afraid that people would start hating his godfather as well. Jiraiya looked up at him, surprised but understood immediately why he said that. Don't worry, Naruto, just don't mind them, Jiraiya responded but frowned when he saw that more people were looking at Naruto angrily now. As they kept on walking, more people had stopped and been looking at Naruto with hatred. Naruto swallowed a huge breath and felt sweat coming from his forehead. But then his godfather released a massive amount of killing intent that made everyone take a few steps back. Some of them even started screaming and running away in fear. After a few minutes, there was no one looking at Naruto anymore. Jiraiya began to walk again, and Naruto was feeling better. Naruto focused his eyes on the stone faces in the mountain. He knew each of them. The first one on the left was the first Hokage Hashirama Senju, which built the whole village with his wood abilities, and was known as God of Shinobi. He had also battled the legendary Madara Uchiha in Valley of the End. He was known to be able to control tailed beasts with his wood abilities. Naruto had heard about the Kyuubi like everyone else, and wondered if there's more than just Kyuubi out there. Then was Tobirama Senju, which Naruto had read that was known for his high water affinity. No one was in the same level as him. Even ninjas from Kiri, known for their water affinity, weren't at his level. He had created many jutsus. One of them was Hiraishin that the fourth Hokage was known for. Then was Old Man Hokage, who looked younger in the stone face and in the picture in Naruto's book. Naruto couldn't really see him as young no matter how hard he tried. Naruto had read that titles of the Professor and God of Shinobi were given to him. Naruto wondered if Jiji Hokage in his younger days was as strong as the first Hokage in his prime. He had decided to ask Jiji once he saw him again. Then there was the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze. Naruto thought he was the coolest Hokage of them all. He was known as the Yellow Flash of Konoha because he was a master of Hiraishin. But when Naruto had seen the picture of the fourth, he could have sworn that he had visited the person before. His blue eyes were the same as Naruto's, and he knew it. Naruto, of course, asked Jiraiya why he felt like he had seen the fourth before. At that moment, he noticed his godfather was very nervous and heard him mutter just like him. Of course, Jiraiya just changed the subject, much to Naruto's annoyance. Naruto had asked his godfather to learn Hiraishin, but he told him that he still needed to know the basics before moving into complicated things like learning jutsus and Hiraishin. Jiraiya knew Minato had left Hiraishin and Rasengan for Naruto in case anything happened to him. Jiraiya had decided to give them to Naruto when he reached 8 years old. But Jiraiya wasn't looking forward to telling Naruto about Kyuubi. He knew Naruto still hadn't asked why people hated him, but he knew he would ask that question sooner or later. Naruto had told him about the kind lady named Mikoto who had given him clothes. Jiraiya, of course, knew her since Kushina had mentioned her, but he wondered if she had a purpose of meeting Naruto. He knew there was a chance that she just wanted to be kind to him out of her friendship with Kushina. But Jiraiya knew that things between Konoha and Uchiha clan weren't good and had heard some shinobis claiming that Kyuubi had a Sharingan the night he attacked. Of course, maybe they had just thought they saw it, but Jiraiya knew Minato was a master at Fuinjutsu and would never let Kyuubi be released unless someone attacked them. Now he made his way towards the favorite place of his mother. Naruto was busy looking at the face of the fourth Hokage in the mountain when he heard. "Oh, look who we have here," he heard his godfather say towards 3 men who were walking towards them. In their shoulders were 3 kids. The first man was giving Naruto and Jiraiya a warm smile. His hair was almost brown and tied like a cactus. He had a scar on his face and was wearing the usual Jonin outfit, with black sandals. On his shoulder was a boy who looked bored and ready to fall asleep. His hair was the same as his father. The second man had long blonde hair and was wearing a white outfit, and beneath it Naruto could see the Jonin outfit. On his shoulder was a girl around his age with blonde hair as her father. She was smiling at them. The third one was a fat man with weird marks on his cheek. He wasn't smiling at them, and Naruto could feel the stare of the third one. And on his shoulder was a boy who also looked to have problems with his weight. "Jiraiya-sama, is good to meet you again. Who is the cute boy on your shoulder?" the first man asked, taking a step forward and giving Naruto a warm smile. Jiraiya looked up at Naruto. "Oh, my name is Naruto Uzumaki, Shinobi-sama," he answered respectfully. Jiraiya held a burst of laughter, and so did the girl. "My name is Shikaku, and this lazy boy is my son is Shikamaru." Shikaku introduced himself, and the boy on his shoulder, who already looked half asleep. Naruto waved his hand. Shikaku put Shikamaru on the ground. "Say hi, or do you want to walk back to your home?" Shikaku said. Shikamaru paled at the contest of walking. "This is troublesome. My name is Shikamaru Nara. Naruto smiled and jumped to the ground to get closer. Hi, Naruto-kun. My name is Inochi Yamanaka. This princess is Ino, the blonde said, and the girl waved at Naruto. Hello, Tomato, she said, smiling. Jiraiya expected Naruto to act the same way as his mother when she was called like that, but he just laughed. Naruto didn't really mind the nickname since it was much better than being called a demon. The third one took a step closer. My name is Choza Akimichi. This one is Choji, the fat one said, a bit wary of Naruto, which Naruto and the adults noticed. Naruto waved his hand, and so did Choji. Naruto turned his eyes to Shikamaru and Ino, who were standing close to him. Do you want to come with us? Naruto asked hopefully. Jiraiya was about to respond when he was interrupted. Of course we can stay outside a bit longer, Shikaku answered immediately. Shikamaru looked ready to protest, but his father glared at him. Very well, we're going to Ichiraka Ramen. Jiraiya said happily that Naruto could finally meet kids of his own age without glares. Choji looked happy and was clapping his hands. Yeah, Naruto shouted, raising his fist in the air. Soon they started walking towards Ichiraka Ramen. Naruto, Shikamaru, Ino, and Choji were walking forward and talking, and the adults were a bit behind talking about different things. So Naruto, what is Jiraiya-sama to you? Shikamaru asked curiously. He's my godfather. Shikamaru's eyes widened slightly, and he murmured something under his breath. Wow, really? He's one of 3 Sanins. The girl Ino shouted, surprised. Naruto raised his eyebrows in confusion. What's a Sannin? He asked. They all started looking at him like he had gone mad. Didn't your parents tell you about the Sanins? Ino asked, confused. That question made Naruto sad, and his smile slowly disappeared and turned into a frown. I don't have parents, Naruto said quietly, almost like a whisper. He was feeling tears in his eyes but swallowed a huge breath. He didn't want to cry in front of them. Ino lowered her head. I'm sorry, she apologized with a sad tone. Choji looked saddened as well, and so did Shikamaru. Naruto quickly shook his head. Don't worry, Ino-san. How about we talk about other things? Naruto asked, wanting to change the subject. Very well. What do you like to do the most, Naruto? Choji asked curiously. Naruto knew what he liked. I like to read, and I like to spend time with Togeji and Hokageji. Naruto responded, smiling brightly. All 3 of them looked at him, confused. You mean, you call Hokage-sama Gigi? Ino asked, but more like a statement. Naruto didn't understand why that was apparently a big deal but just nodded his head. What about you guys? Naruto then asked and putting his hands behind his head. Well, I like to watch clouds and sleep. Mostly sleep, Shikamaru replied, yawning. Naruto's sweat dropped while Ino and Choji already knew his answer. Don't mind him. He's just lazy, Ino said, looking at Shikamaru, and then her head turned to Naruto. I like to look at the flowers and spend time with my friends, Ino responded, changing the answer. Naruto knew what she was going to say but didn't mind. Now he had his godfather, and he was happier than ever. That's cool, Ino. Naruto responded and smiled at Ino, which made her turn her face away. Naruto was confused while Shikamaru was murmuring, troublesome blonde. I like to eat. Spend time with Shikamaru in a barbecue and any restaurant, Choji answered, smiling. Tell me, Naruto, will you become a shinobi? Ino asked, smiling at him. Of course, I will become a shinobi and become a Hokage Databeo. Naruto shouted the last part with his eyes screaming determination. All 3 of them looked shocked by Naruto's statement that he would become Hokage. At the same time, Jiraiya was looking at Naruto proudly. I have no doubt you will, Naruto. Naruto was having the best moment of his life. He was talking to his new friends and for the first time in his life. Their parents weren't telling them to stay away from him or telling him to not talk to them. When he met his godfather 6 days ago, Naruto was pleased to know that he wasn't alone, that he had someone to call family and wasn't a demon, as everyone called him. When Togeji told him that his parents didn't abandon him but loved him, Naruto felt happier, but now he had friends. Why would you wanted to become Hokage? He heard Shikamaru asking him. Naruto grinned. Because then people of the village will finally acknowledge me, he answered. Shikamaru was thinking about what he meant when he said that he wanted people to acknowledge him. Choji just kept eating chips, while Ino smiled at him. That's a good dream, Ino commented, smiling at Naruto. What about you three? What are your dreams? Naruto asked, turning his head to three of them. Shikamaru shrugged his shoulders. To sleep, and everyone's sweat dropped behind their heads. Naruto was thinking, what kind of dream is that? He wondered, but at the same time though it was excellent. Lazy as always, Ino thought with annoyance. While Choji smiled typical Shikamaru, he thought knowing Shikamaru was lazy. Naruto then turned his head to Choji. I'm not sure. I haven't thought about it, Choji answered, and Naruto understood. And they still were very young to think about what they would do when they grew up. Naruto then turned to Ino. Well, I want to be a good kunoichi like my daddy, she said happily. Naruto liked the dream and told her that it was a perfect dream. They keep on walking, but the more they walk, the more people start sending Naruto glares, but not daring to do anything since Jiraiya-sama and three respectful clan heads were there with three innocent children talking with the demon brat. The adults notice immediately, and so does Naruto, whose smile disappears and turns into a frown. Shikamaru, on the other hand, could see something is not right with the way they were looking at them. Ino started feeling uncomfortable and walked closer to her dad, and so did Choji. Naruto looked around and felt bad that maybe his presence here was making things worse, and he felt tears in his eyes. Jiraiya had enough and unleashed his Ki at the maximum that made many people drop unconscious on the ground, and some were having a hard time breathing. After 2 minutes, no one was looking at Naruto anymore, and they soon reached their destination. Ino asked her father why people started staring at them like that, and he just told her that they were stupid people. Shikamaru didn't seem bothered by their glares. While Naruto was keeping his head down and thinking that it was all his fault and his new friends would soon abandon him like all the other kids of his age, he then felt a hand on his shoulder. He looked up and saw Shikaka-sama looking at him with a warm smile. Don't worry about them, Naruto, they're just foolish people, he said, and Naruto managed to smile. Here we are, he heard Tojiji said, and pointing at a restaurant. Naruto looked at the name Ichiraka Ramen and wondered what that was. Come on. All are on me, his godfather stated and put a hand on Naruto's head and rubbed his red hair. Choji looked to like the idea. They were about to walk inside when the adults turned their heads to their left. Naruto turned as well when he saw Hokage Jiji walking towards them. Hokage-sama, what a pleasant surprise, Shikaka said and took a step forward, and so did Jiraiya. I saw you with my crystal ball walking to this place, so I decided that I needed a break from my war with paperwork, the old man said with a chuckle at the end. Hokage then looked at the little kids. Ino was hiding behind her father. She knew who the Hokage was and was nervous. Choji had stopped eating and for once looked serious, while Shikamaru just looked bored. The older man was about to say something when, Hokage-sama, is good to see you again, Naruto yelled and jumped to hug him. The Kage returned the hug, and Jiraiya smiled at the scene while the kids wondered how Naruto knew the Hokage-sama so well. Naruto usually would call him either Hokage-jiji or Jiji. Still, Jiraiya had told him always to show respect in front of others, so Naruto decided to call him with respect. Naruto, my boy, how are you doing? The Hokage asked and looked at Naruto, who looked much brighter and happier than when he saw him in the orphanage. I'm good, Hokage-sama. Tojiji is giving me many books to read is amazing, Naruto replied excitedly. Hokage laughed at the nickname while Shikaka chuckled, and so did Inoichi and Choza. At the same time, Ino and Choji were wondering how reading books could be amazing, and Shikamaru silently agreed with Naruto. Oh, Tojiji. The Hokage looked at Jiraiya grinning. Well, that's good, Naruto, he said and pulled him to the ground, and they together walked inside the restaurant. Walking inside, Naruto saw a man with a girl older than him behind the desk. Oh, Hokage-sama, is good to have you here, the man said respectfully, looking at the Hokage. Is nothing. Do you have enough ramen for all of us? Of course, he replied happily, but then his eyes went to Naruto and he froze. He looked at his face. red hair and bright blue eyes like the ocean. The man thought with a smile, seeing the child of his two favorite customers. For a moment, Naruto thought that the man would start glaring at him, but he was looking at Naruto with longing, and that confused him. "What's your name, little buddy?" the man asked with a warm smile. "My name is Naruto Uzumaki, future Hokage," he responded, grinning. "Well, take a seat, future Hokage," he said with a smile, and soon everyone took a seat. Hokage seated close to Jiraiya, Inoichi, Shikaku, and Choza. At the same time, Naruto was close to Shikamaru, Ino, and Choji. "Have you been here before?" Naruto asked, looking at his new friends. Shikamaru shook his head, and so did Ino. "I have been maybe 3 times, Choji replied and couldn't wait to eat. "Naruto, you said you like to read. What do you read?" Shikamaru asked, interested. "I read about chakra, jutsu, ninjutsu, and I have started reading about clans of Konoha and their bloodlines. I will soon start reading about Jinjutsu and Fuinjutsu," Naruto said happily. Shikamaru looked interested, while Ino thought that it was a waste of time. Choji didn't look to either care or not care. "Don't you think it's a bit early to worry about ninja stuff?" "I will wait until I go to the academy," Ino asked. He turned his blue eyes to her. "I don't have anything else to do in the orphanage. So I read and I really like to read," Naruto replied. Ino raised her eyebrows in confusion, while Shikamaru nodded in agreement with what Naruto said about reading. "My godfather even promised me that he would teach me how to unlock my chakra when I read all the books he gave me," Naruto added happily and glanced at Tojiji, who was talking with Hokage Jiji. When Shikaku heard Naruto's response, he turned to Jiraiya. "Don't you think it's a bit early to teach Naruto about all that? Shikamaru likes to read, but teaching how to unlock chakra and all that comes after that. I will wait until Shikamaru reaches 5 years old to teach him that," Shikaku asked, thinking that Naruto was way too young to be taught that. He needed to enjoy his childhood and not spend time training. He will have a lot of time to do that once he enters the academy. Jiraiya thought about it for a moment but quickly shook his head. "What you said might be true, Shikaku-san, but the way I see how people look at Naruto, he doesn't have anyone there and needs to do something to spend his time. And he will have to worry about the Akatsuki when he grows up." Jiraiya thought the last part. Shikaku understood what he meant and was still slightly angry that Hokage didn't let him adopt Naruto. The Hokage frowned at Jiraiya's answer. He knew Naruto would need to be prepared. Of course, none of the children could hear them except Naruto, who could somehow listen to what his Tojiji said. Not to anyone's else knowledge, the seal in his stomach started glowing red for a few seconds and then stopped. The adults had ordered ramen for themselves and their children. Naruto was waiting for ramen and was talking with Shikamaru and Choji, while Ino was thinking if eating ramen would get her fat. "Naruto, how do you know the Hokage?" Shikamaru asked. From what he saw, he knew Naruto must know very well to jump like that and hug him in front of so many people. "Oh, well, he visits me every month in the orphanage. He even tells me stories sometimes about the first Hokage and second Hokage," Naruto replied like it was no big deal. Shikamaru was confused. Why would Hokage visit him every month? This is so troublesome, he thought and decided to stop thinking about it. "Oh wow, that's amazing. I heard from father that Hokage is the strongest in the village," Ino replied excitedly. But in her eyes, the Hokage didn't look like much, or maybe it was because of old age. "Yes, Hokage-sama is very strong. I can feel he's stronger than anyone else around here. Perhaps even stronger than Tojiji," Naruto said and glanced at Hokage Jiji. Shikamaru was about to ask what he meant by feeling their power. "I hope you like it," the man who worked in the restaurant said and brought them ramen. Naruto looked at the food, and to him it looked delicious. Choji started eating immediately. "Eat while it's still hot, Naruto," his godfather said, and Naruto tried a little at first, but then his eyes turned to stars. "Wow!" he shouted and quickly started eating like there was no tomorrow. Within a minute, the ramen was gone and in front of Naruto was an empty bowl. "This is very delicious, Chief-sama," Naruto stated, looking at the chief. The man laughed. "No need for that, kid. And my name is Tucci and this one is I am," He introduced himself and looked down at his daughter, looking at Naruto with a smile. "Hello, I am San. My name is Naruto." The girl noticed the way Naruto smiled and his red hair. It reminded her of a woman with the same hair color that had visited their place before. She turned to her father. "Tuchan, he looks like Kushina-san," she whispered, looking up at her father. He nodded at her sadly. "Don't mention it now," her father replied quietly. "You can eat as much as you want, Naruto-kun," Jiraiya said, and he looked at him in awe. "For more bowls for Naruto," Jiraiya ordered, and Naruto couldn't wait for the food. After 10 more bowls, Naruto wasn't hungry anymore, and everyone was surprised to see him eat so much. He had eaten even more than Choji, who thought not to lose next time. "This was amazing. Thank you, Toji-ji." Naruto thanked his godfather. Jiraiya paid for the food for everyone, and now they were staying in front of the Ichiraka ramen. "I think it's time for us to leave," Shikaku said, and Shikamaru looked to agree, and so did Inoichi and Choza. Naruto frowned and slightly lowered his head. Shikaku noticed that. "Don't worry, Naruto-kun, you will get to play with Shikamaru again. Whenever you want," he stated. Naruto's face brightened, and he smiled at Shikaku. "Troublesome," Shikamaru murmured. "I hope we meet again, Shikamaru. Perhaps next time we can cloud watch together," he suggested, and Shikamaru looked to like the idea. Naruto then turned to Ino. "I hope to meet again, Ino-san," he said, and she just nodded her head and kept her face away. "See you next time, Naruto," Choji said and walked away with his father. Shikaku and Inoichi said their goodbyes to the Hokage, Jiraiya, and Naruto. Jiraiya was pleased that Naruto had new friends now. Hokage looked up and saw that it was close to evening. "Naruto, we will meet again soon," the Hokage said to the redhead, who couldn't stop smiling. He turned to Hokage Jiji. "Of course, and soon I will take that hat, Databeo," Naruto stated and pointed the finger at the hat. Sarutobi couldn't help but feel proud of Naruto. "I have no doubt, Naruto-kun, and I'm waiting for that day," he said proudly and hugged him. After that, Hokage returned to his office with Naruto waving his hand at him. Now was only Jiraiya and Naruto standing at the road. "Naruto-kun, I want to show you something else," Jiraiya said and offered Naruto to climb on his back. He nodded and climbed on his back. "Hold tight," he advised, and they shunsin away. Naruto blinked his eyes, not understanding where he was right now. He looked around and noticed they were very high. "Wow, can you teach me how to do that, Tojiji?" Naruto asked, looking at him with big puppy eyes. Jiraiya growled. "Soon," he said, and Naruto jumped in excitement. His Tojiji started walking, and Naruto followed him. "Here we are," his godfather stated, and Naruto jumped to the ground and followed him. Soon they reached the edge and Naruto could see the whole village from up here. The sunset made the village and everything looked beautiful. Naruto enjoyed the view and was glad that he wasn't alone here. "This view is amazing," Naruto said, was lying in the grass close to Jiraiya. After minutes of silence, Jiraiya sighed and decided to tell Naruto. "I know you're sad about something, Tojiji. Did I do something wrong?" Naruto asked, afraid that it was his fault. He had felt sadness coming from him the whole day. Jiraiya quickly shook his head and put a hand on his shoulder. "No, Naruto, you have done nothing wrong," Jiraiya said sadly and keeping his head low, not bearing to look at Naruto. "Do you remember when I told you that I worked outside the village to make sure the bad guys wouldn't come to attack the village?" Jiraiya asked. Naruto remembered that he told him that on the second day when Naruto asked him where he had been all this time, and he told him that he needed to be outside the village for a long time to chase away the bad guys. He nodded. "I will need to leave tomorrow, Naruto," he said sadly, and Naruto felt tears on his eyes and then rolling down his cheek. "Can I come with you?" he asked with a tiny voice. "No, Naruto is too dangerous out there. But I swear I will listen to everything you say. Please?" Naruto begged and hugged his Jiji arm, not wanting him to go away and leave him alone. Jiraiya felt his heart was breaking. Naruto was sobbing in his arm and holding it tightly. "Naruto, you won't be alone. I will return as soon as I can. Don't forget about your new friends," Jiraiya said quietly and put a hand on his shoulder. There was complete silence again for a few minutes, and Naruto kept crying his eyes out. How long? Naruto suddenly asked when he stopped crying. Jiraiya wanted to say that he would return very soon, but he knew it would take at least 5 months, and if he lied, that would break Naruto's heart. Jiraiya turned to Naruto and hugged him tightly. 5 months? 5 months, Naruto, he said quietly. A toad will come to you every month to give you new books for you to read. All right, Jiraiya said, and Naruto nodded his head against his shoulder. Now, once I return I will tell you about your mother, Jiraiya said. Thank you, Tojiji, Naruto said quietly and stayed like that for 30 minutes. I love you, Tojiji. I love you too, Naruto-kun. In a forest. Kachan, where are we going? A little girl with red hair was asking her mother as they kept walking through the forest. It has been raining for 2 days now. Since her father died from the shinobis, it had started to rain. The ground was muddy, and her feet were all aching. Soon, Asha, very soon we will go home, her mother replied, turned to her daughter, and started walking towards her daughter, who was 4 years old. Asha saw her mother picking her up in her arms. Asha's eyes focused on a weird drawing that was in her mother's right hand. Her mother made a few hand seals with her right hand. Uzumaki-style rainforest, her mother said, and it started raining even more. We will soon find our home, Asha, her mother promised with a smile. Her purple eyes looked at her daughter with love. Soon, Asha, soon. Naruto was crying. He tried to hold his tears, but he couldn't no matter how hard he tried. Naruto was in front of Konoha's gate about to say goodbye to his godfather, who would leave to chase away the bad people. Hokage Jiji was standing close to him. Jiraiya had a sad face looking down at his grandson in all but blood. He slowly kneeled to his level and put his hand on his shoulder. Naruto removed his tears with his hand and looked at his godfather. Naruto stops crying. I will be back in no time, Jiraiya said with a grin, trying to ease the pain in both of their hearts. Naruto nodded and swallowed hard not to let more tears fall. Remember what I told you. Read and train and I will be back in no time. And I will teach you how to unlock your chakra and do cool jutsus. Like your father, Jiraiya said, smiling. Naruto looked at his eyes, surprised. He leaned closer. Next time we see each other, we're gonna talk about your mother, he promised, and his hand fist on his heart. Naruto's frown slowly disappeared, and he smiled at his godfather. Jiraiya trusted Naruto would be able to keep the secret. I will read and train as hard as I can, Tojiji. And when I become a shinobi I will bring peace, so you won't ever have to leave again, Naruto promised with the fist on his heart. Jiraiya felt like he saw Minato and Kushina smiling behind Naruto, their hands on his shoulders. I have no doubt, Naruto, Jiraiya thought, and hugged him, and Naruto hugged him back. They slowly pulled away, and Jiraiya got up and looked at his sensei. Take care of him, he said, and the old Hokage nodded his head. Jiraiya waved his hand at Naruto, and so did Naruto. By Tojiji, Naruto yelled at the top of his lungs as Jiraiya shunned Sin away from the gate. The old Hokage expected Naruto to cry again, but instead he was smiling. He saw Naruto murmuring something under his breath. Time to read. Old man Hokage, Naruto said and turned to walk away. The old Hokage smiled at the young boy. He did not doubt that Naruto would become a great shinobi in the future. He turned to look at Naruto and saw what Hashirama-sensei and Tobirama-sensei always talked about. The will of fire is strong within you, Naruto. He soon returned to the orphanage. Much to his displeasure, he reached his room and didn't bother to look at the word demon written in front of his door. Naruto hadn't asked his godfather why people treated him and hated him. Hokage Jiji would always change the subject. Naruto thought to maybe ask his godfather next time he sees him. Not having Tojiji here made the whole room feel colder. He looked at the frog wallet his godfather gave him today before he left. Naruto glanced down at the shirt the kind Uchiha lady had given him. It was a black shirt with a symbol of fire in the back. He wore a second shirt since he felt cold. He went to the book about Fuinjutsu. He had finished the books about chakra, how it worked, and other things. the book for taijutsu, but that book wasn't that necessary to read since the essential part of taijutsu was to train outside rather than read about different types. In the book for clans of Konoha and clans outside Konoha, Naruto read about Senju, Uchiha, Nara, Yamanaka, Nara, Akimichi, and many other clans. He looked at the title, The Art of Fuinjutsu Level 1. He opened the book on the first page, and his eyes went to the author's name. Yutari Uzumaki. Naruto's eyes widened at the last name. He had always thought he had no clan. His last name, Uzumaki, was just a random the Hokage had given him, and he was sure that neither the Hokage nor Tojiji had mentioned anything about an Uzumaki clan. He then remembered that nothing was mentioned about Uzumaki, even in the book talking about the clans of Konoha. Naruto wondered if maybe he was just looking too deeply into this. After all, Tojiji promised him to tell him about his mother once he returned. He smiled, remembering that, and started reading about Fuinjutsu. After 6 hours, Naruto had read a quarter of the book. He found all this fascinating. To him looked easy. Naruto wanted to seal something in a scroll, but he had no brush to draw any seal, and he had no scroll, and he had no kunai to seal anywhere. He shrugged his shoulders and decided to ask Hokage the next time he saw him. He kept reading and read that the art of Fuinjutsu was very hard to learn. The number of people mentioned to have been masters at Fuinjutsu in Konoha could be counted with only the fingers of one hand. What is the limit? Naruto wondered if someone could seal other things other than ninja tools like kunai or shurikens. He understood that the book he was reading now, it had only the basics of Fuinjutsu, but it still was the most extensive book compared to the other books. This book had even more pages than the book about clans. Naruto shut the book and took the second book about Fuinjutsu. The Art of Fuinjutsu Level 2 and Level 3. He wondered how many levels there were, but he had only 2 books for now. Naruto hoped the toads would give him more. Next month. He smiled and decided to sleep since he was tired. After 4 days, Naruto was reading the first book for the 3rd time now. He found the seals very interesting, but at the same time, he wondered why he had a seal on his tummy. Naruto understood the weird drawn on his tummy was not a drawn but a seal, but he couldn't understand why he had it. He understood seals are used to seal things. Some advanced seals were used to make traps. He wondered what he could have locked inside him. Naruto was sure that it wasn't a shuriken or kunai. Naruto was using a pencil trying to write seals on a blank paper, but it wasn't working. He wondered if he needed a brush to write seals, or maybe he was doing something wrong. Naruto understood that he needed to unlock his chakra to do something but wanted to try if he could do something before he unlocked his chakra, but he understood he needed to wait until he unlocked his chakra. Naruto put the finger on his chin and decided to remove his shirt. He looked down at his tummy but couldn't see the seal. He wondered if he could understand what was sealed in him. He knew he had to wait until it started glowing red, which was ultimately random as Naruto understood it so far. When Gigi comes, I will ask him how to unlock my chakra, Naruto said to himself and decided to go outside. Naruto was looking as children of his age were playing with other children. They laughed and talked to each other. His bright face slowly disappeared. Naruto hoped he could meet with his friends again, but he knew they had their own houses and had no business to visit the orphanage. He looked up at a roof where he could feel 2 Umbu watching him. Naruto smiled at them and was half convinced to wave his hand at them. One of the Umbu had a mask that looked like a dog. He saw Naruto waving at them, and he wondered how the kid could know they were there. Jiraiya-sama had told him that he was an excellent sensor, but to detect an Umbu at age 3, that was no small feat. Will you talk to the kid? The other Umbu asked. She had long purple hair and was wearing a bear mask. She was good at kenjutsu. The dog knew her name, Yugao Yuzuki. The Umbu dog, known as Kakashi Hatake, thought for a moment. I might, he answered after a moment of silence. For a long time, he had wanted to meet the son of his sensei, but he still felt guilty for not being able to protect anyone important to him. His teammates, his sensei that was like a father to him, Kushina-san. Kakashi thought that maybe he was cursed to watch everyone he cared for die in front of him. Kakashi saw Naruto standing on the ground, looking at the other kids playing. They kept standing looking after Naruto for the rest of the day until he returned inside. Secret place. Danzo was waiting for the reports of his team. He had sent a large group of his umbu to find a family of Uzumaki survivors. He didn't know if they were or not, but it was worth experimenting if they were. They were known for their long life, and Danzo believed their cells could be beneficial. Especially the girl could become a good shinobi in his hands. The father and mother weren't necessary, and he could just kill them or use their bodies for experiments. As he was waiting, he was thinking about how to put the Kyuubi brat on his hands. He knew Jiraiya would be a bad influence on him, and only Danzo knew how to use a shinobi properly. The old toad is gone for now. The stupid villagers could be helpful for once, Danzo thought with a slight smirk on his face. I could use their hatred towards him, Danzo thought. Yes, he will be mine like his mother should have been. A weapon for the village. You stopped me once, Hiruzen, but not twice. There are many ways to break a child's will. Suddenly, one of his umbu kneeled in front of him. Danzo-sama, report from the Uzumaki mission, the umbu said respectfully, his face hidden behind his mask. His eyes were emotionless. Report. We were able to find the family, but the mother and daughter were able to escape. We tried to capture the father, but in his last breath, he activated a seal that destroyed his body. We lost 6 men, sir. We left 20 umbu looking for the child, but it started raining and we couldn't follow them, he reported. Danzo was disappointed at his men, but he wondered what he meant. What do you mean? Why rain didn't let you follow them? Danzo asked, quite interested. I don't know, Danzo-sama. Our sensors couldn't detect them anymore. And 3 umbu fell dead in the ground after a minute of walking around the rain, he replied. Now Danzo was quite shocked. Interesting jutsu. Someone must be pretty capable of using water jutsus to be able to make rain. I want my new weapons found. I want both the girl and the woman alive. Ashera Uzumaki 3 days later. We have been in the run for a week now. The ground was all muddy. Her legs were itching everywhere. Her clothes were full of mud around. Her mother would once a day wash her clothes with her water jutsus. Asha couldn't understand why this was happening, why the weird shinobis attacked them. They were peaceful people and did nothing except fishing. Her mother was getting more tired each day. She would leave her with a clone at least 3 times a day and return when she found something to eat. Ka-chan, when will Tu-chan return? Asha asked, not understanding where her father was. Her mother's eyes were saddened for a moment, and Asha was sure she would cry. She was about to apologize. He will return soon, Asha. He just has something to do with the ninjas that came to our house, she replied and fought back her tears. Asha knew her mother wasn't telling her the truth but decided not to ask more questions. They were using a tree to cover themselves from the rain. Looking at the rain now, Asha wondered why it hadn't stopped raining since they left their home. Why is raining so much? It helps Asha-chan. This way the bad people won't find us, her mother replied, tired and breathing heavily. Ka-chan, where are we going? She asked with a tiny voice. She felt her mother's hand on her long red hair. To a new home, my sweetheart, she replied kindly and removing the dirt from her hair. Asha didn't want to leave her old home. She was happy there with her Ka-chan and Tu-chan. She always thought that her home was the most beautiful home to exist. She remembered the sea close to their home and would sometimes just stare at the sea near their house. It was beautiful. She always liked it and occasionally would dream as the sea was talking to her. Outside her home was a treehouse that she sometimes would hide when she played with her parents. Asha didn't want any other home. The tiny house close to the ocean and with a treehouse was the best home. She felt hot tears in her eyes when she thought about her house, almost like her mother could feel her sadness. What's wrong, sweetheart? She asked, and making her daughter turn her face to her. I want to return to our home, she replied, tears rolling down her cheek. Her mother's smile slowly disappeared. I know that, but we will soon have a new home. You will love it, she replied in a tired voice. Asha noticed her mother looked very tired now, and she saw that it had stopped raining now. She was breathing heavily, her legs could hardly bring her to this point, but she knew they needed to leave soon. We need to leave, she said in a serious tone. She slowly tried to stand on her feet and used the tree close to her to stand. "Kachan, you're tired. We should rest," her tiny Ruby said. She smiled but knew they didn't have time to rest. She put a smile on her face for her daughter. She couldn't let her get scared. "Don't worry, I'm well rested now," she replied and grabbed her hand, and they left towards their new home. Nico Uzumaki after 3 days. She felt exhausted. That's the only thing she felt. Her legs felt numb. Her skin was irritated everywhere. She would catch up on blood every few hours. Nico made sure her daughter wouldn't see her, but she knew her face was getting paler. Her red hair had started losing its color. They had begun becoming gray, losing their pigment. She couldn't understand why all this was happening. Horrible people destroyed her homeland. They were a peaceful clan. But it seems in this world people didn't care. As long as they viewed you as an enemy and not an ally, you needed to be destroyed despite fighting only when they were threatened. Nico could still remember her home, and it was the most beautiful place in the world. She had escaped along with her parents and a friend of hers. Her parents died shortly after they found a peaceful place to call home. Riho Uzumaki is her friend, then her lover, and then her husband. He was all she had for some many years. Their love grew when their family grew. Her daughter Ashera Uzumaki, or as Riho liked to call her, his Ruby. Nico didn't know why he called her like that, but Asha always liked when Riho called her that. Nico was sure that she had found her new home. She had a family that she loved, but people still remembered the Uzumaki clan. People still remember their abilities. Nico felt multiple people coming towards them. She swallowed a huge breath. She was scared, but for her daughter, not herself. "I won't let these monsters take my baby," Nico thought, angry. She clenched her teeth and took all her courage. She grabbed Asha's hand and put her to hold behind her back. Nico glanced at her daughter. She knew her tiny Ruby was scared. "Just hold tight, my baby. I will protect you," she promised and started jumping from tree to tree. The ground was still muddy, despite that she stopped her jutsu 3 days ago. As they made their way, she felt a kunai flying towards them. A chain quickly came out of her hand and blocked the blade. But she knew whoever threw that wasn't alone. She felt her senses skyrocket. She promptly landed on the ground, avoiding a fireball jutsu that burned the tree she was standing on. "Mama!" her daughter screamed, scared. Nico looked around and saw herself getting surrounded by at least 20 shinobi. All of them were wearing masks. Nico knew they were Umbu, but she felt that something was off with them. Her daughter covered her face in her back, not daring to look at the shinobis surrounding them. She was crying. Nico narrowed her eyes at the Umbu. "What do you want?" she asked, her voice high. She was breathing heavily. Nico knew that she didn't have that long before everything was over for her. "Come with us. Danzo-sama wants his weapons." One of the emotionless ANBUs replied. His hand goes to a kunai on his jacket. Nico didn't know who the man was, but she knew from the way the Umbu talked. This man was dangerous and looked at them as weapons. She knew her chances of winning were thin. She looked behind at her daughter, who was still standing on her back. She covered her face. Nico gave her a sad smile before turning to the Umbu. "I'm sorry, my Ruby. I'm sorry, Riho. I have failed our family," she thought and started raising all her chakra left. She slammed her hands together. "I won't let your monsters to hurt my daughter," she screamed, and the ground started shaking. One ANBU jumped from the ground to a tree and jumped in her direction with a sword in his hand, ready to slice her legs. Nico felt a tear rolling down on her cheek. She screamed. "Uzumaki style. Chains of hell," she shouted, and hundreds of chains came out from the ground, moving at high Kage speed. The Umbu with the sword tried to swing at the chain, but he was quickly surrendered by chains. The others tried to run away but were quickly captured. And so was every shinobi around Nico. They tried to break free, but the chains were strong. They all were black chains, and some of them slightly shining. All of them couldn't get out, but they felt their chakra running lower and lower. One of them tried to hand signs but couldn't move his arms, not even a centimeter. They all had no emotions, but now they were looking at Nico with fear in their eyes. She took a deep breath and prepared to kill them all. "Please no," one of them shouted, but the chains quickly ripped them apart. Their arms, Legs and heads were ripped apart from their body. The sound of their bodies ripped apart was heard. It was a terrible sound. The blood fell in the muddy ground like rain. Nico slightly smiled, seeing that all of them had died. She looked behind her and saw that her red crystal was safe. She smiled for the first time since they were attacked. "Is all right now, Asha? They're gone," she said gently. Her daughter slowly moved her head away, but Nico didn't let her look at the bodies. Asha looked at her mother, but then her hair slowly turning completely white. "Kachan, your hair," she said, afraid. Her mother suddenly felt a massive pain in her stomach. She felt like something was ripping her apart. She fell to her knees and caught a tremendous amount of blood that completely covered her hand that she tried to stop the blood. No, so soon, Nico thought, knowing her time was gone now. She quickly put her hands on her daughter's shoulder and made her look at her. She kept breathing heavily, her throat dry. Her eyes felt dry too. "Listen to me, Asha. I need you to go away now," she said as her breathing was getting worse. Her daughter quickly shook her head, and tears streamed down her cheek. No, I won't leave you. Not like Tuchan. He told us to leave and now he's gone. I won't leave you," she shouted, crying and hugged her mother tightly. Nico wanted to speak again, but she could hardly breathe. She tried to but couldn't talk. Her words were stuck in her throat. Her sight was getting fuzzy. She soon felt herself hitting the ground. Her eyes looked at her daughter as she was looking down at her with tears in her eyes. Her tears fell on her face, but her whole body was numb. She could hardly feel anything. "Syra, please take care of my daughter," Nico thought as her sight was getting fuzzier. Nico felt herself wanting herself to sleep. She felt more tired than ever before. She looked back at her life, what she had accomplished, and she had done nothing. "I couldn't protect my homeland. I couldn't defend my parents. I couldn't save my husband. I never found Kushi-chan." She thought about her friend. "Will I see you soon?" she asked herself. She then remembered that her life wasn't a complete failure. Her daughter, the best thing that ever happened in her life. "I failed to protect my daughter," she thought and wanted to cry. She looked up at her daughter again. Her red hair was shining because of the light of the moon. "Be safe, Asha. I know you will survive," she thought and felt herself losing the feeling of her body. She couldn't feel her legs anymore. She felt a tear rolling down her right eye. She then heard a voice calling to them. She saw her daughter looking in a specific direction. "Be safe, Ashera." After 3 months, Hiruzen Sarutobi was doing his usual paperwork, but he could hardly do it. His mind was on Naruto. The boy was a genius, but at the same time he was too smart for his own good. The boy loved to read, which pleased Sarutobi's heart. It made him happy, but the last time he visited Naruto in the orphanage, he could see him not being happy about something, and his bright face was gone. The old Hokage opened the door written "Demon" in the front and around the wall near the door. It broke his heart to see it. People were stupid and couldn't understand that Naruto kept the Kyuubi from breaking out and killing everyone. He sighed and walked inside. Naruto was reading the same book as last time. The Art of Fuinjutsu Part 2 and 3. The third was happy that Naruto liked to read, and he seemed to have a knack for Fuinjutsu. "Naruto, my boy, how are you doing?" Sarutobi asked, smiling at his surrogate grandson. Naruto's eyes went to the old Hokage. He knew his GG was coming 3 minutes before he came here. He could also feel the 2 ANBUs outside the orphanage. "I'm fine, GG," Naruto replied and ran and hugged him. Sarutobi gladly returned the hug, but when he pulled away, he could tell Naruto was forcing a smile on his face. "Naruto, is something wrong?" he asked, wanting to know if anyone had hurt him. Naruto frowned and took a step back. He glanced at the book he was reading. "GG, can a living being be sealed?" he asked, holding his hands together behind his head. Sarutobi felt tense. Has been a long time since he had been so nervous. He wondered if Naruto was asking out of curiosity or knew about the seal in his stomach. But in the same, he knew Naruto would need to unlock his chakra to see the seal. Naruto was looking at him, almost like judging him. Hiruzen took a deep breath and looked at the blue eyes of Naruto. "Yes," he answered and noticed his eyes widened slightly for a split second and immediately turned to normal. Naruto's eyes lowered somewhat. "Oh," he whispered, but Hiruzen heard him. Can you help me to unlock my chakra, Gigi?" he asked with hopeful eyes. Sarutobi wondered if that would be a smart move. He was still too young. "Naruto, I would want you to have a normal childhood and be a child longer, but that will never happen the moment Minato sealed QB inside of you." A normal childhood was gone, Sarutobi thought. "I will help you, Naruto, but not today. How about next time I visit you?" he asked. Naruto looked confused but nodded his head in agreement. It had been 1 month since that day. He was sure that Kakashi would appreciate teaching little Naruto. After all, he had asked a few times by now to help him unlock his chakra when Hiruzen informed him of Naruto studying and wanting to unlock his chakra. Sarutobi sighed and decided to write a letter to Jiraiya. Naruto. He was rereading a book about Fuinjutsu, and he liked how it worked. But at the same time, he was getting frustrated. He wanted to try himself to do some of the seals, but he couldn't do anything without unlocking his chakra. His Gigi had given him a few scrolls and a brush to try Fuinjutsu. He was sure he was doing seals of level I, right? Simple storage seals to storage kunai or shuriken or maybe a sword. But he still couldn't prove it and he needed chakra. Thinking about seals made him think about the seal on his stomach. Recently had started growing red more often. He didn't know why and hadn't asked his Gigi why. But now, Naruto was sure that there was a connection between him and the QB. "Is the QB sealed inside of me?" Naruto asked himself and put the finger on his chin. The QB was a giant demon. Could a seal hold down the QB? Naruto asked himself. "Does everyone else call me a demon? Except for Gigi, Godfather, and my friends. Everyone else looks at me like I'm a demon," Naruto thought sadly. Like everyone else, he had heard about the QB attack on October 10th, almost 4 years ago. At that moment, Naruto remembered that his birthday was on the same day as the QB attack. His eyes looked at the calendar in the room, and today was October 3rd. He started breathing heavily and putting his little hand on his stomach. No, Naruto thought as hot tears were developing in his eyes. The looks of hatred Naruto said to himself and remembered them very clearly. Tears were now streaming down on his cheek and falling on the cold floor. No, Naruto screamed and fell on his knees, crying his heart out, holding his stomach with his hand. "Why? Why?" Naruto asked out loud at no one in particular. "He sealed QB inside me," Naruto thought with wide eyes. Everyone always said that the fourth had killed the demon, but he knew now that was all a lie. When he had asked his Gigi, and when he received his answer, he thought he had some sort of connection with the QB, but now he knew. The demon fox was sealed inside of him. Naruto fell to the cold ground and hugged his legs. Hot tears are still on his face. "Tojiji, please come here soon," he begged quietly. He stayed like that for a long time. He didn't know how long. All he could think of was, why him? Was he special? Suddenly he heard the rain outside. His eyes then went to look outside the window, and it was raining even more harshly now. The sound of rain falling on the ground and the roof of the orphanage could be heard. Naruto wondered why it seemed to always rain whenever he was upset. He walked closer to the window but couldn't clearly see. He then picked up a chair and climbed on it to have a better view. His eyes went on the 2 ANBUs hiding on the roof of a building close to the orphanage. He waved his hands at them, knowing they would see him. He then noticed that it had started snowing. Naruto was confused. Where was the snow coming from? He was sure it wasn't cold enough to start snowing. That does put a smile on my face, Naruto thought, looking at the snow. He sighed and decided to return to the bed. It was 5 p.m. and he was slightly tired. After 1 week, Naruto knew today was his birthday. Usually, birthdays were a day to celebrate, but not for Naruto. This day was his worst day. People around were even more hostile towards him, if that was even possible. Naruto was 4 years old. He had locked himself in his room. He didn't want to deal with other people today except if it was his Gigi or maybe his godfather. But he knew he would need to wait 2 more months for his godfather to return. Naruto sighed sadly and decided to read. But then he heard a poof in the room. He looked behind and saw a toad. It was almost the size of him. Naruto knew this one always brought him new books. He smiled. "Thank you very much," he thanked him, smiling, and the toad smiled and went away. He noticed that it was 3 books this time. and to his surprise, all three of them were dark covered with a weird red spiral symbol in the middle. Knock. Naruto turned and saw the door open violently. The handle hit the wall, and he saw a woman glaring at him with fury. He knew that looked way too well. He was about to ask what was the problem when she just rushed at him and slapped him across the face. He felt his ears making weird noises on his head. His head had hit the floor and was bleeding slightly. The woman grabbed his hand and started dragging him away from the room. Naruto tried to fight back, but he was only 4 years old. His weak legs and hands couldn't hold anywhere. Soon he was thrown outside, and he hit the ground with his head. He put his hands where it hurt and looked at the woman still glaring at him. "You're old enough to live for yourself," she shouted with venom in every word. Naruto felt tears in his eyes, but not because of the pain in his head. "My books, please, they're the gift from my Tojiji," Naruto shouted and cried simultaneously. The woman only grew furious, but this time she just went inside and closed the door. Naruto shouted and ran at the door, trying to open it. "The books were the gift of my godfather. I can't lose them," Naruto thought as he kept trying to open the door, but in vain. "Please," he begged as he kept trying to open the door. Kakashi. It was the birthday of Naruto today. He hoped he could arrive in time. He didn't understand why he would have such a pointless mission. He was an umbu, for crying out loud. Kakashi soon arrived at the house with the scroll he was supposed to bring. He walked close to the door and knocked. He heard footsteps coming to the door. The door opened, and he saw a soldier wearing weird green armor. "How can I help you?" he asked with a monotone tone. Kakashi rolled his eyes and took the scroll from his pocket. "I'm supposed to give the scroll to your master," Kakashi answered, bored of this small village. After 6 hours, Hokage's office. Hiruzen, having gone through a long council meeting, the point of which he still had trouble comprehending, was annoyed at being pointlessly held back for so long. They were arguing and asking pointless things off of him that were beyond ridiculous in his honest opinion. Moreover, he still had to go and complete all the pending paperwork that must have piled up on his desk in his absence. He sighed and ran a hand through his hair as his back hit the leather of his chair. He inked his brush and started scribbling away at the stack of folders. He must have been at it for hours since the sun was beginning to set on the horizon. Hiruzen realized tiredly. The thought of not being able to see Naruto for his birthday. But he promised himself that tomorrow at Ichiraku's, he would treat the boy and listen to all his babbles for the entire evening. Hiruzen had just about finished on his train of thoughts when Kakashi came striding in the door, an act that made Hiruzen grow a bit confused. "Mission accomplished, Hokage-sama." Kakashi sighed lazily, further confusing Sarutobi. "What mission is that, Kakashi?" he questioned as if the masked Jonin had grown a second head. "I don't remember assigning you any missions. Weren't you supposed to be watching over Naruto tonight?" he asked with a hint of worry, while Kakashi looked at him perplexed. "But, Hokage-sama, the elders sent 2 ANBUs saying you were busy in a meeting." Hiruzen blinked, caught off guard. "Plus, this mission required my immediate attention. They even told me that they had assigned someone else to watch over Naruto while I was away." Hiruzen gulped thickly. "Kakashi, I never issued any missions of importance that might need your specific skill set today," he admitted with a dry throat. "And as for the council meeting, it was a useless gathering of civilians that really had no point in me attending." "What was this mission you were on anyways?" he asked dismally. "I was supposed to give a scroll to the land of tea. They gave me this scroll in return," Kakashi said, and pulling out a scroll. His words furthered Hiruzen's worries. Hiruzen's and Kakashi's minds simultaneously began connecting dots. The useless council meeting summoned by the elders and the civilian council, Kakashi's pointless mission, the ANBU detail. Hiruzen stood up. "Kakashi," his voice turned desperate, "please tell me that you made sure someone was assigned to protect Naruto while you were gone. Didn't you?" he asked uncertainly. Kakashi mechanically shook his head, his lone eye widening as he too finished connecting the dots. Hurriedly, Hiruzen took out his crystal ball and desperately tried to locate Naruto. He looked and saw him cornered in an alley by 3 shinobi. Without another word, he left the office through the window with his battle armor. Please be safe, Naruto. Naruto 10 minutes earlier. He was walking down the streets after the sun had set, and he was wandering aimlessly, ignoring the glares they shot his way. He knew a few weak shinobis were slowly surrounding him. He would have run, but he knew he couldn't outrun trained shinobis. What confused him was that the two ANBUs that usually guarded him weren't there. Instead, a single ANBU was looking in his direction. But Naruto couldn't feel any kind of emotion coming from him, almost like a piece of rock was instead of him. Suddenly, out of nowhere, Naruto was pulled into an alley, and he fell on his back. Regaining his bearings, Naruto saw three people donning the Leaf's forehead protectors and flak jackets surrounding his way out the alley. Naruto's stomach dropped in dread when they pulled out kunai knives at him, and their smiles were downright evil. He had shivers running down his spine in fright at the vulnerable situation he found himself in. Naruto got up and dashed through an opening, zigzagging his way down the alleyways while the three men followed hot on his tail. Naruto knew they could have caught him by now if they so desired, being trained shinobi and all, but were probably enjoying the thrill of the chase. They were giving him some time at the very least. Naruto tried to run even quicker when the men chuckled right behind him, apparently amused from his lame attempts at escaping them. Naruto suddenly came to an abrupt stop when he saw the alley come to an end, and all he had ahead of him was a wall, a dead end. Naruto turned around just as the men turned around the corner and took a step back, then another, and another when his back hit the wall. The shinobi began laughing at his sad face when Naruto's back hit the wall, and his eyes misted over with unshed tears. A lone tear rolled down his cheek when the men took out shurikens, not the practice one he was used to seeing, but the real deal. Without any hesitation or remorse, they chucked a volley of them towards him. Two shurikens lodged themselves in his right thigh, and one in his left, another once in each of his forearms, and a vicious scream in agony tore through his throat. Naruto fell to his knees, whimpering in pain while they laughed at his misery. "How the mighty have fallen," one of them taunted. "So, how does it feel to bear the pain that you inflicted on so many other humans? Kyubi, we know that we can't kill you, or you'll regain your strength and be free off your bonds, but we can torture your vessel and break you from the inside out. Don't worry, and you'll soon be numb from the pleasure we'll inflict upon you." He could feel the hatred coming from them. "Why?" Naruto whimpered dizzily. "Why do you people keep hating me? What have I ever done to you?" The man looked even more furious. "What did you do, you say, Kyubi?" They sneered furiously. "You killed so many of our villagers, and now you have the gall to ask what you did. And to top it all, you ask what you did?" As soon as those words were said, Naruto glared back, his eyes slowly turning red, his whiskers showing more, his nails slowly growing, and his seal started glowing red like blood. "I'm not Kyubi, you fools," he shouted as red chains began coming out of his chest. The red chains quickly went flying and wrapped all three shinobis. Their legs and arms were tightened, and none of them could move. "Let us go, demon!" One of them screamed and struggled to break the chains. Naruto's eyes were red like blood. The chains only tightened around them. Soon they started screaming in pain as bones were broken and shattered by the chains. Naruto could hear the snap sound coming from the bones. The shinobis were feeling weaker as their chakra was getting lower and lower. Naruto had 8 chains coming out of his chest, and slowly a 9th one came out and flew towards one of them and pierced him through the chest. The soldier fell to the ground, and at that moment, blood came out of his mouth. He was struggling in the ground, coughing blood and trying to stop the blood, as he was drowning in his own blood. Naruto felt like he now was awake. He looked at the dead body in fear and sadness, tears in his eyes as he couldn't believe what he had just done. The chains quickly returned to his chest. "Die!" both of them shouted and threw shurikens at him despite the massive pain around their legs and arms from the broken bones. As this was happening, Naruto looked at his tiny hands. The blood had flown to his face and hands. "What have I done?" Naruto said to himself. He felt like a monster. What would Gigi think of him? What will Tojiji think of me? Will they abandon me? Naruto asked himself, crying. The shurikens were blocked by an ANBU standing in front of Naruto. He could feel his Gigi was here now. The 2 shinobis were in the ground now. He looked up to see the older man looking at him sadly along with two umbu near him. Naruto knew the old Hokage was talking to him, but now all he could do was look at his hands full of blood. Slowly everything started getting fuzzier, and the welcome darkness took him. Naruto opened his eyes to find himself in a dark corridor. He narrowed his eyes. Is this hell? He thought in disgust as he walked forward. He kept walking for a few minutes and stopped seeing some light at the end of the corridor. It seemed to pull him towards it. Time to find out what is at the end. With that thought, he walked again, stopping only until the end. It was a huge room, so vast it was that the ceiling was impossible to find. The floor was wet. He looked around, his eyes seeing black stone and nothing more. But the elephant in the room was a large iron-barred door with a paper that said seal. He gazed at the piece of paper, resignation written in his eyes. His azure eyes looked past the cage, looking for what he knew was in the cell. He was just waiting for the QB to open his eyes. Based on what he had read, QB was a being of pure hatred and evil. A mindless beast can destroy a scale he never dreamed of, but Naruto was skeptical when he read that. He might get to see it for himself now. A growl sounded from the cage, sending a breath of hot air into Naruto's face. Naruto steeled himself, despite the cage separating him from the beast within. An enormous red eye opened, causing Naruto to tense up. The eye looked at him as if evaluating him. The eye then started to rise, causing Naruto to look up at the massive form. The QB had orange, silky-looking fur, with black markings around his eyes connected to his, funnily enough, rabbit-like ears. The upper body was humanoid, including the hands. The lower body was like a fox, barring the 9 long swaying tails in the back. The fire was the closest thing they looked like. The red, slitted eyes looked him closely with a hint of malice. Naruto spoke first. "You're Kyubi-sama," Naruto said, afraid but at the same time wanting to show respect. He knew the QB was the reason he was hated and why his parents were dead, but at the same time even he wouldn't want to be inside a prison. The QB looked slightly shocked by the way the tiny human greeted him. "So my jailer has finally honored me with his presence," QB replied with a humorless chuckle at the end. Naruto nodded his head. "Why are you sealed inside me?" he asked, knowing from before that QB was sealed inside. The giant fox narrowed his eyes slightly and showed his teeth. "You don't sound surprised to see me here, but when you remember the number of books you read. I'm surprised you haven't died from a headache," QB said as he was slowly walking in front of the cage. All his tails could be seen. "As for your question, you should blame your father, the 4th Hokage who sealed me inside of you," he answered with anger in his tone and focused on seeing the brat's reaction. Naruto's eyes widened, and he quickly shook his head in denial. "My father is the 4th Hokage," he asked himself and started making sense to him. Why Gigi would care for him and why he visited him every month. Why Tojiji care for him. Why a Sannin was his godfather, it makes sense, Naruto thought. He always felt like he had seen the 4th before, but he could never really remember where. Why would he seal the QB inside his own son then? He asked himself out loud and started hitting the ground with his fists. He didn't know whenever to hate him or love him for his sacrifice. But then Naruto thought that could not have been easy for him, and he couldn't just ask for someone else's baby. He kept quiet, just staring at the ground. Minutes passed, and there was nothing but silence. QB could see that the brat was coping with the fact that his own father cursed him in a life of loneliness. Naruto remembered his godfather telling him that his parents loved him more than anything, but he wondered if his father knew if he would be treated like this. He didn't know yet. Naruto slowly stood in his legs again and looked at the QB with bravery. "Why are you not afraid of me, brat?" QB asked, slightly interested. He smiled. "I would lie if I said that I'm not afraid, but I'm more brave than afraid," he replied. QB released KI at the brat. Naruto immediately fell to his knees trying to breathe. All his muscles were frozen, he could hardly move a finger. He felt as he would lose consciousness at any moment. QB smirked at seeing the brat on his knees. "And nice to try," Naruto said, panting and his voice low, but QB heard him. "You're a brave kid. I will give you that," QB said, slightly impressed. "Why did you attack the village?" Naruto asked, trying to look brave. Kyuubi looked at him. Because of the damn Uchiha and their annoying Sharingan. I was sealed inside your mother. When she was giving birth to you, brat. A man with a Sharingan forced me to attack the village, not that I had anything against it. He replied with a grin on his face. My mother was like me. Naruto wondered with widened eyes. Was she hated around the village like me? Naruto asked himself. Naruto clenched his teeth. Who was my mother? Kushina Uzumaki, Kyuubi replied. Naruto now was sure that the last name Uzumaki wasn't just a random last name. He was convinced that it was a clan. Was she from a clan? Naruto asked with a firm tone. He wanted to have answers. Uzumaki clan, the clan from Uzushiogakure, they were known for their red hair and their abilities in Fuinjutsu, and they had a long lifespan. They were close with the Senju clan, Kyuubi replied with a hint of respect. Despite hating them, he knew they were not like the others, and their strength was something not to take lightly. Naruto's eyes widened at that. He never thought he came from any clan, and now he was related to the Senju clan. But Naruto asked himself, if that's true, why couldn't I find anything about my clan anywhere? But from the way Kyuubi talked, he knew the clan wasn't around anymore. What happened to them? Naruto asked, afraid of his answer and taking a step back. I don't know exactly. All I know is that your mother mentioned a few times that Kumo, Iwa, and Kiri banded together and destroyed them. He responded and wondered if this would bring hatred in his heart. Naruto was saddened. Everyone from his clan was gone, his parents gone. He was alone in a village that hated him for something he had no control over. He knew he had his godfather and Gigi. He quickly raises his head high. I will bring the Uzumaki clan back. I won't let it be forgotten. He promised with a high tone and with a smile and with a fist on his heart. Kyuubi looked impressed by his promise. For a second, he felt like his father was smiling at him instead of the brat. He wondered if the brat was who his father talked about. Why are you still here? Kyuubi asked, interested in why the kid was still here. Naruto swallowed a huge breath. He looked at the Kyuubi in the eyes, almost like he wanted to challenge him. Because I want to be friends. Kyuubi looked at the little brat after he answered why he was still here. He grew angry and started releasing Ki at the brat. The effect was immediate. The brat fell on his knees, finding it very hard to breathe. He was sweating heavily, he growled, and his growl was heard throughout the whole room. Why do you think I would want to be your friend, brat? Kyuubi asked furiously, showing his teeth to the brat. The little boy was panting. Took a whole minute for the brat to catch his breath and slowly stood on his legs, finding it hard to even stand on his legs. Naruto eyed the Kyuubi. He took a huge breath and, to Kyuubi's surprise, took a step forward and looked at his eyes sadly. It hurts, doesn't it? The brat whispered, but Kyuubi heard him. He narrowed his eyes, showing his teeth again, and he released a furious sigh. What are you saying, brat? He asked with a firm tone and showing power in his voice. The water on the floor looked to be shaking because of his voice and power. He was still leaking a small amount of Ki, which made the brat start sweating from his face. Sadness suddenly took over Naruto's face. It hurts. It hurts to have no one you can call friends or family. To be surrounded by hatred your whole life. I have told Gigi and Hokage, Gigi, but still, I know how it feels to be hated and alone. The brat yelled with a sad tone as a tear was rolling down his cheek and fallen on the wet floor. His chest was high and looking directly at Kyuubi's eyes. Kyuubi wanted to say something to the brat, but the words had stuck on his throat. His throat felt dry. He knew the brat had a point. His father had told them to help the humans, but they all wanted nothing else but power. Just power to destroy everything else. Their greed was endless and wanting nothing else but more and more power. That's why their wars never ended. They kept killing each other and would continue to do so for the rest of the days, or until they all die. Kyuubi remembered his father very well and always felt longing and sadness when he recognized him, the only one to see them as creatures with souls and feelings, and not as tools to be used for nothing else but power. Kyuubi looked at the kid again, his blue eyes like ocean looking at his very soul, almost like he was judging him. I know none of us wants this. I didn't want you to be sealed inside me, and I'm sure you would want the same. But I know that you're not just a creature of hatred. You have feelings like everyone else. So yes, I want to be your friend. Naruto finished with a grin, and that reminded Kyuubi of both Kushina and Mito Uzumaki. He was sealed in both of them, but they didn't want his power. They never tried to control him. That was something Kyuubi respected in the Uzumaki clan. They were peaceful people. Kyuubi couldn't remember the last time he felt anger and little happiness at the same time. He felt angry because he hated humans and happy because the kid in front of him looked at him for a living creature. He could feel Naruto meant what he was saying and not just saying empty words like almost everyone else. Kyuubi stood up on his fours and strolled to the end of his cell. His whole figure was visible, and Naruto looked surprised to see how large he was. Now he understood why people said a single tail of the Kyuubi was strong enough to destroy a mountain. Kyuubi looked down at the brat. He knew himself that the brat had suffered. Hell, he even remembered bad things that not even Naruto could remember that ever happened. Before, it just reassured him that humans were the real monsters and not them. To hurt a child and smile like you just did something incredible. Kurama looked at Naruto's figure, evaluating him. So far, he thought of Naruto as a smart kid with a cool head on his shoulder. Father, you said we should help the humans. I will give this brat a chance. Kyuubi thought with a sad smile on his face, remembering him much to Naruto's surprise. Naruto was still looking up at Kyuubi. He could feel and see different emotions flashing through his red eyes. To him, it reminded him of Tojiji when he said goodbye to him. The Kyuubi suddenly sighed loudly. Very well, Kit. From now on we are friends, Kyuubi said with a bit of a smile on his face, resting his head on his paws. Naruto smiled, and his face brightened like a candle. He put his fist up. Yes! He yelled at the top of his lungs with closed eyes. Naruto opened them to look at Kyuubi again. What's your name, Kyuubi-sama? Naruto asked, still showing respect in his voice. Kyuubi smirked at the way he called him and gave him a confused look. Naruto noticed his confused look. You have a name, right? I mean, Kyuubi just means nine tails. He added as his smile looked up to brighten up the large room. The water on the floor looked calm. Kurama was surprised that Naruto knew he must have a name and that Kyuubi is not his name. He could also feel the positive energy coming from the brat, which confused him. It felt different but familiar at the same time. The energy, the calmness coming from Naruto reminded Kurama of Hashirama Senju and Mito Uzumaki. He wondered if the brat had any connection with them, but the only connection he might have with them was through his mother and father. As far as he knew, he was an orphan that no one knew who his parents were. Kurama only knew what Kushina knew. He shrugged his shoulders slightly and decided to think about it later. He focused on the kid again. My name is Kurama. Kit, Kurama replied, looking down at Naruto. Naruto smiled that he knew his name, but at the same time, he knew Kyuubi wouldn't just tell his name to anyone. He raised his head. Well, Kurama-san, I'm Naruto Uzumaki. It's nice meeting you. He introduced himself with an open hand on his chest. Kurama chuckles at his childlike behavior. He thought that it would be less horrible to have someone to talk to, and perhaps with time. Well, since we're friends, I want you to walk close to the bars and remove a bit from the seal. A fingernail would be enough, he requested. Naruto looked confused and raised an eyebrow at his request but just decided to do it. He slowly walked to the bars, and water raised him to the seal. He glanced at Kyuubi before putting his finger at the top of the seal. He was about to remove a bit when he suddenly felt a presence inside the big room. Suddenly his hand was grabbed, and he was thrown down on the floor. Naruto didn't know who this was but could feel this one was strong. He looked up to see blue eyes like his staring at him. At first, he didn't understand who this person was and how was he here, but then he went to his hair and face. Naruto felt himself freeze when he understood who he was looking at. The long yellow spiky hair reached his shoulders, blue eyes like his, and the white coat with fire painting at the bottom and the word Yondaime, 4th Hokage written. His mouth opened and closed, not knowing what to say or even think. He looked at his hand reaching down at him. His small hand slowly grabbed his big one, and the Yondaime helped him up. He was still speechless. He wanted to say something, but all the words had stuck on his throat. Naruto smiled at seeing his father, but he wondered why was he here and how. Yondaime, I'm surprised to see you here, Kurama said with a hint of anger in his tone, as he showed his teeth at the Hokage and released a small amount of his ki. The fourth turned to look at the Kyuubi, surprised. He expected him to be much harsher towards him, but he was still confused and concerned at the same time. He made this to help Naruto if he ever lost control but looked down at him. He could see that Naruto hadn't lost control, so why was he trying to remove the seal? Minato hoped to God that Kyuubi wasn't manipulating Naruto to free him. Finally finding his voice. "Dad?" Naruto asked tentatively. His eyes showed confusion but longing at the same time. His voice was as low as a small whisper. Looking at him now, Naruto felt that this wasn't the first time he had seen him in person. He just couldn't put a finger where he had seen him before. The fourth Hokage smiled at Naruto, the same smile he had seen from his Toujiji and Hokagejiji. A smile of love, but Naruto could feel concerned coming from the fourth. "Yes, Naruto. I'm your father." He finally spoke to his son and walked closer and kneeled in front of him and gave him a big hug. Naruto felt confused at first, but then he felt hot tears in his eyes. As his hands were trembling like a leaf, his mouth felt dry. "Where have you been all this time, Tuchan?" Naruto finally asked, and his tears rolled down his cheek. He hugged his father tightly, afraid that he would disappear at any moment. The fourth felt his heartbreak hearing his words and his son crying his heart out against his shoulder. Minato kissed his cheek and messed his hair that reminded him so much of Kushi-chan. Minato slowly pulled away and gave his son a good look. His blue eyes like his, but unmistakable red hair. He would recognize that hair everywhere. "You have grown, Naruto-chan. You have become a man," Minato said, touching his nose with his making Naruto laugh. To Naruto, it felt good to have someone to call Tuchan finally. He was sure this was a dream. He would soon wake up in the orphanage in the cold bed alone like always, having no one around to talk to. "Where have you been all this time, Tuchan? Why did you and Kachan have to leave me alone? Do you know how much I missed you both? How much I wanted to have someone call Tuchan and Kachan and he stopped talking and couldn't stop crying. Naruto wasn't sure if he was happy or angry to see him. Minato gave his son a sad smile and put a hand on his head. "I know we left you alone, and there's no excuse for that. A parent's job is to always be there for his children," he said with sadness, knowing from Naruto's voice that he was hurt. His son said nothing to that and just kept clearing away tears from his face with his hand. "Tell me, Naruto, do you not live with anyone?" Minato asked, and not wanting to receive the answer. He knew he would. He hoped that Shikaku or Jiraiya-sensei was raising him. After a few moments of silence, Naruto shook his head, not knowing what to say. His head down and looking at the floor, Minato felt like another stab in the heart. He was about to ask again. "Hokagejiji visits me once a month in the orphanage. Toujiji was with me for a week but left 3 months ago because of work," his son said with a sad tone. His voice was small and fragile. Minato felt a hint of happiness that his sensei had at least visited Naruto and not forgotten about him and left him alone. He would want him to raise Naruto, but Minato wondered where Tsunade was. "Naruto, what about Tsunade? Is she not with you?" he asked, confused and leaning his head closer. Naruto looked up at his father in confusion. Why was his father mentioning Toujiji's teammate? "She's not with me," he replied curiously, and thinking if he could have someone else to call Fall family. Minato sighed sadly. "She's your godmother. I don't know why she isn't with you," he replied sadly, thinking of a reason why Tsunade would not stay to take care of Naruto. Perhaps she was too heartbroken. She was a good friend with Kushi, and Minato found it suspicious that she would not stay to raise Naruto. He decided to put that thought away. For now, there was something else he needed to ask, and he knew he didn't have that long. "Naruto, tell me, why were you trying to remove the seal?" he asked kindly, but Naruto could hear the seriousness in his tone. He was about to reply when Kurama spoke. "Yondaime," he spoke with a firm tone and with a slight hint of anger still in his voice, grabbing everyone's attention. Minato turned back to look at Kyuubi, and Naruto's eyes went to Kurama. "I wanted to be able to talk to Naruto, that's why I told him to remove a small part of the seal," Kurama answered, glaring daggers at the fourth. Naruto could tell that Kurama wasn't a big fan of his father. He saw his father glaring at Kurama, not trusting a word. But he quickly walked between him and Kurama, grabbing his attention. Minato looked surprised to see Naruto do that, and Kurama was even more so. "Kurama is my friend Tuchan." Naruto spoke with a high tone and firm, leaving no place for arguments. Minato's eyes widened slightly. Kurama smiled at the brat and nodded his head at the Hokage, confirming what Naruto said was true. Minato was about to say something when he saw his body slowly disappearing. Naruto immediately alerted and ran at his father. "Tuchan!" he screamed and hugged him. "Naruto, I will be leaving now, but remember that I love you with all my heart and I'm proud of you. Hiruzen has a few techniques that belong to you. Time will come when you meet your mother too and be happy," he said with care and love in his tone. His hand slipped through Naruto's shoulder. Still hugging him, Naruto nodded his head. "Yes, Tuchan, and don't worry, I'm studying. I will become better than you. I have friends and will have a family one day," he promised as Minato disappeared with a smile on his face, leaving Naruto looking at the place where Minato was. Silence took over the large room, and Kurama was growing concerned. He noticed the water on the floor was having small waves, and the temperature seemed to lower and felt cold. "Naruto?" he asked, concerned. Naruto slowly turned to Kurama. He raised his head and looked at the furball with a smile that he had never had before. The sadness was gone, and his face was as bright as the sun. "I'm fine, Kurama," he said as the warm feeling and the positive energy could be felt again by Kurama, confusing him again. "What is this? Why am I having this feeling?" Kurama asked himself. After a few moments, Naruto remembered he still needed to remove a bit from the seal. Naruto walked back to the bars and removed a small part of the seal. He could feel Kurama's chakra around, and it was dense and more than before. Suddenly, Naruto disappeared from the mindscape. Kurama knew the time for him to wake up had come. He couldn't help but smile. Perhaps this one isn't worthless, Kurama thought, and decided to rest. "Well, father, I'm doing what you told us to," Kurama thought with a smile on his face. Secret place. In a large room, Danzo was sitting on a chair and waiting for reporters. Soon an Umbu kneeled before him. "Report!" Danzo ordered his weapon with an emotionless tone. The Umbu kept his head down and started talking. "I'm sorry to inform you, Danzo-sama, but both plans have failed," he informed, and Danzo gritted his teeth in frustration. His grip tightened around the chair. The Kyuubi brat was followed by the 3 shinobis, but the demon used chakra chains to tie them and kill one of them, giving the third enough time to go to him, he said, emotionless and still keeping his head down. Hearing the answer, Danzo was intrigued. Perhaps having the Kyuubi wasn't the only useful thing his future weapon had in store. He put his finger on his chin. "What about the girl and her mother?" he asked, since it had been some time since his squad reported back. "Nothing, Danzo-sama, no news. Should we send Umbu to check?" he asked, his voice still emotionless. Danzo thought but decided against it. If his squad of 20 weapons had fallen, then maybe he had underestimated the Uzumaki. He shook his head in denial and made a sign with his hand for him to go away. The Umbu left, leaving Danzo alone in his thoughts. "I should try again, and once that is done, winning his loyalty will be easy," Danzo thought with a slight smirk on his face, and decided to visit his old friend. Naruto. His eyes slowly opened. Naruto could only see white. First, his eyes then went to the window close to his bed. The sun was shining high in the sky, and the trees and grass shone with life. Relaxed Naruto. His muscles around his hands were hurting. He moved his hands slowly, trying to get up. Only then did Naruto notice Hokage Jiji sleeping in a chair close to his bed. His body was resting on the chair, and his head was on the edge of the bed. Naruto slowly smiled that his Jiji had stayed for him. He now understood where he was. "I'm in hospital. Was all that a dream?" Naruto asked himself, and hoping that it wasn't. "It was no dream, brat," Kurama's voice was suddenly heard. "Kurama, is that you? Wow. It's good to know that wasn't a dream," Naruto replied, smiling, but his voice was heard throughout the room. "Don't talk out loud, idiot. Just think of what you want to say, and I will hear you," Kurama immediately replied and shaking his head in Naruto's stupidity. Naruto understood and mentally nodded his head at the giant fox. His mind then remembered his father being the fourth Hokage and his mother being of the Uzumaki clan. He wondered why wouldn't his Jiji and Tojiji tell him. Maybe I'm still too young. I shouldn't know, Naruto thought, scratching his cheek. His movements around the bed made the old Hokage slowly open his eyes. When he saw Naruto was awake, his face smiled, and he went to hug him. Naruto felt happy and hugged him back but still had questions on his mind. He slowly pulled away. Naruto, my boy, how are you? The third Hokage asked, still concerned. Naruto nodded his head that he was all right, but the third could see something was bothering him. He sighed and looked at Naruto's eyes. Tell me what's wrong? He asked, his voice low. Naruto looked at his tiny hands almost in shame. He slowly lowered his head. He could remember that he killed the shinobi. Naruto still could remember his blood coming out of his chest and mouth. Him in the ground, trying to breathe and moving his body around. His life slowly left his body. Naruto felt his hands slowly shaking at the memory. I killed him. He stuttered slowly, his voice low as a whisper, his voice fragile almost like broken glass. The third understood and put his hand on Naruto's chin. He slowly raised his head to look at his Jiji. He expected his Jiji to be angry at him, maybe calling him like everyone else a demon, but he did none of that. Naruto could feel and see the sadness in Jiji's face and sorrow. I'm sorry you had to do that, Naruto, but you shouldn't think of yourself as a monster or anything because you protected yourself. I'm not angry at you and never would be. Listen, in the shinobi world, killing is part of the job. But we do that to help people. To help the people we love. The old Hokage said, his voice speaking of experience. He would have waited to explain this to Naruto when he was much older. Naruto's face brightened up. His blue eyes looked to be shining again. He said nothing as his eyes looked at the trees outside the window. Silence took over the room. Naruto thought about what his Jiji said. Naruto slowly stood up from the bed and walked to the window. He opened it and let the fresh air come inside. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath. He felt at peace, the birds singing outside. The leaves sound as the wind moved to pass them. The wind hit his face. He opened his eyes again and turned back to see his Jiji in the chair smiling at him. Naruto decided to talk to his Jiji about his parents and Kurama. Jiji, I would like to talk something important to you, he said, his voice suddenly serious. The third nodded his head to continue, but Naruto could feel the two Umbu in the room. Both of them were familiar, but he still didn't know if he could trust them with the knowledge of his parents and Kurama. Can you tell your Umbu to leave? Naruto asked, his voice low. If the old Hokage was surprised that Naruto knew about the ANBU, he didn't show it. The old Kage made a sign with his hand, and the Umbu left immediately. Naruto couldn't feel anyone else and walked back to the bed. He sat, and his eyes went to the old Kage. I know about the Kyuubi and my parents, he said. His Jiji just looked at him for a few moments without saying anything, almost like he didn't understand what he said. The old Hokage sighed sadly. How do you know? He asked but had a few thoughts of how he knew. The old Kage could see Naruto was bright, and keeping the secret of Kyuubi would be hard to keep. The idiots of the Hidden Leaf made sure to let Naruto know that he wasn't like everyone else. I met Kyuubi. He told me about my father being the fourth Hokage and my mother is Kushina Uzumaki. Naruto replied, his eyes sharp as steel and looking at the old Kage. He didn't mention the name of Kyuubi. He would say the name if he had his permission. The old Kage's face changed immediately. His eyes widened. He felt his heart pounded. Fear filled his whole body. He quickly put his hands on Naruto's shoulders. Naruto, don't trust the Kyuubi. He will try to manipulate you, he quickly said. His eyes were looking at him, almost begging him. Naruto quickly shook his shoulders. No, Kyuubi is not like that, Jiji. He was forced to attack the village. Naruto shouted, his eyes narrowed and his chest high. The old Hokage could tell from Naruto's tone, he truly believed what he was saying, but at the same time, Kyuubi was not someone to be trusted. He took a deep breath and could feel the temperature lowering. A shiver of coldness went through his body, making him shiver. He sighed and pinched the bridge on his nose. His mind then thought about Kyuubi being forced to attack the village. "Naruto, what do you mean Kyuubi was forced to attack?" he asked, hoping not to receive the answer he knew he would. "He said he was forced because of a man with Sharingan," Naruto replied, and saw as his Jiji's face lost all color. His face looked as white as a ghost. His hand closed in a fist, and the other held the chair's arm tightly. Small cracks started appearing in the arm. "Jiji, who could he be?" Naruto asked, his voice not that of a child, but of someone furious wanting to know who killed both of his parents and destroyed his life. The old Kage was silent at his question, and he didn't look like he could even hear him. Finally finding his voice, "I don't know, Naruto. Did Kyuubi mention who could be?" his Jiji asked, his hands on his chin slightly scratching his chin. "I don't know who he was. I have never felt his chakra before. At first I thought that he was Madara, but this one's chakra was different," Kurama replied to Naruto, releasing a growl remembering the masked man. Naruto heard him and felt disappointed. He looked at his Jiji and shook his head in denial. The old Kage sighed sadly and decided to think later about it. "Naruto, about your parents, I wanted to wait until you grow up. Your father had many enemies. If you spit it out accidentally, IWA would stop at nothing to kill you," the third said, feeling bad that he kept the truth from Naruto. He knew he had more rights to know that more than anyone else. Of course, Naruto felt angry, and he had the right to know more than anyone else. He listened to his answer and thought about it, and he remembered to have read that his father alone was able to defeat 2,000 men from the hidden village of stone with his jutsu, the flying Raijin god. He knew what he said was true. He was only a 4-year-old, and he knew his Jiji would tell him when he thought he was ready for the truth. He sighed and smiled at Jiji, which he shared, filling his heart with happiness. "I understand, Jiji," he replied, smiling. A sudden thought struck Hiruzen, and he had to resist the urge to smack his forehead for what he was about to do. "Why didn't I ask this earlier? Damn the forgetfulness that comes with this age. Naruto-kun, why weren't you at your room in the orphanage yesterday in the evening?" he asked slowly, as if afraid to find out the answer to that question. In a mumble that Hiruzen barely understood, the red hair said, "The matron kicked me out yesterday evening." Hiruzen suspected that the matron would have deliberately kept Naruto out of the orphanage last night because of the festival, but did not expect him to be thrown out of the orphanage. The Kage sighed tiredly of this and the stupid villagers. "Naruto, how about ramen?" he asked, knowing how much the little redhead liked ramen, just like a certain redhead he knew before. Naruto's face brightened up at the mention of ramen. He quickly jumped from the bed and ran to the door. Sarutobi laughed at his behavior and stood up and followed him behind. Soon they reached the Ichiraku ramen. Naruto first arrived in front of it, his smile not leaving his face as he waited for his Jiji to arrive. The old Kage couldn't help but smile at the energy Naruto had. "Wait for me, Naruto-kun. I'm not as young as you, and these old bones aren't getting any younger," he replied, and soon reached the restaurant. Walking inside, Naruto jumped at the chair, and his eyes looked at Itachi. The man smiled seeing his favorite customers, but quickly bowed his head in respect of seeing the Hokage. "Hokage-sama, is good to see you again, and the same for you, Naruto-kun," he said. "Thank you for the warm welcome. I want a bowl with ramen, and for NAR, I want 10 bowls with ramen and extra meat, please," the redhead interrupted. Itachi laughed at the little kid and started making their ramen. Naruto clenched his hands together behind his head, his legs moving around, not being able to wait for his favorite food. Finally, the food came. He picked up his chopsticks and started eating. Naruto ate the meat and the egg and drank the whole ramen in one go. After 10 more bowls, Naruto slowed down and was eating at a slower pace. While he was eating, Naruto stopped and turned his head to his Jiji. "What does it mean to be a shinobi?" Sarutobi looked surprised by his question. His eyes widened slightly. He looked at Naruto's eyes almost like he was searching for something. To be a shinobi means to endure. A shinobi can follow or lead others into any darkness and work together to overcome that darkness and make it out the other side. A shinobi walks towards danger when everyone else is running away. That is because a shinobi must look at any foe and simply say, "Bring it on." That is because shinobi exists to protect those who can't protect themselves. Naruto had a look of wonder on his face. He had no idea Gigi was that wise. Sarutobi looked at Naruto and mentally smiled. He knew about Naruto's treatment by the villagers. He mused that perhaps I could give him a little insight into what being a Hokage means. Naruto recovered from his wonder and stared at his half-full bowl, deep in thought. If this is what being a shinobi meant, he had a pretty good idea of what being a Hokage meant. He was snapped out of his thoughts when Gigi said, "Now that that answer is out of the way, I can tell you what being a Hokage dash." "I know, Gigi." Those words stopped Hiruzen in his tracks, his head tilting in curiosity. "You know what, Naruto-kun?" Naruto looked up, understanding and respect in his eyes. Hiruzen was touched at the respect he was receiving from Naruto, but his curiosity was increasing. What being a Hokage means? Hiruzen stared at him, silently asking him to continue. Naruto spoke up. "The Hokage is responsible for everything in this village. It's his responsibility to protect everyone here and to make sure they are safe and happy with their village. He tends to the finances of this village, the rules, the daily events, everything. He controls every single ninja who bears a leaf headband and basically directs when they live and die. This job is not for the faint of heart, and only for someone who loves this village deeply." At the end of his answer, he was staring back at his bowl. Hiruzen was shocked at the understanding Naruto showed of the position of Hokage. He had no idea that Naruto was this wise and knowledgeable. Tucci and Ayam had stopped working as well, staring at the redhead with wide eyes along with the Hokage. It was simply unheard of, a 4-year-old showing such a deep understanding of something most people don't understand until much later in life. Some never understood in their life. Hiruzen was shocked so much that he didn't notice his jaw was hanging a bit. Such a deep perception and insight at such a young age, he thought with wonder. Only one person had shown such understanding like this, and he, too, was 3 years older. Itachi Uchiha was a prodigy among the likes of Kakashi Hatake and Minato Namikaze. Naruto looked up when he felt a hand on his shoulder. Gigi was looking at him with a strange expression. "That is exactly what being Hokage means, Naruto-kun." After they ate, Sarutobi paid for the ramen and left the restaurant. Naruto was staying close to Gigi. The old Kage decided to talk with Naruto. He looked at Naruto with a serious look on his face. "Naruto-kun, we have to find a new place for you to live." The words were out of his mouth before he could stop them. "Not another orphanage, Gigi." Hiruzen stared at the desperate look Naruto was giving him. He was scared that one day it would come to this. And surprisingly, he agreed with Naruto. He did not want Naruto to live anywhere he would be hated. Unfortunately, that left only one option. "Naruto-kun, that means you have to live alone," he said, silently wishing he could take the boy in himself. Unfortunately, he could not. The Drat Civilian Council was in his way. Naruto crossed his hands over his chest defensively, not hesitating for a moment to answer. "Better than living in some place where I am treated like a demon." He was looking at Hiruzen, chin tilted upwards in a way only children could show their stubbornness. "Oh, Kushina, his stubbornness reminds me so much of you," he recalled with a sad smile. He knew Naruto would not budge from his point. Sighing, he said, "But are you sure you will be able to take care of yourself? You will have to cook for yourself? Bring food for yourself?" he asked, wanting to know if Naruto was fully aware of what it meant to live alone. Naruto didn't care, still keeping his hands crossed over his chest. He just nodded. Sarutobi accepted it and decided to give him an apartment. "Very well, Naruto. I will go now to find a place for you to live," he replied and made a sign with his hand. An umbu appeared in front of him, waiting for orders. "Spend time with Naruto until I return," he ordered, and a slight smile on his face seeing Kakashi's head perk up at his request. Hiruzen turned to Naruto, whose focus was on the umbu. "See you later, Naruto-kun," he said, and Shunsen away to find an apartment for Naruto and punishment to the orphanage for kicking Naruto out. Naruto was standing in front of the umbu, not knowing what to say. He knew this one looked after him. "What do you want to do, Naruto-kun?" the umbu asked, smiling behind his mask. Naruto could feel the happiness coming from the umbu and wondered why it was that. After a few moments, he answered. "Well, can you help me to unlock my chakra, old man?" he asked, seeing his white hair. An annoyed look spread through his whole face at being called old. He was only 19 years old, for crying out loud. I'm not that old, kid. Why do you have white hair then? Naruto asked, pointing the finger at his hair, knowing the Umbu wasn't that old but decided to make a joke. Follow me. I will help you to unlock your chakra, Kakashi replied, completely ignoring the question. Naruto smiled from ear to ear and followed him. Naruto was holding behind Anbyu's back, his hands holding tightly around his neck. They soon reached an expansive training yard. Close to the yard was a lake and a forest. The ground was full of grass. He could see some trees had scratched marks on them. He jumped down from the Anbyu's back and looked around. It seemed the perfect place to train. His eyes then went back to the Anbu. What should I do? And what should I train first? Naruto asked excitedly, talking fast to the Anbu. The white hair raised his hands. Hey, calm down. First, you're only 4 years old, which means too young for physical training. Your bones are still weak and not well built for physical training. That means after you unlock your chakra, you can train your chakra control, he stated, looking down at Naruto. The redhead nodded his head, slightly disappointed, but as long as he could train his Fuinjutsu, he was happy. Good. Now to unlock your chakra, you need to meditate, he said and saw Naruto raise an eyebrow wanting to elaborate. Kakashi couldn't help but be reminded of Minato-sensei when he looked at him like that. For a moment, he thought his sensei would be the one to talk to him, not Naruto. What then? He asked, putting his hands behind his head. Well, when you meditate you will feel this feeling, and you need to pull it towards you, he added, smiling behind his Anbu mask. Naruto nodded his head fast and quickly sat where he thought was all right in a mediating position, holding the fingers of his hands together. Naruto could feel the grass softly touching his legs whenever the wind came around. He closed his eyes and started focusing on finding the feeling the Anbu was telling him. Don't worry if you can't do it immediately, some can take time to unlock it. Hell, even the likes of Yondaime and Sandaime, third Hokage, it took at least 2 days to unlock, Kakashi said, wanting Naruto not to feel bad if he couldn't do it first try. Naruto kept quiet and just focused on the task at hand. While this was happening, the Anbu pulled out an orange book and started reading. He knew Naruto had his eyes closed, so he wasn't looking and would keep his eyes closed for some time. But he kept an eye on Naruto from time to see if he opened his eyes. Naruto felt nothing, and he couldn't feel anything. It felt like he was in a dark room with no one around. The silence was overwhelming. He stretched out his sensor abilities but couldn't feel anything around him. The seal in his stomach slowly started glowing red. If it wasn't for the white jacket that he was wearing, one could see it shining through the thin red shirt underneath the jacket. Naruto kept on meditating and trying to find what the Anbu was talking about. Outside, Kakashi had read many pages of the orange book. He suddenly stopped reading and looked up to see the sun. It has been almost 2 hours since he started, Kakashi thought, and changed the book's page. He glanced above the book to see Naruto with his eyes still closed. Naruto was slowly getting irritated, and he couldn't find anywhere. He tried and spread his sensor abilities as far as possible. When he suddenly felt a presence in the dark room, he felt it warm and almost like it was calling to him. He tried to grab it, but it felt like it was slipping away. Naruto tried again, but it slipped further away. He started getting frustrated and tried again, but it got further away. Outside, Kakashi saw Naruto slightly opening his eyes and looking sad, his head down and not wanting to look up at him. He slowly approached him and put the book back in his pocket. Naruto still kept his head down in shame. Now, Naruto, don't give me that look. It's normal to not achieve it on the first try, Kakashi said quietly and touched his shoulder in a reassuring manner. Naruto finally looked up at him. I could feel that feeling, but it got away from me. I tried, but the more I tried it got further away, said Naruto with a sad look on his face. The Anbu then did something Naruto didn't expect. He removed his Anbu mask that looked like a dog. Naruto raised an eyebrow when he saw a second mask, wondered why would someone ever wear 2 masks. His eyes then went to the covered left eye by his ninja emblem and noticed a scar above his left eye that went down to his eye. Naruto wondered if he hid his left eye because he was blind and didn't need to show it to the others. Listen, Naruto, is quite impressive that you could feel it, he said and pointed the finger at his forehead. Try to calm your mind. Don't try to get nervous. You need to be as calm as the water over there, Kakashi advised and pointed the finger at the lake. Naruto looked at the lake and stood up on his legs. He slowly walked to the lake, the fresh air around and the wind hitting his face. It was a few hours after midday. The sun was still shining and made everything look brighter. Naruto felt like the grass and trees were brighter when he was close, and he felt relaxed. Kakashi saw Naruto walking to the edge of the lake, but his focus was on the trees and grass near Naruto. It looked like they were more green than before. Naruto took a deep breath and filled his lungs with fresh air, and relaxed. He was trying to feel at peace with everything. Naruto sat down on the grass and started meditating again, and he remembered that he needed to remain calm. He closed his eyes and just relaxed at the sound of trees moving from the wind, grass moving around him. The water in the lake had small waves and a few drops of water wetting his back. Naruto found himself in the darkroom again. His seal started glowing red again, but this time the glowing was much brighter. He felt the feeling inside the darkroom instead of trying to grab it. Naruto did nothing and just kept calm. He waited and waited. At first, nothing happened, but Naruto could feel it getting warmer and closer. It felt warm and almost the same as the water and trees around him. Naruto thought it was getting closer and getting warmer, filling his whole body with warmth. He slowly moved his right hand up and pushed it towards the warm feeling. Naruto slowly approached it, almost afraid that he would scare it away. As he got closer, the feeling didn't disappear and just stood there. He finally felt it and grabbed it with his hand. It didn't slip away. Kakashi was again reading the book, and it had been an hour since Naruto tried for the second time to unlock his chakra. But he was wondering why nature itself looked to be reacting towards Naruto. He decided to ask the third if he knew anything about it. His mind then focused again on his book, wondering when Jiraiya-sama would publish the new Ika book. He hoped to be soon. His hand slowly moved beneath the next page and changed the page. Kakashi was about to start reading the next page when he felt it. He immediately focused his eyes on Naruto and saw as the wind was getting harsher. The tree branches were hitting one another from the strong wind. The water from the lake started having small waves moving towards Naruto. His eyes widened at his chakra. It felt warm, almost like he was in front of a fire but not burning and just having a feeling of calmness and warmness. Naruto, how can you have so much chakra? Kakashi thought, knowing that he had Chunin level of chakra easily. Unknown to them, the feeling from Naruto was spreading around the village. Everyone could feel the calmness and warm feeling from the chakra. Some even fell asleep. Hokage Tower. He was looking at the pages that wrote about suitable apartments for Naruto. He had decided to give Naruto an apartment close to the Nara compound. Shikaku had told him that his son Shikamaru wanted to meet Naruto again, and he saw that as the perfect opportunity for Naruto to have friends and be closer to them. His eyes went to an apartment that looked decent, and he would give the money needed to pay and, of course, extra cash for different things for Naruto. He was reading about the apartment when he felt the chakra. He immediately stood up but didn't feel anything sinister coming from this, no bloodthirsty or evil. Hell, it even made him feel calmer and relaxed. Sarutobi decided to check anyway to see what this was all about. There was never harm from being cautious. Training yard. Kakashi's eyes were wide open. He had revealed his fully matured Sharingan to see clearly. Naruto's chakra was enormous. He knew this amount of chakra was definitely felt through the whole village. He needed to stop him now. Kakashi ran at Naruto, but then suddenly, all the chakra stopped. The wind speed was average again, and he opened his blue eyes looking at him with a smile that reached his ears, his face as bright as the sun. He quickly stood up and raised his fist in the air. "YSSS, I'm the best," he yelled. But then Naruto felt his vision getting fuzzy and his limbs feeling numb. He fell on his knees but was grabbed by Kakashi before he hit the ground. Naruto was panting, his blue eyes barely opened but his smile not leaving his face, sweat running down his face and his eyes slowly looked at Kakashi. Did I it?" he said and lost concussions. Kakashi smiled proudly behind his mask. "Yes, you did, Naruto. You're just like your father," he stated proudly and moved Naruto's hand behind his neck to hold him up. He then saw as Hokage-sama came to the training yard looking directly at Naruto. His eyes focused on Kakashi when he understood that Naruto was sleeping peacefully. What happened here? Hokage-sama asked with a firm tone, looking behind Kakashi's shoulder at where Naruto had unlocked his chakra. The grass had grown a bit, and the level of water in the lake had raised as well. The trees looked to be shining with life. He unlocked his chakra, Hokage-sama. I have to say, I'm impressed, Kakashi stated, but inside he was happy that he helped Naruto to do it. Sarutobi thought as much and walked to the place where Naruto stood. His eyes were looking at the grass. He put a hand on his chin and wondered why it would react like that. Too bad that Tsunade is not here. Perhaps she could help? Sarutobi thought to himself and wondered if he could somehow get in touch with her. Jiraiya would arrive after 2 months. He hoped he would stay longer this time for Naruto's sake. He sighed sadly and decided to think later about this and turned to look at Kakashi, who was holding a sleeping Naruto in his arms. He noticed that he didn't have his ANBU mask anymore but ignored it. Bring him to my office. When he wakes up, I will bring him to his new house, he ordered with a voice as strong as steel. Kakashi nodded and shunsin away from the training yard. Mindscape. Naruto slowly opened his eyes, and he immediately felt the familiar chakra of Kurama close to him. He slowly stood up on his little legs to see Kurama sleeping behind the cage like a lazy fox, but what caught Naruto was the ambient around the seal had changed. It didn't look like a sewer anymore, but like a forest, and to his surprise, it looked similar to the woods in the training yard. He had so many questions on his head and turned to the only one who he thought had the answers. Wake up, lazy fox, he screamed, making Kurama open his eyes immediately. When he saw who shouted, he glared and growled at the brat. Why did you wake me up? I was sleeping? Kurama asked, growling and showing his teeth to Naruto. Naruto didn't look intimidated in the slightest. He just shrugged his growls off. You sleep all the time, furball. Hell, I bet most of your life was spent sleeping. I want to know why my mindscape has changed, he asked and pointed his hand to the forest that his mindscape had become. Kurama knew about the forest, and his mind this was better than before. Why would I know that, brat? This is your mind, idiot, and second, this forest is much better than that sewer, he replied, liking the trees and the river close to him. The forest had grown even inside the cage, and near his paws was a small river. Kurama couldn't feel the fresh air and forest smell, but still was better than the damn sewer. Naruto nodded since he liked this more than a sewer. Thinking about the seal reminded him of his seal glowing red, and he had noticed in both times when he tried to unlock his chakra, he felt his seal glowing like many other times. Kurama, why does my seal in the stomach glows red sometimes? He asked, hoping the giant lazy fox had answers. Kurama raised an eyebrow at his question. What do you mean? He asked for Naruto to elaborate further on what he was saying. Naruto was surprised to hear his question. I mean, since I remember myself, I could feel sometimes something in my stomach, and many times I saw the seal glowing red like fire, he replied and put a hand on his stomach. I don't know why would that happen. I don't feel any different from your seal to your mother's seal, but maybe you should have asked your father when he was here, Kurama replied and thought what might cause the seal to do that. Naruto smacked his face with his hand for forgetting. He had been so excited to see his father that he completely forgot about the seal. He sighed and decided to forget about it. So far, nothing terrible had happened because of the seal. His mind then went that he was able to unlock his chakra. He felt so powerful when he did it, and he felt chakra all around him when he did. Naruto knew he could always feel things that he wasn't supposed to, but now he thought he felt even more than before. Almost as he could know what he was thinking. Naruto, now that you have unlocked your chakra, I should tell you about the abilities you have because you are my Jinchuriki, Kurama said as he walked closer to the end of the cage and looked directly at Naruto. Naruto nodded his head for him to go on. Kurama raised a claw. Well, first thing you have is the massive amount of chakra, and since you're an Uzumaki, it should be easier for you to use my chakra, but now that since you have this much chakra, you will need to spend a long time training your chakra control, he stated and raised a second claw. Second, your sensing abilities will be much better now. I'm sure you will be able to tell the difference between a clone and a real human even if the user is a professional, he added and raised the third claw. Third, you have KCM mode, QB chakra mode, and Baron mode, but they're not important right now. Kurama stated, and his eyes went to the water. I don't know which are your element affinity, but you should be better at them whichever they are, Kurama finished. Naruto smiled at the different abilities he would have. I appreciate it, but I will use your chakra only if I have your permission, he stated thoughtfully, his hand fist and looking at Kurama. He smiled at the little kid and appreciated that he didn't want to use his chakra without permission. He was thankful that Naruto was indeed like the other Uzumaki. We're friends, Naruto. If you need my chakra, you're welcome to use it, Kurama replied, and Naruto smiled again and nodded his head. Thank you, Kurama-san, he said, and he suddenly disappeared from his mindscape. You're something different, Uzumaki Naruto. Let's see what you do, Kurama thought and rested his head on his paws, and for the first time in a long time, his mind went to his brothers and sisters. Hokage Tower. Naruto opened his eyes and saw himself in a place he had never seen before. He slowly stood up from the couch and saw a desk with the word fire written. In the desk was what he could describe as a giant pile of paperwork. Naruto walked to the window of the office, and he was surprised to see the whole village. Now he understood that he was at the Hokage's tower. Naruto turned around, and his eyes went to the pictures above the desk. Naruto knew immediately who they were. It was the picture of the Shodame, first Hokage, the god of shinobi, Naidame, second Hokage, the greatest water user to have ever existed, third Hokage, and his father, the Yellow Flash. Naruto focused his eyes on the picture of his father. He knew they were 4 ANBU in the office. Naruto could feel one of them was worried for him. The handle of the door moved. Naruto turned to the door when Jiji walked inside. Hokage smiled when he saw Naruto. It's good to see you well, my boy. Come with me, his Jiji said kindly. Naruto walked to him, and he put a hand on Naruto's shoulder and Shunsin away. Naruto now noticed they were somewhere else, and they were in front of a big house with 4 floors. I really need to know how to do this jutsu, Naruto thought, and thinking that perhaps Tojiji could teach him when he arrives. The house's walls were painted red outside. Naruto could see a few cracks around the wall. The roof was red too. Jiji walked first, and Naruto followed him upstairs. During their walk, Naruto could feel many people around. Some who saw him started having bad intentions. It wasn't his first time, but Naruto still hated their behavior towards him. It is not my fault and is not Kurama's fault, Naruto thought. They soon reached the 4th floor. His Jiji took a key from his pocket and opened the door. Walking inside, Naruto entered what he thought was the restroom, and the room had 3 doors. One had written toilet, the second had written kitchen, and the third bedroom. The house wasn't cold but neither warm. The restroom had an oversized couch that was in a decent state, a big square tablecloth, a TV and a shelf to put books on. Seeing the shelf reminded Naruto of the books he still had left in the orphanage. He looked up at his Jiji, hoping he would help him. Jiji, can you bring the books Tojiji gave me? They're still in the orphanage? Naruto requested with a tiny voice, hoping he could have his books back. The old Hokage immediately nodded his head, gave him a warm smile, and turned to the door. Wait here, Naruto-kun, he said, reassuring him and Shunsin away, leaving Naruto in his thoughts. He looked around the restroom again and sighed, slightly scratching his cheek. Well, this is our new home, Kurama. Naruto 2 days later. He was lying on his head, and he could hear the clock ticking. It was silence. Naruto had his eyes open and just listening to the clock ticking. It was 9 a.m. and Naruto felt lonely. His Jiji had brought him the books back. The new books his Tojiji had brought him the last time were all about Uzumaki clan. Much to his surprise and Jiji's surprise, he had started reading the first book. There were 3 books overall, and Naruto had done nothing but read the books about his clan. He had learned that his clan came from Yuzushogakure, the land of whirlpools. Naruto was sure that if his homeland still existed, he would have been welcomed there as an Uzumaki. People wouldn't look at him and call him a demon because they couldn't see the difference between the water and the glass holding the water. Naruto thought if there were other Uzumaki out there, he was sure he wasn't the last one left in the world. He didn't know. But one thing he noticed from the books his Tojiji gave him is that none of them mentioned why his clan was destroyed. Were they bad people? Naruto asked himself as the clock was still ticking. Kurama, Do you know anything about what kind of people my clan was? Naruto asked, staring at the roof, his little hands behind his head. I don't know exactly what kind of people they were. Your mother and Mito Uzumaki were the only Uzumaki I knew, but from my knowledge, they weren't bad people, the opposite. They were known as good people who wanted peace, but that is a foolish thing to want in a world that only wants more power, Kurama replied with a growl at the end. Naruto listened to his reply and wondered if Tojiji knew anything. He wished to know how his clan was and how their homeland looked like. It had been 2 days since he unlocked his chakra, and since he couldn't do physical training yet. He had tried to do level 1 Fuinjutsu. His Jiji gave him wooden kunai or shurikens to seal in scrolls instead of sharp ones. A smile spread on Naruto's face when he remembered it yesterday. Naruto had a blank scroll in front of him. He was sitting in a chair close to a desk. He had a brush and glass filled with black color. The book about Fuinjutsu of level 1 was on the edge of the desk closed. Naruto took a deep breath and picked up the brush, and he slowly started drawing the seal needed to seal a kunai, as he kept drawing slowly. He wanted to make sure he was doing it right. After around 30 minutes of drawing, he finished. Sweat was running down his cheek. His eyes looked focused entirely on the scroll. Naruto took the wooden kunai and put it in the middle of the seal. He channeled his chakra to his hand and completed the seal. Naruto's eyes widened when he saw that the kunai had successfully been sealed. A smile spread through his face, and he raised his fist in the air. I did it, Datebao, Naruto shouted. He was able to seal a shuriken as well. He only needed to seal a small sword and food to complete level 1 and pass to level 2. His Jiji was impressed and told him that was much harder than Naruto was making it to be. The ANBU that had helped Naruto told him he could try to stick a leaf on his forehead to train his chakra control. The ANBU had gone on a mission, and Naruto didn't have anyone to help him with chakra control, so he decided to just read about his clan first and train his Fuinjutsu. His mind then returned to what his father told him about the jutsus he had left for him, including Hiroshin and other jutsus. Naruto hoped he had left Uzumaki jutsus as well. Jiji told him he would bring the techniques to him soon. Naruto wanted to know how Hiroshin worked. He found it fascinating. He hoped there were Uzumaki jutsus as well, and he hoped his mother knew any. Naruto put that thought at the back of his head and decided to eat. He slowly stood up from his bed and went to the kitchen. It had enough for him to cook unless I burn the house trying to cook, Naruto thought with a slight chuckle. The kitchen had a large table, different items to use, and a different set of knives. The book his Jiji gave him about cooking was lying on the table. He scratched his cheeks softly and walked to the table. Naruto opened the book and started reading through different things he thought he would be able to cook. Later, Naruto sat eating his dinner at his dining table. The cooking book the Hokage had provided was invaluable, allowing him to cook food for himself. He made sure to follow the instructions in the book word for word, and the results were dangerous. While cooking, his oil had almost caught on fire, and his soup had been in hot temperatures for longer than necessary, resulting in his soup tasting sour. After another dangerous try, he was able to cook something decent. He was eternally grateful for what the older man had done for him. Now that he thought about it, he figured that some instructors would be prone to discriminate against him when he entered the academy 2 years later. Perhaps this was the way of an older man looking out for him in his shinobi life, he thought. As he finished his food, Naruto couldn't help but feel the loneliness in the apartment. It was so quiet that even the drops of water from the sink could be heard. Naruto thought of going outside, but the last time he did, he was attacked. Jiji assured him that the guilty ones had been dealt with. Naruto couldn't feel a lie coming from his Jiji, so he trusted him. Naruto wondered if his friends would want to meet him again. A sudden knock was heard on the door, making Naruto escape his thoughts. His eyes went to the door, and he could feel that his Jiji was on the other side of the door. He stood up and walked to the door. He reached up the handle and opened the door. His Jiji was smiling at him, and he moved away to give him space. Naruto-kun, how are you doing? His Jiji asked, but Naruto just gave him a sad smile. The old Hokage understood and walked inside. Naruto closed the door, feeling 2 ANBU above the roof. Did you find them? Naruto asked, hoping his Jiji had found what his parents had left for him. He nodded his head, and from inside his cloak, he pulled out a red scroll. He slowly opened it to the table near the couch. He put his hand on the scroll, causing a poof and revealing more scrolls. Naruto smiled and quickly ran at the scrolls. He saw 2 letters, 6 scrolls, and a weird-looking kunai. His hands were slowly shaking when he grabbed the handle of the kunai. It had a yellow letter attached to the handle written to it. Naruto didn't need to be told to know whose kunai this was. His little hands shook as he looked at it. "Is your father's kunai, Naruto?" his Jiji whispered, but Naruto kept quiet. The silence took over the room as he just kept looking at it. After a few moments, he smiled and turned to look at his Jiji. "I will learn Hiraishin, and I will become the Red Flash," Naruto promised with a fist on his heart. The old Hokage couldn't help but feel his heart filled with happiness. For a moment, he thought he saw Minato and Kushina standing behind Naruto with their hands on his shoulders and smiling proudly at their son. He smiled at the little Naruto and nodded his head. "I have no doubt, my boy," he replied. Naruto slowly put the kunai back at the table, and his hand went to the first letter. He sighed and took all the courage he had to open it. He slowly opened it, almost afraid that he would ruin it. "Dear Naruto, oh my sweet little child, how I wish that I were alive to see you grow into a fine young man like your father. I'm writing this letter in case something happens to us, and you're left alone. If you are reading this, it means that we are dead. We are so sorry for leaving you, baby. First things first, I love you with all my heart, Naruto. A mother never stops loving her child, even in death. Know that I am still watching over you, and another thing, don't you dare visit me unless you are 110 years old. I want you to live an entire and happy life and only die of old age. Second, if you decide to become a shinobi, remember the 3 vices of shinobi life. First is alcohol, be responsible about it, and don't become a drunk idiot. The second is money, use it responsibly and try not to waste it. If you do want to waste it, better do it on your wife. The third are women, and as your mother, I absolutely forbid you to become a pervert and a womanizer. Respect women and also find a woman you love and want to spend your life with. Don't settle for anything less. One of the scrolls I left for you contains my sword, the Red Phoenix, if you ever decide to use Kenjutsu. I hope my sword will help you. The second scroll contains various jutsus of my clan. Be careful how you use them. They're all A-rank jutsus or above. Use them only with the permission of Jiraiya, your godfather, Tsunade, your godmother, or the old Hokage Sarutobi. The second contains the ring with which your father proposed to me. Give it to the girl you believe will love you for the rest of your life. Once again, your father and I love you no matter what. Remember that, Naruto. With love, Kushina Uzumaki. Naruto hugged the letter dearly, almost like his life depended on it. Hot tears running down his cheek and falling on the floor. These were the only words he had from his mother, the person who loved him. How much Naruto would give to have her here and call him Sochi. He felt a hand on his shoulder, and his Jiji gave him a sad smile. Naruto stopped and put the letter on the table. He then picked up the second letter, which he knew was his father's letter. Dear Naruto, if you are reading this letter, then it means that I'm no longer among the living. I desperately hope that your mother is with you, but if that is not the case, let me explain a few things to you. My name is Minato Namikaze, the Yondaime Hokage. If you already know this, then you are probably in the academy. If not, it is good to read. Keep it up. If you did not know about my identity as your father before this letter, please don't be upset at Sandaime-sama. I left him specific instructions about my identity only if you were a chunin or married. I made many enemies during the Third Great Shinobi War, especially from IWA. If people were to know about it, you would be a prime target for all my enemies. I want you to know that even if you are yet to be born, I love you with all my heart. It was the happiest day of my life when your mother announced that she was pregnant with you. Since I was an orphan, I don't have any special jutsu to give you. But what I have left, I hope you master them. The improved notes I made from scratch in my quest to learn and master Naruto-sama's Hiraishin no Jutsu are in one of the scrolls I left for you. Also, I leave the Rasengan to you in hopes that you can complete it, something that I never could. It is in the second scroll. Your mother was Kushina Uzumaki of the Uzumaki clan, and she was the loveliest and one of the most compassionate women I've ever met in my life. She is perhaps the only one who loves you more than I do. When you find love, make sure she's a clever, funny, beautiful smile, gives advice when you need it, doesn't leave you alone, and is a little hot-headed. With all the love in the world. Dad. Naruto felt a loss of words. His parents truly loved him with everything they had. He thought as his parents were talking to him. He hugged both of his letters. The silence took over the room as Naruto was quiet. He slowly gathered both letters together and went to his bedroom. Naruto hid them away and returned to his room. His Gigi had stood up and had walked to the door. I will leave you alone, Naruto. I understand you will need some time with yourself, he said with a sad tone and opened the door and left. Naruto said nothing and just returned to the table where the scrolls were. There were 6 scrolls, 2 yellow ones and 4 red scrolls. He grabbed the first yellow scroll. He opened it to find text and the name at the top of the scroll. Arank Rasengan. He read through the scroll but understood this was still very complicated for him. Naruto smiled, knowing his father had left his jutsu to him. He closed it and grabbed the second yellow scroll. S-rank Hiroshin. Naruto read through the scroll, and for this one, he would need to know at least level 8 of Fuinjutsu. He was happy that he wanted to learn Fuinjutsu anyway, and this gave him one more reason to learn it. Naruto closed the second scroll and opened the first red scroll. Inside it was a seal, and Naruto was sure it was his mother's sword. He opened the seal and a sword showed up. The blade was long, the size of Naruto. The pommel of the blade was red, decorated with what looked like the wings of a bird. The scabbard was dark in color, decorated with thin red lines making it look like wings. At the top of the scabbard was the symbol of the phoenix. Naruto slowly grabbed the pommel. The material used made it feel soft on his touch. Much to Naruto's surprise, the sword wasn't heavy. He opened it a bit to see the metal, and it looked as sharp as the day it was forged. His reflection was on the blade, but Naruto could see tiny marks on the sword. He closed it and put the sword back to the scroll. I will become a master of Kenjutsu just like you, Kachan, Naruto thought and opened the second scroll. Naruto, after 1 week. Hokage told him yesterday that his sensei with 2 masks had returned yesterday and told him he could start training again tomorrow. Now Naruto jumped from his bed, and he quickly made some food for himself. Eggs with bread. After eating breakfast, Naruto ran to the door. He went up and out of the door, making sure to lock it up properly. He hid the key inside the potted plant near the staircase. He exited the building and ran towards the grounds. The sun was beginning to rise, so the air was still cool as it hit his face. He smiled as he increased the pace and reached the ground with 1 minute to spare. Reaching the training yard, his eyes noticed his sensei standing against a tree, reading an orange book. Naruto walked up to him, and he closed his book when he caught sight of him. He gave him an eye smile and stepped closer. Well, kid, I believe I told you one step to control your chakra is to stick a leaf on your forehead, his sensei said. Naruto nodded his head. I haven't practiced it yet. I have been busy doing level 1 seals, he replied with his hands behind his head. His sensei's widened that Naruto could do level 1 seals. Well, I will teach you how to do it, give you a few hints here and there. And my name is Kakashi Hatake. Kakashi-sensei introduced himself. Naruto was sure he had heard that name before but couldn't point a finger where. Alright, kid, the first step is to take a leaf and use your chakra to stick it to your forehead like this, his sensei said, demonstrating the exercise. Naruto saw with awe as the leaf stuck on his forehead. Naruto nodded before picking up a leaf from the ground and keeping it on his forehead, and imagining his chakra creating suction at the point where the leaf touched his forehead. After a few minutes, the leaf fell to the ground. Naruto just smiled and picked up again. Kakashi was resting in the grass against a tree, reading his book and looking at Naruto. Naruto closed his eyes and tried to concentrate and focus his chakra on a single point. Surprisingly, after 8 more tries, the leaf stuck on his forehead like glue. Only 9 tries to get the amount of chakra right. The leaf quickly stuck to his forehead on the 10th try, and he stood there smiling proudly. Using chakra for the first time felt really good. He had to imagine how his chakra flowed and sort of command it to do so, and voila, task accomplished. Kakashi smiled behind his mask to see Naruto with a leaf on his forehead. His eyes closed, but when Kakashi got closer, he noticed the leaf was soaking wet. But what caught even me by surprise was that the leaf was greener now and looked slightly more extensive, almost like it had started growing branches. Seeing this reminded him of the talk he had with Hokage-sama, the day Naruto unlocked his chakra. Kakashi looked at the sleeping form of Naruto lying on the couch of the office, his head resting on a small pillow and not making single snoring. Kakashi smiled behind his mask, but then turned to his Hokage, who looked deep in thoughts. His hands clenched together and rested his chin on his hands, smoking his pipe and just staring at the space. Kakashi knew he had the same question as he did. He cleared his throat to get his attention. Hokage-sama looked up at him, almost waiting for him to ask questions. Hokage-sama, do you know what that chakra was from Naruto? And why did the wind, grass, and trees act like that around him? Kakashi asked, but looking at the Kage's face, and he knew there was a high chance. He didn't precisely know the complete answer for himself. I'm not sure, his chakra reminds me of Hashirama-sama, but in the same different, the old Hokage answered quietly. Kakashi's eyes widened at his response. First Hokage? Is Naruto a senju? But he has red hair and has chakra chains. Kakashi touched his cheek slightly. Hokage-sama, does Naruto have senju blood? Kakashi asked respectfully and glanced at Naruto, who was still sleeping. The old Hokage moved away from his pipe and released the smoke from his mouth. His eyes looked up at Minato's picture on the wall. He took a deep breath and looked at Kakashi again. I don't know, but I just know that his chakra is similar to Hashirama-sama. Hokage replied and took a blank paper from his drawer and started writing a letter to Tsunade. Kakashi wasn't sure what to think of it but decided to ignore it for now. He had no answers for now. Naruto, you did well, Kakashi complimented him with an eye smile, but still very impressed with how fast Naruto completed his chakra control exercise. Most kids took 4 to 5 days to get this exercise right, and this kid had done it in 1 hour. Absolutely unbelievable and outright ridiculous, Kakashi thought. He thought that Naruto had gotten a lot from his sensei. Naruto noticed the way he was looking at him, and he could feel pride but a hint of sadness coming from his sensei. Sensei, why are you sad? Naruto suddenly asked, caught him unguarding. Kakashi knew from the Hokage and how Naruto always knew where they were that he was a censor, but being able to feel emotions was something he had heard that only Mito Uzumaki could do. Don't worry, Naruto, you just remind me of someone, Kakashi replied proudly at his tone. Naruto grinned. You mean I remind you of my father, he stated, and Kakashi took a step back, and his mouth and eyes widened. How? How do you know that? Kakashi asked curiously that Naruto knew about his father. The Hokage had mentioned nothing that he had told Naruto anything about his heritage. Naruto's grin grew. Furball told me, and then Jiji Hokage confirmed it, he replied. Kakashi felt a cold sweat on his forehead at the mention of the Kyuubi, but at the same time was thinking, why would the demon fox tell Naruto that? He opened his mouth to speak when Naruto raised his hand, almost knowing what he would say. I know what you want to say, and no. Kyuubi is my friend and is not trying to corrupt or manipulate me, he stated with his arms crossed in front of his chest. Kakashi was surprised to hear that answer, and he didn't expect the fox to be friends with Naruto but decided to ignore it for now. He was sure Hokage-sama knew it and was alright with it. He then remembered that Naruto knew about his parents. Naruto, since you know about your parents, you should know that the 4th Hokage was my sensei, Kakashi said and saw Naruto open his mouth wide open and form a fist. I knew. I heard your name somewhere, Naruto said, surprising him even more. What kind of man was my father? What about my mother? Naruto asked fast and walked closer. Kakashi raised his hands in front of him. Hey, slow down. And yes, I knew your father and mother, he replied and saw Naruto smile from ear to ear. His face brightened like the sun. Do I take a lot after my parents? Naruto asked enthusiastically. I suppose you take a lot after your father, Kakashi stated. In what regards? You're a lot like him, and your personality is similar to your father. Your hair is like your mother, and your face is similar to your father? Kakashi responded, smiling behind his mask. Naruto sits in the grass. He sat close to him and talked to him about his parents. After 2 hours of talking, they stood up. Naruto was smiling proudly, and Kakashi was just smiling at the little kid. Naruto decided to return to training now. Hey, Kakashi-sensei, now that I've got it, what's next? Naruto asked with a grin. At this point, he was keeping the leaf stick with only minimal concentration. Kakashi grinned, a grin that Naruto didn't like. It might mean his doom. Now, he said, taking out kunai. Keep that leaf stuck and dodge these. With that, he threw the kunai at him. Naruto didn't know that Kakashi was only throwing kunai with no blade, which could hardly damage anyone. It was only his danger sense that saved him from being skewered. This continued for almost 15 minutes, and at the end of those, Naruto was heavily panting. He looked like he almost wanted to kill me, he thought, drawing deep breaths. Kakashi looked proud. Well done, Naruto. You successfully dodged the kunai and kept the leaf stuck to your forehead. Take a 5-minute break. Not many, no scratch that, no one managed that on their first try. It was starting to look like that this kid was born to be a shinobi. Kakashi contemplated if he should teach Naruto the tree-walking exercise next. A relatively complex practice, a genin level. But Naruto wasn't even in the academy. Still, it doesn't hurt to try. He decided to see if Naruto was really a prodigy, and Jiraiya-sama had asked if he could take care of Naruto and train him when he was out there. After the 5-minute break was over, he called Naruto, and they both walked towards a tree. Your next exercise would be to climb this tree with only your feet, he said. Naruto gave him a quizzical look. Isn't that kind of impossible, sensei? Kakashi's eye smiled and lightly bonked him at the back of his head. With the aid of chakra, honestly, where does your intelligence sometimes go? Out of your head. Naruto rubbed the back of his head and laughed sheepishly. Kakashi then demonstrated the exercise. This is kind of similar to the leaf sticking exercise, except you are sticking yourself to a tree instead of sticking a leaf to you. If you use too little chakra, your foot won't stick. You use too much chakra, you get blasted off the tree. Begin. You can use a running start if you want. He showed him climbing the tree and throwing an actual kunai in front of him. Now I understand why trees around the training yard have scratches around. Naruto thought Naruto as he walked to the tree and put his right foot on the bark, regulating the amount of chakra required to stick. After he got it right, he kept in mind the amount of chakra and carefully pushed the same amount in his left leg. Taking a deep breath, he lifted his left leg and put it on the bark, not losing concentration in his right leg. A huge smile appeared on his face as he successfully stuck to the bark. Tentatively, he took the next step and managed not to fall off. He continued this until he reached the top of the tree. Kakashi watched all of this with his jaw on the ground. Ika book long forgotten. There was no possible explanation for how Naruto managed to walk up the entire tree in 5 minutes of learning the exercise. Then Kakashi released a resigned sigh. I don't even want to know anymore, he thought proudly. This became the norm for everything. Naruto mastered tree walking in 4 hours, water walking in 6 hours, and spinning a kunai above his hand with his chakra in 3 days, all the while dodging Kakashi's shuriken and kunai. It was now time to give the monthly report to the Hokage. Hokage Tower. What? He asked loudly. It's true, Hokage-sama. Kakashi insisted, but with a smile not leaving his face. The smoking pipe had long since fallen off his mouth. This had to be some genjutsu. There was no way Naruto mastered all the chakra control exercises in just 5 days. Kakashi was his strongest jonin of the village, so any students he took, in this case Naruto, had high standards to meet. But for Kakashi to say that Naruto did all of that in just 2 days, it was too much. He did not doubt that Naruto was very physically capable. Still, he had an Uzumaki heritage and, as such, had monstrous reserves of chakra that no one of his age could match. He expected Naruto to have problems controlling his chakra, not to mention the amount of chakra of Kyuubi. Still, from Kakashi's report, it looked like he had excellent control of his chakra. Kakashi then slowly asked him, knowing the Hokage was rattled to his bones by the news, Hokage-sama, can I have your permission to start teaching him ninjutsu? he asked since Naruto was still very young for taijutsu training. Yes is granted, but only easy ones for now. Tomorrow. After closing the door to his apartment, he set the thick book on the dining table and entered his bedroom, falling asleep. It was a late night after all, and sneaking around made him tired, especially after training the whole day. His alarm rang at 7 the following day. Waking up, he did his morning rituals and made himself some breakfast. That reminds me, the stock that Gigi gave me will be finished soon. I need to go shopping, he thought. After breakfast, he picked up the Fuinjutsu volume and started reading about level 1 since he needed to seal food to pass to level 2. He finished it in 4 hours, including the test his mother wrote for him at the end of the book. Fuinjutsu is so easy, and I don't understand why Gigi makes it such a big deal, he thought in confusion as he checked the answers of his test. It's not, you insane child, Kurama grumbled. He had been seeing and hearing Fuinjutsu since the Tree Huggers era, and frankly, it annoyed the hell out of him. He was much more suited to perform acts of destruction than delicate writing. And it didn't help that Naruto liked Fuinjutsu, but it surprised him since he was an Uzumaki. Naruto. What is it, furball? Naruto asked, half joking. Kurama growled at his name but then decided to ignore it since Naruto was only a little brat. It's good that you're training, but tomorrow I would like to try and give you a bit of my chakra so that you can get used to it, Kurama replied. Naruto smiled at his friend and mentally nodded his head. Naruto after 2 days. The sound of wind moving the branches of the trees relaxed him. His eyes closed as he took a deep breath. The birds were singing his favorite song, one standing on his shoulder, and his sound was on his ear. Naruto felt at peace amongst nature, and the grass was caressing his legs crossed in the ground. He could hear the water moving in the lake, and he listened to a fish jumping from the water, like wanting to show himself. A smile spread on his cheek as one more bird landed on his red hair and used his legs searching through his hair, almost thinking that his hair would be a beautiful little house to lay her eggs. Suddenly the bird flew away, as Naruto's body filled with Kurama's chakra. His nails started growing slowly. His whiskers grew, his hair looked to react from his chakra, they got spiker, his teeth slowly grew, and he looked sharper. Naruto slowly opened his eyes, but instead of blue ones, they were red like blood. Naruto felt his body grow stronger, even more than when he unlocked his chakra for the first time. He slowly stood up on his legs, and he noticed the wind was harsher now. You're doing well, Naruto. Give it 5 years, and I'm sure you can start using 1 tael worth of chakra. Kurama complimented as his chakra slowly washed away, and Naruto turned back to normal. He wished Naruto to start using a bit of his chakra if anyone stupid enough decided to harm him. But at the same time, not too much chakra since Naruto was still young. Naruto nodded his head and suddenly fell on his knees, panting. He felt exhausted after accessing that much chakra. He wished Kakashi-sensei was here, but he had gone to another mission, much to Naruto's surprise since it hadn't been a long time since he returned. Still panting, he decided to lay on the grass. He used his right arm as a pillow, and the grass touched his chin slightly. He felt relaxed again and slowly caught his breath. Kurama, you didn't tell me this would happen, Naruto accused, but his voice was half joking. Kurama smirked inside him. Well, you know what they say, no pain, no gain, Kurama replied but feeling relaxed. He slowly closed his thinking but thought was not leaving his mind. What is this feeling? Why can Naruto have this kind of effect on the nature around him? Kurama thought, slightly angry since he thought of himself as intelligent, and not having answers wasn't something he liked, but at the same time interested. He then noticed that Naruto had fallen asleep. Kurama opened his eyes slightly to see the trees around him slowly growing, full of life. He liked it more like this. Gigi, you said we should help humans, and I think this one is worth it. I wonder if he is the one you talked to us about. Kurama asked himself and then thought about his brothers and sisters. He knew all of them were sealed like him and thought if their Jinchuriki is like his or is just some bastard who only wants their power. Naruto was sleeping quietly in the grass. 3 birds were resting on his back. They didn't look scared of him. The sun was shining, making everything brighter. A shadow slowly moved towards Naruto. You found a good place to sleep, my boy. The voice of the old Hokage was heard. He noticed that Naruto didn't react to him and was still sleeping. He wondered why he would be so tired to sleep out here. His eyes looked at the grass around him that looked to have grown, and he put a hand on his chin, wondering, why? He decided to ignore it and think later about it. Hiruzen slowly kneeled and picked up Naruto gently, trying not to wake him up. He shunned Sin away to his apartment. Opening the door, Hiruzen could see everything was in its place. Nothing was in the middle of the carpet or just stuff left around. It was clean. He smiled and saw 2 open scrolls lying on the table near the couch. He saw a wooden kunai near the scrolls. Hiruzen reached the bedroom and put him in the bed. Naruto was still sleeping, his right eye covered from his red hair. Sarutobi chuckled at seeing that his hair had already reached his eyes. He wondered if Naruto would want to cut his hair but decided to ignore it. He covered him with a sheet and left the apartment. 2 months later. The clock was ticking, and Naruto slowly opened his eyes to see that it was morning. He was feeling the sun shining through the window. He rubbed his eyes with his forearm and stood up from the bed. It had gotten colder for a week now. It was December, and the streets, houses, and everything was covered in snow. It was still only half a foot deep, but Naruto liked it nonetheless. He has trained like crazy in Fuinjutsu, chakra control, and ninjutsu in the last 2 months. 3 weeks ago, he started training in level 2. To pass level 2, he needed to make an explosive tag for a kunai, seal 2 weapons or more, and seal 3 completely different items. Naruto loved Fuinjutsu, and he would spend a lot of time reading and rereading his books about Fuinjutsu. His GG had given him a few points here and there. He still hasn't started training on taijutsu. Kakashi told him he could begin when he reached 5 years old. Naruto was looking forward to that, even though he knew it would be hard. When it came to ninjutsu, he could only do one so far, changing his position with a log. Naruto wondered where the log even came from. Kakashi told him he would teach him clone jutsu soon. Naruto smiled, looking at the snow, but he was most happy that Tojiji would come soon. It had been 5 months, and he couldn't wait, not mentioning that apparently, his Tojiji was a Fuinjutsu master according to his Jiji. Naruto was surprised and couldn't wait to ask him questions about the art of Fuinjutsu. As he opened the door that led to the restroom, he suddenly felt a presence above the roof near a building close to his apartment. This usually wasn't a problem, but he couldn't feel any emotions coming from this one. Naruto felt a cold sweat running down his cheek, his heart beating on his throat. He hoped the same thing wouldn't happen again like last time when he felt the emotionless Anbu. Naruto was about to say something to Kurama when the presence disappeared. He breathed a sigh of relief and decided to train his chakra control. Keep a kunai on the tip of his finger and a leaf on his forehead. After eating breakfast, he grabbed a wooden kunai and leaf that he kept for training purposes. He put 2 kunai in the tip of his fingers and a leaf on his forehead. As he relaxed, trying to keep the balance, he remembered his shogi matched a month ago. Shikaka-sama had invited him to dinner. Naruto walked alongside Shikamaru and his parents. His freshly cleaned hair blew in the wind as it dried. He had been scared when Shikamaru's mother had become so downright murderous, but she had simply had him wash and reclothed him before setting out for this Chuza's place. Honestly, Shikamaru's mother had been incredibly understanding and constantly smiled at him as they walked. It was excellent, and he found himself smiling back at her as he walked comfortably with his friend's family. Shikamaru walked lazily next to Naruto. Despite not knowing Naruto too well until recently, he still felt happy his friend was dropping that guard he seemed to have constantly. His sharp mind caught every flinch Naruto might have when he would be around Shikamaru's family. He had noticed how Naruto seemed uncomfortable with someone being so intimate as to wash him as Shikamaru's mother did, but he allowed it to happen. Now Naruto was starting to relax in her presence, as well as his father's. When they were close to Chuza's place, Naruto finally broke the comfortable silence that had been surrounding their walk. "Nah, where are we going?" he almost shouted. His exuberance shone through to his bright blue eyes. Shikamaru's mother turned and smiled gently to him. "To a friend's place, their food is the best," she said quietly. Naruto's eyes widened. "No way! Ichiraka's ramen is the best," he said as he pointed at Shikamaru's mother accusingly. Shikamaru and his father chuckled as Yoshino's eyebrow twitched. Suddenly a shout could be heard from the compound they were now standing in front of. Oi! A heavy-set woman came bursting out the doors. The entire Nara family stepped back as the woman rounded on Naruto. Who dares say my cooking is not the best in this village? She shouted to Naruto. Naruto glared back up at the woman. No food is better than Ichiraku's. Ramen is the food of the gods. He shouted to the now red-faced woman. The woman's eyes narrowed. We'll see if you can keep that tune after you eat my cooking, the woman said as she brought herself up to her full height, and Naruto saw that she was wearing a purple blouse with golden trimmings, a pair of black pants and heeled shoes. Her eyes had some coloring to the at the corners as she looked up at the Nara family and broke into a smile before reaching down and grabbing Naruto by the scruff of his clothes. Let the lesson begin, she shouted as she turned around and headed back into the compound. Close the door behind you, Shikamaru-kun. She yelled as Naruto got glimpses of a few doors before he was set into a seat. Naruto's mouth watered as he looked at the veritable feast in front of him. Shikamaru chuckled as he walked up behind Naruto. This is the Akimichi clan. They have some of the best restaurants in the city, Naruto, he said as he sat down next to him. Naruto was still focusing on the food as the same woman from before, and two males entered the room. Shikamaru munch, so you're the munch guest tonight, Choji said as he looked at his friend. He sat down next to him and finally noticed Naruto staring hungrily at the table. Naruto? He asked between munches. Naruto turned to look at him with drool coming out of his mouth. Choji? He asked as his eyes returned from their glazed look. His stomach gave a large growl as he hadn't eaten in a few days. Choji blinked at his stomach's growl, and the older-looking Choji laughed heartily from the head of the table, bringing the young adult's attention to how Shikamaru's parents and Choji's parents had finally joined them. I don't believe we have had introductions, have we, Naruto-san? She said quietly. Naruto smiled at her and nodded. I am Uzumaki Naruto, he said boisterously, breaking the shock of his manners. Nara Yoshino, Shikamaru's mother said as she smiled. They soon started eating. Naruto enjoyed the food, and Shikamaru was surprised to see him eat as much as Choji. Once Naruto had eaten his fill, he sat back and smiled lazily at his newest friend and whispered to him, Thank you for inviting me over, Shikamaru. Shikamaru just nodded back at Naruto as he sat in his chair. Shikamaru's eyes darted over to Naruto, and an unusual gleam appeared in his eyes as he spoke. Would you like to play a game, Naruto? He asked. Naruto's intrigued expression was his answer. I enjoy playing shogi. I want you to play a match with me, he said to his friend. The adults and Choji had disbelieving expressions on their faces. The only person to beat Shikamaru was Shikaku. I don't know how to play, Shikamaru. Can you teach me? Naruto asked curiously. Though he had read a little about the game, he didn't know everything. He didn't want to deny playing a game with his friend, especially since he said he wanted to play with him. Practically a first for Naruto. Of course, let's see what you can do, Shikamaru replied and stood up. He walked over to Shikaku-sama. He gave him a board. Shikamaru grabbed it and opened it, and now it was the size of almost a meter length and half-meter width. Shikamaru explained the rules to him and soon started playing. Naruto understood how to play and started playing. It didn't take long to realize that Shikamaru was very good at it. Choji and Ino were looking at them while Choji was. Ino didn't look that much interested. Shikaku-sama looked at them like a hawk, analyzing every move of them. Naruto felt slightly uncomfortable under his gaze but hit it well. Now there were 3 wins for Shikamaru, and Naruto put the finger on his chin. He looked up at Shikamaru determinedly. Another game, Shikamaru, he said. He nodded gladly. And I win, Naruto said, grinning from ear to ear. Shikamaru looked surprised that he lost, but even more surprised were the others, even Ino. She didn't understand the game, but even she knew that Shikamaru was good at it. Wow, Naruto, you're good at it, Naruto heard Shikaku-sama compliment him, much to his surprise since he expected him to be angry at him for winning. Shikamaru held a finger on his chin and looked at Shoki's board, almost like he was scanning and wanting to know how he lost. I never thought he would lose, said Choji. Yeah, you finally showed his lazy ass, Ino shouted and gave Naruto a warm smile. Naruto smiled back but then noticed her father glaring down at Ino. You shouldn't be so loud, Ino, her father said with a stern tone. Ino shivered and nodded her head without saying anything. Naruto chuckled under his breath and turned his eyes to Shikamaru, who was still looking at the board, almost expecting to receive an answer. He looked up at Naruto. "One more game," he stated, and Naruto grinned and played one more game? They were finally done after 5 more games. It was 4 wins for Naruto and 6 wins for Shikamaru. "Very good, Naruto-kun," Shikaka-sama complimented him. Ino and Choji had fallen asleep since it was very late now. "Thank you, Shikaka-sama." Naruto thanked him and looked back at Shikamaru, who looked tired but still was all ears. "I can't wait to play another game," Shikamaru said, and they shook their hands. Naruto escaped his thoughts when one of the kunai fell from his finger. The other was still standing, and the leaf was on his forehead. Naruto's hand moved to the leaf on his forehead when he grabbed it. Naruto was surprised to see that it looked slightly more significant, and the petiole was a dark color, almost like it was burned while the tip and margin were soaking wet, and the middle had started growing small midbrain. Naruto scratched his cheek slightly in confusion, and he didn't understand what was happening and why the leaf would react like that. "I'm sure this has something to do with your affinities," Kurama suddenly talked. Naruto raised an eyebrow. "What do you mean? Do I have more than one affinity?" Naruto asked him, and he knew what the affinities that a ninja can have. The first Hokage had strong water and earth affinity, and he could use with style by combining them. "Yes, I'm not entirely sure which one you have, but by looking at the leaf, I can safely say you have strong fire affinity and water affinity. As for the leaf growing larger, it might be because of your Senju blood," Kurama explained, and noticing that in the seal, the forest looked greener, he could swear that he was feeling wind caressing his body. Naruto raised an eyebrow. He didn't know why he would have Senju blood. The only Senju left was Tsunade Senju, and as far as anyone knew, she never had children, and no Senju ever went missing. "How is that possible, Kurama?" Naruto asked, interested and wondering if Jiji or Tojiji had any information about it. "I don't know, but the feeling of your chakra is very similar to both Hashirama Senju and Mito Uzumaki," Kurama said, "Hashirama, with venom." Naruto noticed it and got even more confused. He knew Mito Uzumaki was the wife of the first Hokage, and that was the only connection he could have with Hashirama-sama. "Kurama, do you hate the first Hokage?" Naruto asked, but already knowing the answer since he could feel the negative emotions coming from Kurama. He growled and fully opened his eyes. "Madara Uchiha might have controlled me with his damn Sharingan, but the first Hokage hunted down all my brothers and sisters and gave them to different villages like we are just mindless beasts. He might have thought that he was doing good, but the only thing he did was raise the stakes of wars, causing more death, and doom the life of both the Bijou and whoever became a Jinchuriki," Kurama shouted at the end. "Mostly that Naruto had a hard life." Naruto was silent during the whole conversation, and he couldn't help but agree with what Kurama said. Sealing the Bijou stopped no wars. There was the First Shinobi War, Second and Third Wars. Naruto wondered if humanity was doomed like this, to always wage more war and more for eternity until there's nothing left. Kurama noticed the feelings of Naruto. "Naruto, you don't need to think about that. You're still too young to think about the problems of this world. Perhaps you can start training your chakra control again since you will need it." Kurama spoke and silently regretting to tell Naruto about such things now. Naruto smiled and decided to do that. Later. It was 1700 hours and Naruto was eating lunch. He didn't do anything else but stay in the house. There wasn't much point in going outside, only if he wanted hateful glares from the villagers that he was tired of. He decided to sleep early today. Naruto could hardly keep his eyes open. Walking to the bed, he was ready to lay down in the bed when he felt the presence of the emotionless man again. Naruto tried to feel the 2 ANBUs that usually stayed close to him, but he couldn't feel them anywhere close to him. He was ready to ask Kurama what to do when 5 Chunin-level people landed very close to his apartment. Naruto turned to look at his bedroom window and opened it. After opening it, he turned back and hid under the bed. He heard the door of his apartment burst open. "Demon!" one of them shouted with venom in his tone. Naruto felt his heart beating so much that felt that would come out of his chest, cold sweat running through his forehead. The cold wind from outside, making his nose and ears feel like they would fall off. He could hear them checking everywhere around his house when the door of the bedroom burst open. Naruto kept quiet and could feel the ki of the man in his room. The air felt cold as ice, and Naruto tried very hard not to let his body shiver and make noises. The windows open. He must have run outside. Naruto heard a shout inside his room. He still kept quiet, and he heard footsteps going away. He could feel they were still very close to his house despite being outside. But the only problem was that the emotionless Anbu was still in the same place and hadn't moved. Before Naruto could think of anything, the 5 men that left suddenly returned inside his house. Naruto's eyes widened, and his little body started shaking like a leaf. Demon, a cry was heard inside his house. Naruto felt cold tears in his eyes, and he didn't know why no Anbu was around. Suddenly he felt someone grabbing his foot and pulling him out from under the bed. Naruto screamed in horror when he felt a punch on his stomach. His whole air left him and he fell to the floor. Naruto tried to catch his breath. He was putting his hands on his stomach. "There you are, demon child." The man shouted and grabbed him by his hair. Naruto tried to move his hands away, but he was no match to a Chunin. He opened his eyes to see this man in front of him had dark hair. He was smiling viciously to him. Naruto tried to punch and kick him when he threw him outside through the window. Naruto felt pain everywhere. He stood up and tried to run away. He could feel a mob of villagers very close to him. "Catch the demon. You won't run away this time. Kill him." People shouted different things, and he could hear their footsteps running towards him, despite wearing only a shirt and a pair of pants, and that the ground was covered in snow, and it was snowing. Naruto didn't feel cold. On the opposite, he felt warm, almost like a fire inside him. Suddenly his eyes turned blood red. His nails grew, and his whiskers looked more on his face. "Run, Naruto," Kurama yelled. Naruto felt a surge of power inside him and ran away with all his strength. He ran to his right and then to his right again. He remembered this way was where Shikamaru's house was. He was sure he would be safe if he could get there. But suddenly, the emotionless Anbu moved and landed right in front of him, punching him in the face and throwing him against the wall. Naruto growled at the strange man and tried to run away when he felt a sharp pain in his hand. "Aha!" Naruto screamed. He saw a kunai on his right palm, blood coming out of the wound. He gritted his teeth almost to the point of breaking. The mob reached him. If that wasn't enough, Naruto could feel 5 shinobi amongst them. The Anbu had immediately left. Naruto could feel the gaze of hatred in both ways. Tears fell freely from his red eyes. "Look at the demon, like a rat in the mousetrap." One of them shouted and walked closer. Kurama inside felt furious at the stupid people. "I'm not a demon," Naruto yelled, his voice sounding demonic. The mob flinched by his tone, but they quickly started walking towards him. One of them reached him. "This will be fun, child." He whispered the last part before he punched him in the gut. Naruto gasped for air, and his right hand wasn't moving. He could hardly feel anything from it. Naruto closed his eyes. "Tojiji, where are you? Tuchan, please help me." "Kachan, please," Naruto begged as he felt punch after punch to his body. Soon he was lying on the cold ground, blood coming out of his nose, ears, and mouth. His right palm had stopped bleeding, and he felt no pain. His whole body felt numb. Kurama was trying to heal him when one of them pulled out a kunai. "This is your end," he shouted and went to stab him in the neck when everything went dark. Naruto couldn't see anything that happened next, but he could have sworn he heard the sound of wood-piercing flesh and the screams of agony. Hokage Tower. Hearing the council complaining about nothing at all was slowly driving him mad. He couldn't understand why he was even here. Why was he needed? Sarutobi thought they wanted to hurt Naruto, but he knew 2 trustworthy Anbu was watching him. He knew they wouldn't let him out of sight, and he was safe. He pinched the bridge on his nose. His eyes roamed around the council room and stopped at his old friend, Danzo. They both were old shinobi, good at hiding their emotions, but Sarutobi could tell that something was up. Just the way the edge of his lips was slightly upwards worried him. He remembered that Naruto told him about the emotionless Anbu spying on him when the first attack happened. Hiruzen hoped his eyes were playing tricks with him, but he couldn't help but have a bad feeling on his gut that something was up with this council meeting. Kakashi was away in an S-rank mission, leaving Bear and Cat to protect Naruto if needed. Sarutobi had received a letter from Jiraiya informing him that he would arrive soon. He hoped he had answers for Naruto's chakra. He had read a few scrolls and books and found no answers, not good enough answers. He remembered and heard from Tobirama-sensei that nature itself looked to react from Hashirama's mood and his chakra. That was proof enough for Sarutobi to believe that Naruto had Senju blood, but the question remained, how? And Hiruzen found no answers. He glanced at the photo of Minato hanging on the wall. The old Hokage wondered if his successor had any secrets that he didn't want anyone else to know. Thinking about Minato made him remember how Naruto felt if he was happy here. The old Hokage was no fool, and he knew his surrogate grandson wasn't happy. No, he needs a family, but who can give him that? Minato, what would you think about the village you gave your life for? What would you feel about the way they treat your son? Sarutobi asked himself and decided to ignore it. For now, he put that question at the back of his head and focused on the pointless council. Hokage-sama, one of the civil council members asked, looking at the Hokage. Sarutobi narrowed his eyes at his tone, leaking his ki, showing who was in charge here. The man looked to get the message as he put his hand on his chest and tried to catch his breath. His color was gone from his face, white as milk, and his hands shaking. Yes, Hokage replied quietly, his hands clenched together in front of him. Another man close to him suddenly stood up. What he wanted to ask was, what will we do with the demon? The man asked with a disgraceful tone. The old Hokage closed his eyes, his hands clenched tightly, and his shadow looked to grow behind him. His eyes couldn't be seen. Next time you refer to Naruto like that will be the last time you talk, Hokage promised. The air became cold for everyone in the room. Even Danzo was sweating slightly from his forehead. The man fell back on his seat, his face white as snow, his mouth hanging open. The old Hokage glanced at everyone around the council room to see if anyone wanted to sleep. The silence grew in the room. Sarutobi moved away from his pipe and decided to move to the next topic. Anything else? He asked, wanting to end this pointless meeting. A few moments of silence followed, and even the clan heads started looking at the civil council. One of them moved his elbow to one close to him. The man looked to wake up and opened his mouth to talk when everyone suddenly felt a surge of power, and it came from outside. Every ninja in the room stood up, looking at the windows when the power stopped. It disappeared as fast as it appeared despite feeling it only for a short moment. The old Hokage recognized Naruto's chakra. Without a second thought, he moved his fingers, and 3 ANBU showed up. With me, he ordered and left through the window in a hurry. Please be safe, Naruto, the old Hokage thought. Jumping from roof to roof, they reached a hallway that was close to Naruto's apartment. Sarutobi felt his heart beating in his throat. The smell of blood was in the air. The old Hokage knew that smell way too well. The thought that the smell came from Naruto frightened him. They were jumping down. His eye was met with a view that came out from a war battle. Blood was dropping in the ground from the corpses that were torn apart and hanging in the air. The blood was streaming down the halfway like a small lake. Sarutobi saw would piercing through their flesh and bones. Guts falling on the floor, making a terrifying sound. Snow was red. Some of the villagers had their faces split open, from wood piercing them behind their heads and splitting their faces, skin hanging from limbs to limbs. Would look to have grown inside some of them and come out from different parts of their bodies. Sarutobi looked at some of them that looked like branches of a tree coming out of their bodies. All their eyes showed fear and terror, their mouth left open, screaming until death embraced them. Sarutobi closed his eyes, snow falling on his hat. He opened them again and ignored the carnage in front of him. He didn't count them, but he knew they were at least around 30 bodies lying around. Slowly moving to the end of the hallway, he was met with even brutal sight. Naruto lying on the ground, covered everywhere in blood. Without thinking twice, he rushed at the young boy. Touching his neck and looking at his chest still moving up and down made him sigh in relief. The old Hokage moved him in his hands, his little body like a glass that could easily break. Guilty and sadness filled his heart. He had failed Minato, he had failed Jiraiya, the second and first Hokage, but most importantly, he failed Naruto. NBU, Hiruzen screamed, and they kneeled in front of him. He turned to them, still holding the little boy in his hands. Send him to hospital. If they give you crap, arrest them and send them to Ibiki, he ordered. Quickly grabbing Naruto, they moved away, leaving him alone in his guilty. The old Hokage looked down at the snow covered in blood. A part of a body fell in the ground, but Sarutobi didn't bother to look who it was. His eyes slowly looked up, looking at the trees that had grown. They made the symbol of a spiral, the bodies still hanging, like tree decorations. He took a deep breath and decided to deal with whoever had organized this. Naruto. He felt his body floating in the space, his whole body feeling numb. Water covered his body lying on his back on the cold floor. The water almost reached his nose. His eyes opened beneath the water. Usually he felt at peace around nature, but now he felt cold. The water felt cold on his skin and clothes. The air itself felt cold. Naruto could feel Kurama's gaze looking down at him, and he could feel his sadness and worries. Why am I still here? To suffer? Naruto asked himself. He tried very hard to close his eyes and tell himself that it was all a dream, but he could still feel the pain and hear their screams. Closing his eyes, visions of their blood falling in the frozen ground like a waterfall was in front of him. Naruto wanted to believe all this was a dream, and like any other dream, he would eventually wake up. Tusan, is this the village you protected? This village you gave your life for? Did you? No, this. Naruto asked himself, his blue eyes gone. Instead, they were red like blood on my hands. Naruto, Kurama called him, concerned about his well-being. Naruto slowly raised his body, his eyes looking at the giant fox behind the cage. The trees weren't green anymore. Their leaves turned brown. He was falling softly on the floor covered in water. Naruto went to his friend. Why do people do this to me? Naruto asked, his voice tiny and breaking, tears on his eyes. Kurama wasn't sure how to answer. Looking at Naruto, he leaned his head closer to the bars. People in the village feel grief, and they want to blame someone for their loved ones. I'm not around to blame, but they know. I'm sealed inside you, so they blame you. Humans always want to blame someone. Forgiveness and blaming yourself for your problems are not attributed that humans are known for. Kurama replied, sure that Naruto wouldn't understand it. He was still only a little boy. Naruto heard his answer and kept quiet, his eyes looking at Kurama's red eyes. After a few moments of silence, he stood up on his legs and walked towards his friend. The water felt heavy on his legs, and then he stood in front of the cage. He raised his hands, not shaking despite being close to the Kyuubi, the strongest demon in the world. To Naruto, he was a friend, and his hand softly touched his fur. Thank you for being here, Kurama. Naruto replied with a smile on his face. Kurama grinned and felt the positive feeling of Naruto slowly coming back, and the trees looked to be returned to their old self. Always Naruto, Kurama replied happily, and he could swear he saw his father standing behind Naruto with a smile on his face. His red hair reminded him of the time when things weren't as bad. He reminded Kurama of Roku as well. Are you the one? After 3 days hospital. Lying on the hospital bed was Naruto, his red hair covering most of his face. The old Hokage was sitting close to him. His eyes looked down at the little boy with spiky red hair. Sarutobi knew Jiraiya would give him hell for what happened to Naruto, and he couldn't really blame him. No, he blamed himself. The two ANBUs that were supposed to protect Naruto had reported that a fight had started close to them. They had left to deal with it. When they had returned, finding the Hokage looking at what was left of the mob that had attacked Naruto. Sarutobi hadn't told anyone about Naruto using wood style, and they didn't need to know. Returning to the council meeting, he had ordered the whole civil council to be sent to Ibiki for questioning, much to the surprise of everyone else in the council. Shikaku was quick to put 2 and 2 together and had immediately asked if Naruto was all right. It broke his heart to say that Naruto had been beaten by a group of idiots that couldn't tell the difference between water and glass that holds the water. The wood in the hallway had been quickly burned to disappear any evidence that wood style was used. The bodies had been buried despite deserving to be left to rot. Hokage knew Kakashi would as well return soon from his mission, and he didn't know how to tell him that a mob had beaten up Naruto. I have failed. Suddenly the window was opened. The old Hokage didn't bother to see who it was. The air suddenly felt much colder, and a shadow stood close to the old Hokage looking at the little boy lying on the floor. Who did this? Jiraiya shouted, slamming his hand on the table close to his sensei. The old Hokage turned and glared at his student. Jiraiya always looked happy. It was hard to piss him off. But now he looked more pissed than when Orochimaru had left the village. Sarutobi put the finger on his lips to tell him to be quiet, and he moved his head in a gesture to follow him. He followed and reached the Hokage office. Reaching it, he put a silent seal and told his ANBU to leave them alone. He turned to his only student who still worked for the village. His body was leaning against the wall waiting for him to explain. 3 days ago, a mob attacked Naruto. I was busy in a damn meeting, and the ANBUs that were supposed to protect him were dealing with a fight that had occurred between civil and shinobis. When I reached Naruto, everyone from the mob was dead. Death by wood. Hiruzen explained and waited for the furious shouts to come, but instead, he was met with silence. Jiraiya just stood there and looked to be thinking about what he had just said. After a minute of absolute silence, he moved away from the wall and turned to look at his old sensei. I'm taking Naruto with me to train then, Jiraiya stated, with a tone that he was saying a simple truth that would happen no matter if he liked it or not. Hiruzen wasn't surprised to hear that. He grabbed his pipe and smoked from it, trying to ease the pain on his head. He glanced at Minato's picture before looking at Jiraiya again. Removing the pipe from his mouth, he cleared his throat to speak. You said it was dangerous, old Hokage reminded him. That would be, but where I'm taking him, no one would be there to cause him to harm or even spy on him. Old Hokage's eyes widened, understanding where he meant, pinching the bridge on his nose. How long? Hiruzen asked, wanting to know how long Naruto would be away from the village. 4 years. What about the academy? Hiruzen asked, thinking that Naruto could spend more time with his friends once he started the academy. Once he returns, you can put him in the class he was supposed to be if he never left, Jiraiya stated. Closing his eyes, he remembered Naruto lying with blood covering his whole body. Is granted. Ashera Uzumaki. The sound of the sword hitting wood could be heard throughout the forest. She moved her hands again and slashed the tree in half. The tree fell to the ground. The tree was still young but still was an achievement. Sweat covered her face, breathing heavily, trying to catch her breath. She decided to lay down on the grass and rest, and her purple eyes looked downwards at the seal on her wrist. The seal was a red color and had appeared when her mother had died. Her thoughts went to her mother and father. She knew what had happened to her father, and her mother was buried close to a tree. Her red hair reached to her shoulders. Her small sword tightened behind her back. A symbol of phoenix was on the pommel of the blade, a yellow bird spreading his wings, beneath surrounded by flames. It had been months. Asha wasn't sure how many since the hidden village of Taki had found her. The town was full of waterfalls. Even the air itself looked to have tiny drops of water in the air. The leader of the group was Lord Shibuki, a young man with black eyes and long, dark brown hair going just behind his neck, wore gray pants and a green shirt. The village was built around a lake, and the water was very relaxing. Some village women would sometimes wash in a hidden lake away from their eyes. Asha hasn't bathed in any lake yet, but that wasn't important to her right now. The leader had told her she could stay here as long as she wished. Ashera had eagerly accepted. She lived in a small house in the village with only 2 rooms. The restroom and bedroom were in the same room. The toilet was in the second room. It wasn't the best house, but Asha didn't complain. She made sure to visit her mother's grave every day, tell her how she had been. The ANBU that followed had disappeared. Their bodies were burned when they died, leaving no evidence of which village they were. Asha didn't know, but she promised herself to take revenge on whoever ruined her life and killed her family. Asha had started studying shinobi stuff the 3rd day she had arrived, mostly on seals. Sadly, Taki had no seal master, and the last one had died 2 years ago. Walking back to the center of the village, Asha was heading to her home and glancing at the seal on her wrist. The seal looked like a spiral with an empty circle in the center, with a small flaming circle surrounding the seal. She didn't know what the seal meant. Deciding to ignore it and think later about it, She heard a sound coming from a store. "Get out and stay out. I've told you before you're driving the customers away." A shout was heard from a nearby store. A girl ran away from the store. She had green hair. Asha looked around her, noticing the disgusted look of everyone around. She wondered what their problem was. She had seen the girl before but didn't have a chance to talk to her, deciding to follow her. She ran after her. Soon she reached a big tree that was in the center of the village. The tree looked almost 3 times the size of a typical tree. The branches looked big enough to be a tree on itself. Much to her surprise, insects were flying around the leaves. But her eyes quickly stopped to a treehouse. A smile slowly spread on her face, and the house looked exactly like the treehouse she had before. Hell was even more significant than hers. Asha decided to look at it more closely. She walked up to the treehouse to find the girl lying on the floor of the house. Her hands clenched together in front of her chest, her eyes looking at something in her hands. Deciding to reveal herself, she cleared her throat, making the girl stand up immediately and turn to her. She had spiky mint green hair, tan skin, and wore a short white shirt that showed her midriff with a white miniskirt with bandages on her legs and under her shirt and white armlets, wearing blue shinobi sandals. Asha could tell the girl was scared of her, her eyes looking at her terrified. "Don't worry, and I won't hurt you. I'm a friend," Asha said, trying to ease the tension between them. Her eyes widened at her words. A smile spread on her face. "Friend?" she asked with a small voice. Asha nodded her head. "Yes, and my name is Ashera. You can call me Asha Databane." She introduced herself with an open hand in front of her chest. "My name is Fu, friend Ashera. Ashera is 5 years old." Naruto. Opening his eyes, he was met with light shining on his face. Everything seemed blurred. Naruto quickly put his hands in front of his eyes to see clearly. His blue eyes roamed around, noticing that he was in a weird room. The walls were brown and weren't vertical like they usually are. The walls looked almost bent, making Naruto wonder how this house even worked. He could smell the scent of something boiling inside his room. His eyes went to a pot that looked made of something of dark color, beneath fire burning boiling whatever inside. The smell came from it, and Naruto wondered what was inside. His eyes turned back to the open window, where the light of the sun came from. It wasn't a window, more like a hole in the wall. He slowly stood up and looked outside to see the bright blue sky, which put a smile on his face, but he immediately noticed that he wasn't in the hidden leaf here. The grass and ground were the same. He could see a weird tree that looked like big leaves raising from the ground. In the tip of them was a small hole and water came out, falling in the lake. Naruto wondered where he was, but he couldn't shake the weird calm and relaxing feeling he was getting from this place. His eyes then turned to look at some giant toad statues. He slightly scratched his cheek, wondering what kind of place was this. He closed his eyes but couldn't feel anyone around. The door opened, and Naruto to see a toad looking at him. For a moment he just looked at him and closed his eyes tightly, thinking this was some weird dream. "You woke up, Naruto boy," the toad spoke, much to Naruto's surprise. His eyes widened. Talking with Kurama made the situation less weird, but still, he didn't know who was this toad. He noticed the toad was wearing tiny clothes. Finally finding his voice to talk, his blue eyes turned to look at the toad's yellow ones. "Who are you?" Naruto asked the toad. "Oh, Jiraiya boy hasn't talked about us. My name is Fukasaku," the toad introduced himself. Naruto's understood who the toad was. His godfather had told him that he had the toad summoning contract. But at the same time, wondering where Tojiji was, why he wasn't here, and where even he was in the first place. Noticing the hesitation, "You don't need to be afraid, and Jiraiya will come soon. He was even the one who brought you here," he explained, and Naruto nodded his head in understanding. "Kurama? You there?" Naruto asked, wanting to know if Furball was asleep. "Right here. Where else would I be?" Kurama asked with an open eye looking tired. "Oh, okay, just wanted to know if you were awake," Naruto replied mentally and turned his eyes to Fukasaku, who was looking at the pot cooking something. He turned to look at Naruto. "How about something to eat? Until Jiraiya boy comes here," Fukasaku suggested, and Naruto nodded hungrily. "Yes, Fukasaku-sama. Naruto replied respectfully and kneeled in front of the toad who was smiling at him. Naruto could see the same smile he saw from Tojiji, Hokagejiji, and Tuchan. But Naruto wondered why he couldn't feel the toad. He could feel the emotions but not the chakra inside him, making him wonder if the toad even had chakra or maybe a different kind. Naruto, he's using sage chakra. You can't feel him, Kurama replied inside his head, now fully awake. Sage chakra, what's that? Naruto asked, interested in what that meant. Is chakra from nature itself? You will be able to feel his chakra only when you can use sage chakra as well, Kurama replied. Naruto nodded in understanding and felt something touching his shoulder. Escaping his thoughts, he saw Fukasaku touching him with a cane. You zoomed out. Okay, my boy? He asked worriedly. Naruto just nodded his head. I'm all right, just a talk with Kurama, he replied and saw his eyes widen slightly. So he does talk to you. I have to say, when Jiraiya told me you were friends with him, I didn't really believe it, he replied with a slight chuckle at the end. Naruto narrowed his eyes slightly, and his blue eyes turned like ice. Why is that? Kurama is a good friend, he replied, not liking talking wrong about him. I didn't mean anything. I just found it surprising. That's all, he replied and grabbed a bowl for both of him and Naruto. The redhead smiled at his response and saw Fukasaku fill the bowl for him and one for himself. He handed it to him. Naruto looked down to see that it was soup, with a small thing that looked like a sausage but more white than usual. There were a few fruits around. We don't usually eat this dish, but I know you wouldn't like what we usually eat, so Shima made it for you, he said and started eating the dish. Naruto wondered what was the usual dish but decided to eat for now before it got cold. While eating, Naruto couldn't help but remember the screams of the people he killed. The trees tearing them apart. He knew it wasn't his fault. He was protecting himself from stupid people but still couldn't help but feel guilty for what he did. Naruto felt like a huge weight was on his shoulders and was getting heavier each day. Naruto stopped eating and looked at his right hand. He still could feel it. Before the bad shinobi went to cut his throat, his right hand had touched the ground, and his chakra had gone to his right hand, and the trees grew and killed everyone nearby. Demon, you're a demon. You child of sin, why can't you just die? Die, demon. Kill him. You took my family away. Naruto felt hot tears on his cheek. The hateful glares, the words, the hatred. Now the beating was too much for him. What has he done to deserve any of this? Naruto understood the village would never see him as anything but a demon who took away their family, who killed them without mercy. Die. Just die, demon. You killed my father. You heard the fourth is dead because of him. Your parents abandoned you, demon. No, that's not true. They loved me. Ha 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 ha, who would ever love you, demon? Naruto, he opened his eyes and turned to see his Tojiji standing in front of the door leaning against the wall. More tears rolled down his cheek, and Naruto jumped like an arrow to him. He hugged him and cried his heart out. Jiraiya looked down at his grandson in all but blood, and it broke his heart to see him in pain. These were times when he wished that Minato had sealed Kyuubi to someone else. He knew it wouldn't be fair, it was selfish, and Minato had a big heart to do something like that, but looking at Naruto. I'm here, my boy. Just let it out, he said quietly and rubbed his red hair. Naruto kept crying for an hour against his chest. Kurama talked to him, trying to ease his pain. Naruto stopped and slowly looked up at his Tojiji and opened his mouth to speak, and his mouth felt dry like a desert. He was happy to see him again. Naruto hoped he would stay longer with him and not leave him alone. I know what you want to say, and isn't your fault. What they did is on them, not you. Never you. Jiraiya started rubbing his hair with his right hand. That seemed to calm Naruto, who nodded his head. After minutes of silence, the redhead turned to look at Fukasaku again. Where am I? Naruto asked quietly. You're in Mount Myaboku, the place of the toads, Fukasaku said and walked towards the door. Naruto glanced at Tojiji, and he gave him a reassuring nod. He made a small smile and followed him outside. Looking outside now, the place looked larger than inside the little house. Naruto could see a waterfall further away. The ground was covered with weird plants he had never seen before. Their pungent smell of blue and yellow flowers rode the air as he ran his fingers through them in wonder and marvelous. A genuine smile slowly spread on Naruto's face, looking at the beautiful sights in front of him. Jiraiya smiled, seeing his grandson happy. Fukasaku moved in front of Naruto, looking up at him. "Do you want to stay here, Naruto boy?" he asked. Naruto raised an eyebrow, not really understanding, and he thought he was supposed to stay in the Hidden Leaf Village. He knew the Toads had their contract with the Hidden Leaf Village, but still, and not to mention he was a Jinchuriki. Understanding the confusion in Naruto's face, Jiraiya put a hand on his shoulder, and Naruto turned to look at him. "Listen, Naruto, Hokage has permitted you to stay here for 4 years to train. I will be here with you as long as I can stay. You can stay here until you feel ready to leave," Jiraiya informed him. His smile like that of Tuchan on his face. That smile warmed Naruto's heart to no end. "Stay here. This place is much better than the place that hates me," Naruto thought, but then he remembered his only friends, Shikamaru, Choji, and Ino. He wondered if they would feel betrayed for not visiting them. "What about my friends?" Naruto asked with a tiny tone. "You can stay here for 4 years and then meet with them again at the academy. They already know you won't be around for some time because of their parents," Jiraiya replied, rubbing his red hair that looked to be shining under the light of the sun. Naruto looked downwards and wondered. He could feel his Tojiji wasn't lying. His mind then went to the academy, and a smile appeared on his face. A place where he could make even more friends. Naruto knew he would eventually meet them again, and the thought of Hidden Leaf Village reminded him of the people inside it. He would meet them again and would return as strong shinobi. He looked up at Tojiji and nodded his head in confirmation. Jiraiya smiled, and so did Fukasaku. Hearing that answer, he took a small paper note out of his pouch and handed it to Naruto, who had a confused look on his face. "What? A piece of paper?" Naruto asked, not understanding what he was supposed to do with it. "That is not an ordinary piece of paper. It is a paper made from a special type of tree, which is grown and fed with chakra. They are used in products that react to even the slightest hint of chakra in any number of ways, depending on the nature latent in the chakra. This allows a person to know what nature affinity they have," Jiraiya explained, wanting to know Naruto's chakra affinity. Naruto nodded in understanding. "Good, just so you know, all you have to do is place your hand on the paper and channel a bit of your chakra to it, and it will react to whatever affinity you have. So if you have an affinity to fire, the paper will ignite and turn to ash. If you have an affinity to water, the paper will become damp. If you have an affinity to earth, it will turn to dirt. If you have an affinity to lightning, the paper will crumple up, and if you have an affinity to wine, the paper will split in 2-inch, explained Jiraiya. Naruto nodded his head as he already understood it all and then channeled a small bit of his chakra into the paper. But what happened next surprised everyone, including Naruto. Instead of cutting into 2 pieces as Jiraiya thought, the paper was cut into 3 parts as it fell to the ground, where the first one turned to dirt, causing the grass close to turning to dirt, the second became damp and grass became wet. The third turned to ash, causing even the grass close to burning slightly. This showed that Naruto had 4 natural nature affinities, 1 for earth, 1 for water, 1 for wind, and 1 for fire. Even Fukasaku was shocked by what he saw. It wasn't that someone had 4 affinities every day, but not just normal ones. He noticed the grass and knew Naruto had a high affinity for fire, water, and earth, and average wind affinity. At least for now. On the other hand, Jiraiya expected wind, earth, and water because of his with style and wind because of Minato, but the fire was probably from Kushina. But she had average fire affinity, not high ones. Naruto looked downwards at the grass and wondered. He was confused while Kurama inside was smirking from ear to ear. Naruto could feel his happiness and wonder, why? He was about to ask why when his Tojiji talked to him. This is a surprise, but a welcome one. Now, since you have 4 different affinities, we can start training you once you finish your chakra control training, Jiraiya stated, then put a hand on Naruto's shoulder. Naruto noticed and could feel the seriousness of his face. "Naruto, what you did to stop the mob was wood style, the ability of Hashirama Senju. While you're here, you can train and talk about it with the toads, but when you return to the village, I want you to keep it a secret," Jiraiya stated with seriousness, but at the same time wondering how he could get in contact with Tsunade. She will need to know about Naruto and probably reveal some secrets. Naruto nodded his head in understanding with a big bright smile on his face. Jiraiya smiled back and couldn't help but think about Minato. He wondered if he had secrets that no one knew about. Jiraiya didn't know and decided to keep it a secret for now. Well, now let's take a walk around Naruto boy, Fukasaku-sama suggested, and Naruto followed him eagerly since he liked the place around. Jiraiya watched them walk ahead and wondered if Naruto still wanted to become Hokage or did he have any other dream. Jiraiya wasn't sure, but whatever it was, he would always have his support. Ashera Uzumaki. The girl named Fu introduced herself with a big smile on her face. To Asha, she looked normal and wondered why the village would hate her. "Is this your house?" Asha asked, pointing at the house and wanting to start a conversation. Fu smiled and nodded her head, but Asha could see a hint of sadness behind her eyes. "Yes, Asha, this is my home. Lord Shibuki made it for me. Is nice and quiet here," she replied, smiling and turning her head to her left. Asha turned to where Fu was looking to see a waterfall a bit further away. It looked beautiful. Asha could hear the sound of the waterfall could be heard. The sound of water moving was calming her. "Fu, what about your parents? Where are they?" Asha asked, but hoping she wouldn't receive the answer she thought she would. Fu's gaze lowered, and she looked at a fly close to her foot. "My father died in a mission, and my mum she died 2 years ago," she answered, her voice breaking. Asha moved closer and put a hand on her shoulder. "I understand. My mum and dad died protecting me. I miss them every day," Asha said quietly, trying to ease her pain. Fu's widened and looked at her surprised, but kept quiet. After minutes of silence, Asha pulled away and decided to ask something that was bugging her. "Fu, if you don't mind me asking, why did the villagers look at you like that?" Ashera asked quietly. Fu felt a shiver of fear in her body. Her right hand touched the ring finger of her left hand. Her friend didn't know about her condition, and she was sure the moment she would reveal it, Asha would leave her alone as well. I hold the 7 tails, Chome," she replied and closed her eyes tightly, waiting for the shouts and the insults to come but heard nothing. Fu slowly opened her eyes to look at her right to see Asha still standing there with a raised eyebrow. "So what?" she asked, still not understanding what the problem was. Ashera knew how the seal worked, and having something sealed inside you didn't make you the beast itself. Fu's eyes widened at her question, and she was sure she had heard her wrong. "Yo, you mean you don't have problems with that?" she asked fearfully, still afraid that Asha would look at her with the same hateful eyes. Ashera just shrugged her shoulders. "That doesn't change anything. That dough." She was interrupted mid-sentence when Fu jumped and hugged her tightly and smiled from ear to ear. We are friends, she shouted happily. Asha smiled and hugged her back. Fu was crying tears of joy. Pulling away, Ashera caught her breath from her bear-like hug. "Yes, we are friends, Data Bane," she replied, smiling and wondering if there was any Uzumaki around. She was sure there must be others from her clan, and she wasn't alone. "Fu, would you like to train?" she asked, and Fu immediately nodded her head in agreement. While this was happening, Chome was awake and wondered who this girl that had no problems with Jinchuriki was. At first, wondered if the girl was a Jinchuriki but couldn't feel any of her brothers or sisters inside her. She understood this girl, Ashera, had a big heart and just didn't care. Naruto after 2 years. It had been 2 years since Naruto had arrived on Mount Myaboku. He had started training a week again after he had arrived. First only chakra control, and Jiraiya-sensei would throw things at him sometimes when they were training him. Naruto couldn't remember the last time he felt so happy. Not being in the village and seeing him as a monster for 2 years helped. A part of Naruto wasn't really looking forward to going back to the village. He knew that the people there had not forgotten about him despite not being in the village. Tojiji would visit every 4 to 6 months and stay for mainly 3 weeks. Naruto liked his company. Fukasaku-sama and Masan were good company as well. But Naruto spent the time mainly with Fukasaku since he was training him in taijutsu. Naruto had met different toads that lived here, like the head of the toads, Gabamanta. He found him funny but sometimes really annoying. His son Gamakichi, who was a friend to Naruto. Within the last 2 years, Naruto had trained and learned quite a few useful jutsus. Naruto hadn't made much progress when it came to his wood style since he had no scrolls to help him, and no one was around to teach him in wood style. but Naruto was able to do 2 wood-style jutsus. Wood-style ground spike. B rank. A jutsu that made wood spikes grow from the ground around the area the user chooses can grow as large as the amount of chakra that the user uses. Wood-style wooden cage. C rank, B rank. It creates a cage used to trap the enemy. The woods can come out from Naruto's sleeves or from trees nearby. Can be grown from the ground, but it requires more chakra. The cage can absorb the chakra of whoever is inside at a plodding pace. When it came to his chakra control, he now could keep a leaf on his forehead, keep 5 kunai on the point of his fingers, and stay upside down in a tree, and sometimes the same while staying on the water. Now Fukasaku-sama started training him in taijutsu, running around the mountain like a slave, 200 runs without stopping, wearing weights that were 50 pounds on his legs and 30 pounds on his arms. Tojiji always said that he would get stronger with a lot of push-ups, sit-ups, and plenty of juice. Strong like his father and mother. Naruto was sitting in water, his legs crossed, 5 kunai in the tip of the fingers of his right hand. A leaf on his forehead, Kurama was giving him a bit of his chakra, which made it harder to control his chakra. Controlling both his and Kurama's chakra was more challenging, but Furball stated he needed to get used to his chakra before he moved to 1 tail worth of chakra and more tails. Fukasaku was close, and keeping an eye on the young boy. He could feel the Kyuubi's chakra leaking from Naruto. He was still impressed to see that the Kyuubi would ever be a friend with anyone. But still, he was happy for it, and Naruto would need his help against Akatsuki. Naruto's eyes were red, and looking at Fukasaku, who had a cane in his right hand, staring at him. Naruto kept focused and tried not to make mistakes in his training. Tojiji promised to start training him on elemental manipulation once he can do chakra control exercises while using Kurama's chakra. So far, so good, and Naruto couldn't wait to start elemental manipulation. The other jutsu he knew was 1 fire jutsu, 2 water jutsu, and 1 wind. He still didn't know any earth jutsu. Fire style, fireball. Water style, bullet point. Water style, shockwave. Wind style, great breakthrough. When it came to Fuinjutsu, he was in level 4, and it took him 7 months to pass level 3. To pass level 4, Naruto needed to write a trap seal, chakra flowing seal, and weight seals. He was sure he was close to completing a chakra flowing seal. That seal could be used to block someone's chakra flow and storage chakra to use later. Naruto had noticed that his Tojiji had avoided talking about the village, sometimes just trying to change the subject. Naruto had asked how Jiji was and how the village was in general. Naruto didn't care that, but he still asked, but every time he asked that, Naruto could feel the feeling of fury coming from Tojiji. Naruto didn't know why and didn't try to force him to answer. Hokage Jiji had sent a few letters asking him how he was and if he enjoyed it there. Naruto, of course, said, yes, since here no one looked at him with hatred, he didn't need to watch around every corner when he was outside. Naruto felt free in Mount Myaboku, and having no one to call you demon was a relief. You're done now, Naruto. He looked at Fukasaku, who made a gesture for him to stand up. Naruto nodded and stood up on his legs. He was wearing a dark shirt with the symbol of fire on the chest. A tight red jacket reached his waist. His mother's sword tightened behind his back. Naruto was still young to use it, but he wanted to have it around. Fukasaku had told him he could teach him a few things about Kenjutsu, but not much. Naruto had a few books about Kenjutsu, but it wasn't the same as having an experienced teacher to teach you. Tojiji said he could start training on Kenjutsu once he starts the academy. He wanted Naruto to complete or at least get close to completing his chakra manipulation for his affinities for the last 2 years he had left here. And if possible, be able to use 1 tail worth of chakra. Even Kurama had agreed to that. Now that you're done with that, we can start with a spar, Fukasaku-sama suggested. Naruto smiled at that since it had been a few months since he had wanted to start training for real. Follow me, he said, and Naruto followed behind, looking around. His mind went to what Kurama had told him about the other bijou in the world. Naruto had been curious about the other bijou and wondered how they were and what kind of character they had. Naruto was back at his mindscape. It had been 3 months since he arrived in Mount Myaboku. The forest was back how it was before. Kurama was lying on the grass behind the cage. He looked to be sleeping, but one of his eyes was slightly opened, looking at Naruto's form walking towards him. Naruto frowned every time he saw the damn cage. He had asked Kurama if he could open the seal, but he told him that even if he could, he wasn't ready yet. Kurama, one thing I have been wondering, you said your brothers and sisters were captured by the first Hokage. Who are they? And where are they? Naruto asked curiously with his hands behind his head. He knew that there were 9 bijou out there, but he wanted to learn more about them. Kurama raised his eyebrows slightly but felt slightly happy that Naruto wanted to know about them. As you know, there are 9 of us. Shikaku, One-Tail Raccoon, my youngest brother. He always liked to fight and always a bit cocky. Hell, almost as much as me. His abilities are to control sand. Matatabi, the Two-Tails cat, she wasn't really into fighting. Her abilities were to be able to use blue flames. They're 5 times hotter than normal flames. But Matatabi, well, she is. How can I say? This. Kurama didn't really know how to say that to a little kid. I will tell you later. Next is Isabu, the Three-Tails turtle. He was always calm and quiet one and always liked water. After all, his techniques are water jutsus. Son Goku, the Four-Tails monkey. Naruto raised his eyebrow at the name. He could have sworn he had heard that name before. Naruto shrugged his shoulders and decided to listen to Kurama. Son is wise but irritating. His ability is lava release. Then is Kokuo, the Five-Tails horse. He is more like a free spirit. He doesn't like when someone tries to tell him what to do and likes to run. And easy to make friends with, his ability is boil release. Then is Saiken, the Six-Tails slug. He's quiet and cooperative and always likes to find a non-combat way to fix problems. His ability is to use acid that can melt everything. If you ever meet his Jinchuriki, be careful. He's top 4 bijou and should not be taken lightly, Kurama warned. And Naruto nodded and knew Kurama wouldn't call just anyone dangerous. Then is Komiai, the Seven-Tails beetle. She's a positive one. She always called herself Lucky Seven or other annoying names like that. She was friendly and always liked to talk and crack jokes. She can fly and use insects. Then is Gyuki, the Eight-Tails octopus. Last time I checked, he didn't really get along with humans, but it has been hundreds of years since we talked. His head is strong as a rock but can crack jokes here and there. Can use ink release and his horns can be dangerous. Kurama finished then stood in all his 4 with his 9 tails showing behind him like mountains. And finally me. Kurama, the 9-tails demon fox, the strongest. He stated with a smirk. Naruto chuckled at his words and smiled at him. Kurama then remembered one more that he didn't mention, but Naruto didn't need to know about him. Naruto noticed his feelings but decided not to ask why he was feeling a bit of fury but fear at the same time. Thank you for telling me, Kurama. I hope you can meet again with your siblings, Naruto said, and himself hoping he could meet someone like him. You're welcome. One more question. Bijus are very strong, but the animals in summoning contracts are strong as well. Is there any summoning that is stronger than any of the bijou? Naruto asked curiously since he was living with the toads and wondered how strong they could be. Kurama rested his head on his paws and looked directly at Naruto. There was one. Your clan actually possessed that summoning contract long ago but was lost when Yuzu was destroyed, Kurama stated with melancholy in his tone. Naruto was surprised by his tone and walked closer. Which one was it? Naruto asked since the summoning contract belonged to his clan. Kurama turned his eyes to Naruto. Phoenix contract and the head of Phoenix contract. Haiwa, peace, was the strongest animal that wasn't a bijou. She was stronger than Sun, 4 tails, but weaker than Cuckoo, 5 tails. But mostly dependent on where you fought her. I fought her once and gave me a very good hit that I still remember, said with a slight chuckle at the end. Naruto smiled and wondered where the contract was and if he could ever find it. Naruto escaped his thoughts when he felt something touching his legs. He looked down to see Fukasaku-sama staring at him. Talking to him again? He asked, already used to Naruto's zoomed-out habits whenever he talked with the Kyuubi. No, just was remembering something, Naruto replied, slightly embarrassed and wondering where other bijou were, and where the Jinchurikis were, and if they lived like him or maybe even worse. Oh well, time to train, he stated and moved further back from Naruto. He understood it and moved his hands and legs in a position to fight. I will win Databayo, Naruto said, smiling at Fukasaku. Naruto moved first with his fist aiming at the toad, and he quickly jumped much faster than Naruto predicted and hit him in the head with his cane. He quickly moved away and narrowed his eyes. He always knew Fukasaku was stronger than he let on, but now he understood he was much stronger. Very well, Naruto whispered and moved faster than before, caught Fukasaku by surprise, who jumped to avoid his fist, but Naruto jumped as well and moved his right leg towards his body. He used his cane to block it when a second leg came from his right. He dodged it quickly, landed on the ground, and rushed towards Naruto faster than before. Later, after hours of training, Naruto was panting. His fists had marks and bleeding a little, a few bruises on his face and stomach. His weights are still on his body. Despite the pain, he refused to stop. Fukasaku looked at him with interest, wondering if Naruto would call it a day or not. Then Naruto did a hand seal when blue chakra started flowing through his body. He smirked and rushed at the toad twice the speed. Fukasaku was surprised and tried to dodge when Naruto raised his fist above him. In the last second, Fukasaku moved away, but when Naruto's fist touched the ground split, causing a crater to appear. The dirt moved around the air, little rocks fell in the ground, and Fukasaku was sure he must have seen it wrong. The crater was as large as Naruto. He stood there panting, standing in all his four, his knees touching the ground. His face was full of dirt. Fukasaku moved closer when Naruto lost consciousness and fell to the ground tired. What was that? That was quite a fist, Fukasaku thought and moved closer to the sleeping Naruto. He usually was quiet, but now Naruto was snoring. The old toad smiled and decided to put him back in his bed. He needed to rest, and Jiraiya needed to know about this. Hokage Tower. The pile of papers in front of him was growing like trees, but the old Hokage couldn't bring himself even to move a finger. Smoking on his pipe, his gaze returned to look outside the window, to look at the village that he had fought for and protected for so many years. The wounds he took, how many friends he had seen die, and how Tobirama-sensei and Hashirama-sama talked about the will of fire. The Hidden Leaf Village, a place no child will ever be harmed, and they can grow with their families and not be sent to wars. But now Hiruzen wasn't sure what he was looking for anymore. The village people had changed, or maybe they were always like that and he just didn't see it. Hiruzen wasn't sure anymore. So many things looked different. Jiraiya had been furious when it had happened. And for some time, Sarutobi was sure that his student would abandon the village, just like Orochimaru, and Tsunade, who still felt grief over her losses. Jiraiya had stated that he would return Naruto when he thought that he was ready. If ever, Sarutobi couldn't blame him. Naruto was only a kid. It had been 2 years since Jiraiya had left with Naruto to train in Mount Myaboku. Hiruzen was sure he had made the right decision. His surrogate grandson needed peace. Sarutobi knew if they kept treating Naruto like that, it would be only a matter of time before Naruto betrays the village, or even worse, do something utterly reckless like freeing the Kyuubi. He knew Naruto was on good terms with him. However, Sarutobi still didn't fully trust the demon fox. The old Hokage knew if Naruto didn't feel any attachment with the village, he would leave to find another place to call home. His mind went to Uzumaki. Jiraiya had sent letters that Naruto was a prodigy in Fuinjutsu and ninjutsu in general. That warmed Sarutobi's heart. Naruto was just like his father. He learned quickly. Take it around 10 more years, and he was sure Naruto would be a new Fuinjutsu master. Just like Jiraiya, and by the time he reached his 20s, he would be just as good as Fuinjutsu masters of Uzumaki. A week after Naruto had left, he had earned a visit from his old teammate. Working behind a pile of paper was the old Hokage, who at this point wanted just to rest and read his favorite book and relax for a little bit, after an hour of trying to fight the urge just to burn the evil spawn. Signing the last paper, he sighed in relief, but as if the god himself was against him. The door suddenly opened, revealing his old friend walking with a cane. Sarutobi narrowed his eyes. He didn't know why he was here, but whatever the reason, it wasn't a good one. Sarutobi never truly understood why Danzo needed the cane. They are old, but at the same time, proud shinobi and walking around with a cane wasn't something he thought Danzo would like. His face showed irritation. Sarutobi knew Danzo was good at hiding his emotions, but he could see behind his emotionless mask. Danzo walked into the center of the office, and his gaze was at the old Hokage. Hiruzen just brushed his gaze off like a fly and decided just to be blunt and not waste time dancing around the bush. "What do you want, Danzo? I know very well you're not here to talk about the old times," Hiruzen asked. His eyes narrowed, piercing Danzo's soul like a sword. "I want to know where the weapon is," he asked with an emotionless tone. Hiruzen stood up, his hands slammed on the desk and leaking his ki, making even his own ANBU sweat and shake slightly. Listen to me, Danzo. His name is Naruto and he's not a weapon, Hiruzen stated with a firm tone, promising pain to his old teammate. Danzo clenched his hand around his cane, his eye narrowed. He always hated to be talked like that by Hiruzen. Is that so? That's rich when you remember that his own father made him a weapon? Danzo stated with a slight smirk that caused Hiruzen to leak ki that made the desk in front of him crack. The floor close to his feet cracked slightly. Danzo felt sweat on his forehead. I would be careful if I were you. Many people suddenly die of old age, a heart attack, blood pressure. Many things can suddenly happen, Hiruzen stated with a tone that made the message clear to Danzo. His old teammate cleared his throat and washed away the sweat with his forearm, taking a deep breath. Where's Naruto then? He asked slowly and quietly. Hiruzen sat down, picked his pipe and smoked from it. Danzo stood there waiting for his answer. After a minute, Sarutobi pulled away from his pipe and spread his hands in front of his desk. That information is classified. I know where he is and that's what's important, and you better remember that you're talking to your Hokage and you can't demand anything from me. If I wanted to, I can tell Naruto to never return here. Hokage replied quietly and calmly, his voice so low, almost like a whisper. Danzo heard him and gritted his teeth, but he suddenly smirked. Danzo stood up and looked down at the old Hokage. I noticed that some trees have started growing in unusual places around the village, especially one a week ago, he said, which made the old Hokage narrow his eyes, and a shadow covered his eyes. The air in the room suddenly felt cold, almost freezing. Danzo felt a shiver on his entire body, but he kept his confidence. The ANBU in the office were confused about what the old hawk was talking about, except one of them wondered how a kid could do that. Leave, he ordered, and Danzo left without saying another word. Sarutobi felt a headache. He really wished that Minato was still around. He was getting older to deal with the problems of the village. With Minato around, Naruto would be safe, and he wouldn't have to deal with Danzo's shit. Remembering that made him feel another headache. But the problem with Danzo was only the tip of the iceberg. A month after Naruto had left, the word had spread that Naruto was dead, and around the village, the villagers and some shinobi had started celebrating. When that had happened, Sarutobi felt terrible. The village he was protecting was celebrating what they thought was the death of a child. The very same day, Shikaku had burst into his office. Looking pissed, Sarutobi couldn't remember the last time he had seen him so angry. The old Hokage quickly told him that Naruto was safe and training outside the village. Shikaku had sighed in relief but was still mad with what the village was doing. Then Kakashi came to his office asking where Naruto was. He returned 11 days after Naruto left the village. Sarutobi was reading his favorite book when he heard a knock on the door. Come in, Sarutobi ordered, and the door opened to reveal Kakashi, who, despite his mask, looked worried. What can I do for you, Kakashi? Sarutobi asked, already knowing what he wanted from him. Hokage-sama. I checked Naruto's home and didn't find him anywhere. I checked the training yard but he's nowhere to be seen, he stated with a worried tone. His tone was slightly higher than usual. His hands were fists. His breathing was heavy, and his right eye widened somewhat. Sarutobi raised his hand as a sign to calm down. Don't worry, Naruto is safe, he's outside the village. Jiraiya is with him, you don't have to worry about him. Kakashi sighed in relief but then looked up at the Hokage in confusion. Why? He asked, knowing there must be a reason for Jiraiya-sama to take Naruto away from the village. Sarutobi pinched the bridge on his nose. He was beaten by the villagers, and Jiraiya-sama took him away to train, he stated, and noticed Kakashi clenched his fist, his body moving slightly around and leaking a small amount of ki. Kakashi was about to ask, no demand where are the idiots who did this, but Sarutobi beat him to it. They're dead, Kakashi, and believe it or not, Naruto was the one who killed them, Sarutobi said, but at the same time feeling bad for his surrogate grandson. He was only a child still, and being forced to grow up before his time, never knowing what childhood is like. On the other hand, Kakashi felt a sense of pride and dread for his student. He was firm but killing at such a young age. Hell, even he didn't kill until he became a genin when he was 5 years old. Silence took over the office. Kakashi felt his throat dry, and he finally found his voice to speak. "How?" Kakashi asked quietly. Sarutobi then explained to him what happened, but not including the part where he could use Mokuton. Instead, he told him that the Kyuubi had helped him. It was January when it happened, and some had said to make it a celebration day for the demon's death. Sarutobi had quickly declined the offer, and those that had suggested sent to Ibiki. Now, the academy had started. He knew Naruto would have started the academy's first year last month if he was still here. Of course, the civil council was happy and said that their children were safe now to go to the academy without Naruto around. Things for the village hadn't gone well. For so many years, Hiruzen had tried to maintain peace, hoping that he could somehow bring peace for the 5 shinobi villages. Last year Kumo had said that they wanted peace between villages. He felt it as a right step to peace. Sarutobi was happy for it. The hostility between them would end, but all that had gone downhill. Kumo had tried to kidnap Hinata Hyuga, resulting in Hyuga Hizashi's death to keep the peace. Things between Kumo and Konoha were hostile right now. Konoha's only alliance was with Suna, but partnerships between villages weren't known to last long. One minute he's drinking with you, the next he stabs you in the back. The only alliance that they ever had that actually meant anything was with Uzushiogakure. The strongest Fuinjutsu users to ever exist, they valued strength and honor, but most importantly, family. Thinking about his old allies, he remembered Jiraiya mentioning that Naruto had said that he would want to visit the ancient ruins of his homeland, as Naruto called it. It hurts to Hiruzen knowing that Naruto didn't see Leaf Village as his homeland. But the old Hokage couldn't really blame him. Hiruzen, of course, was impressed with how quickly Naruto learned. He knew when Naruto would arrive, he would be far stronger than any student in the academy. Right now, he needed to worry about the Uchiha clan. They were becoming more hostile every day. Itachi had given him valuable information. Fugaku Uchiha was in the center of all of it. He didn't know yet if they would try a coup d'etat to overthrow the village. Sighting, he returned to his paperwork and hoped everything would be fine. Naruto. Panting, he felt tired. His legs were shaking like a leaf, sweat rolling down his face and falling to the ground. His hands on his knees. The sun wasn't making it any easier to train. The heat was all around the air, making the air itself feel hot. It has been 3 months since his spar with Fukasaku, and they had leveled up his training. Now he needed to run 300 times around Mount Mayaboku, with 70 pounds on his legs and 50 on his arms. Climb up 100 meters with the same weight and not use chakra. Naruto couldn't complain. He wanted to get stronger to rebuild his homeland when the time came, and he wouldn't get stronger by sitting around and being lazy. Taking a deep breath, filling his lungs with fresh air, he felt relaxed and continued his morning run. He reached his 319 runs but wanted 350 runs around the mountain. Naruto always did that. Every morning when he was doing 200 runs, he would do 250 instead. As he kept running and running and running and still running, Kurama inside was watching with amusement but not helping in any way. Naruto had told him to not help him in running exercise, or at any kind of exercise that wasn't required his help. He wanted to do it on his own. Kurama only helped when Naruto lost consciousness or was hurt during a spar, or when seals blew upon his face. After running for 1 more hour, Naruto finished his last run around the mountain and fell on his knees, panting. Sweat was everywhere around his body, even his clothes looked slightly transparent. He was lying on the ground, trying to rest. The seal on his stomach started glowing red. Naruto felt himself recovering a little faster. He could feel the weird feeling on his stomach and still didn't understand why. Kurama seemed to have no answers, and neither did Tojiji, who had seen the seal glowing red. But he just said that as long as the seal did him no harm, it was probably fine. And so far, it had helped Naruto. Naruto suddenly saw Fukasaku in front of him with a skin bottle. He grabbed it and started drinking water. "Easy, not so fast," Fukasaku said, and Naruto slowed his drinking. After a minute, he felt relieved and followed Fukasaku back to his home. "Jiraiya boy will arrive today. He will start your elemental training," the old toad stated, and Naruto was happy to hear that. As soon as he finished his elemental training, he could start practicing one of the jutsus that his Kachan had left for him. He knew all of them were dangerous, but he hoped he could do fire style. Phoenix. That one seemed the least harmful, and he was sure he could do it with his high fire affinity. Kurama, you said my people had the Phoenix contract. Do you think someone could have stolen it when they destroyed it? Naruto asked with a hint of anger in his tone. I don't think anyone did. I'm sure no one can enter the most valuable places of the Uzushiogakure. They knew how to secure their good jutsus and secrets, and not to mention that the Phoenix contract won't accept anyone else but an Uzumaki to use it. Uzumaki clan made sure of that, Kurama replied with a touch of melancholy on his tone. Naruto felt a relief. The thought that someone who wasn't an Uzumaki would use the Phoenix contract angered him, especially someone who had stolen it. Reaching the house, he saw his Tojiji standing in front of the house with a smile. Naruto already knew he was here but still smiled and ran at him and gave him a big hug. Jiraiya hugged him back and rubbed his red hair, which had reached his shoulders. How are you, Naruto? I hope you're training well, Jiraiya asked, taking a step back and giving his godson a good look. He seemed to have grown, and most importantly, his sadness and wariness on his face seemed to have disappeared, and instead, his face was full of light, almost like a sun shining on him. He was wearing a red jacket, a white shirt underneath, black pants with black shinobi sandals. Yes, I'm running around the mountain like crazy. I will soon reach your level. Databeo, he stated with a fist on the air. Jiraiya smiled and reached a scroll from his pocket and tossed it to Naruto, who grabbed it in his hands. Confusion filled his face, but he opened the scroll to see what it was all about. Opening the scroll, he read the name of the jutsu. B rank, Shadow Clone Jutsu, he read, and a smile spread from ear to ear. You're gonna teach me the famous clone jutsu of the second Hokage, Naruto said to be met with a shook of Jiraiya's head. No, you will learn it without my help. Let's see how fast you can learn it, Jiraiya stated, looking down at Naruto, who looked surprised for a second but immediately nodded his head and ran away somewhere to learn the jutsu alone without any interruption. Jiraiya saw his grandson leave, and he wondered if he would be able to understand the secret of the Shadow Clone Jutsu. If he didn't, he wouldn't tell him until Naruto learned it himself. Naruto ran deep into the nearby forest and opened the scroll. The place was quiet. The wind brushed his hair. Naruto felt the warm breeze against his face. The grass beneath his legs caressed his skin. He started reading and wanting to learn as fast as possible, but at the same time, Naruto was slightly confused. He knew he needed to see a clone jutsu, but he thought his Tojiji would help him in elemental training and couldn't understand what Shadow Clone had to do with it. He shrugged his shoulders slightly and decided to turn back to reading the scroll. After 1 hour, Jiraiya was drinking tea with Fukasaku and Ma. They seated around a round table. The tea tasted sweet like any other time before. Will you find her soon? Fukasaku asked, taking a sip from the tea. Jiraiya nodded his head. I'm sure. Once I find Tsunade, I will tell her to come here and see Naruto. I'm sure the first Hokage necklace that she has will react to Naruto. Jiraiya replied and thought about his old teammate. He knew she had suffered. Everyone had suffered. But at the same time, he wondered why she wouldn't stay to take care of Naruto. She was always close with Kushina. He knew there was something more there other than just not caring about her godson. And Tsunade wasn't someone to just not care about him. Glancing outside the window, he saw the sun was high in the sky. It must be around 11. Oh. He wondered how long it would take for Naruto to do Shadow Clone Jutsu. At the same time, he couldn't stop thinking about what Fukasaku had told him 3 months ago. According to him, Naruto was able to create a small crater with just his fist alone. Fukasaku had tested Naruto again, same results. His fists were quite strong. Just like Tsunade? Jiraiya thought, and before he could think more about it, he heard a shout outside the house. Shadow Clone Jutsu, Naruto shouted outside. Jiraiya immediately burst the door open to see around 30 Narutos jumping around with their fists in the air. What he assumed was the real Naruto walked in the front with a beaming smile. He raised his fist in the air. I did it, Databeo, all Naruto shouted together at the same time. Jiraiya smiled proudly, and so did Fukasaku and Ma, who looked impressed that he could do it so fast. Naruto, Jiraiya shouted, grabbing his attention and walking closer to him. Now that you have done it, let's start with a spar, he suggested, cracking knuckles. Naruto jumped and nodded immediately. Good, and use everything you have. No holding back in any way, Jiraiya stated thoughtfully. Naruto understood. The clones disappeared, leaving only him and his Tojiji. Ma and Fukasaku moved away to give them space. Naruto cracked his knuckles and moved his legs around. Jiraiya noticed that he didn't remove his weights but decided to bring Naruto to his limit. Secretly, he hoped to force Naruto to use Kyuubi's chakra. He knew Uzumaki blood would make it easier to control it. Kid, fight me intending to kill me, Jiraiya stated. Naruto's eyes widened slightly but turned to normal again. Without saying another word, Naruto rushed at Jiraiya with all his speed. His speed was quickly Genin speed, but Jiraiya knew he still had his weight on. Naruto threw a punch at him but quickly grabbed him. Jiraiya noticed the power behind the punch. Naruto punched again and again, trying to find an opening. Jiraiya saw his moves. He was using the same style with his Toad fighting style but was slightly changed. Naruto jumped high in the air and made a few hand seals. Fire style. Fireball, he shouted, and a giant fireball moved towards him. Jiraiya backed away, but Naruto was behind him. He hit Jiraiya in the back. He immediately backed away from Naruto. The strength behind his fists was outstanding. Jiraiya knew Naruto was stronger than he was at his age. Naruto moved again, but his right hand was glowing in chakra. Jiraiya smirked and, in purpose, blocked the fist with his palm. That made the ground beneath shake slightly from the strength. Jiraiya grabbed his whole arm and threw him to the ground, only for him to poof. Before Jiraiya could look to see where Naruto was, a fireball headed towards him. Jiraiya did a few hand seals. Water style, massive water, came out a massive amount of water from his mouth that vaporized the fireball. The field was covered in steam. Jiraiya narrowed his eyes, but then he heard a shout. With style, ground spikes immediately grew from the ground, making Jiraiya jump high in the air to avoid it, but then Naruto jumped in front of him with his unsheathed sword, slicing his chest only for Jiraiya to turn into a log. Naruto landed, and Jiraiya was in front of him and punched him in the gut. Still, Naruto turned to smoke, much to Jiraiya's surprise, who immediately turned around to block a fist from Naruto. Jiraiya knew about Naruto's sensing skills, so he decided to be a bit harsher. Grabbing his hand, he used his knee on his stomach, leaving Naruto breathless but still jumping away. Is that all you got? I'm disappointed, Jiraiya stated, but Naruto could feel he was lying but still felt hurt by his words. He made a hand seal and his weight seals turned off. Jiraiya smirked. Naruto rushed again, but this time with medium Chunin speed. Throwing punch after punch, Jiraiya blocked all of them but noticed that Naruto valued his speed more than his strength. Naruto unsheathed his sword and swung at his head, but Jiraiya grabbed it with two of his fingers, punching Naruto in the stomach and again on the face and again on the chest and throwing him against the wall. Naruto felt pain all over him. He knew his Tojiji was strong but much stronger than he expected. He then noticed that his mother's katana wasn't in his hands. He saw that his sensei was holding on to his hands. Naruto gritted his teeth. That sword belonged to his mother. You want it? Come and grab it. Naruto made another sign, and his whole body was filled with chakra. A storage chakra seal, Jiraiya murmured, impressed by his student. Naruto grabbed a kunai and threw it at Jiraiya, who quickly dodged it but felt a small cut on his cheek. Naruto's whole right arm was covered in chakra and was in front of Jiraiya with high Chunin speed. Jiraiya moved away, and Naruto's fist hit the ground, causing a massive crack on the ground. The ground split, causing small rocks to fall in the ground. Breathing heavily, Naruto felt a sharp metal against his neck. You lost control, Jiraiya stated, but then he felt a sharp pain in his leg. He turned to see another Naruto with a kunai. Jiraiya smirked and poofed out of existence. Naruto quickly grabbed his sword and turned to the real Jiraiya walking towards him. When did you create that clone? Jiraiya asked, not knowing. When I first used my fireball jutsu, Naruto replied at him. Naruto, of course, knew he wasn't fighting the real Tojiji, but he knew if he couldn't defeat a simple clone, then it was pointless to fight the real one. Jiraiya understood what Naruto had done. At first, he thought he had created only one clone, but he had created a second that hid in the forest. Then he had acted like he lost control to leave an opening for the clone. Jiraiya smiled proudly. At first, he was annoyed that Naruto would lose control so easily, but it seemed that wasn't the case. But then his face turned deadly serious. Very well, time to test your full power, Jiraiya stated, and immediately was in front of Naruto and slammed a seal on his forehead and backed away. Naruto suddenly felt Kurama's chakra filling him. His eyes turned red, his whiskers grew. His red hair looked even redder. A red cloak suddenly showed around Naruto. He slowly stood on his four, and a tail slowly raised behind his back. His nails grew. Jiraiya smiled and was ready for the attack. Fukasaku looked at Naruto's form worriedly. He could feel Kurama's chakra spreading around like wildfire. The wind got harsher, grass near Naruto flew away, and some burned in the air and turned to ash. Naruto's chakra cloak was red. The part around his head had two large ears like a fox. His teeth had grown, and his eyes looked red like blood. His red hair looked spikier. One tail slowly grew behind his back, indicating that he was using one tail worth of chakra. Fukasaku didn't like this. He knew Naruto was good, and the Uzumaki blood helped him to control the chakra easier, but still. Jiraiya boy, are you sure about this? Ma suddenly asked beside him. Her voice was full of concern, her eyes glancing both Jiraiya and Naruto. Don't worry, I believe in Naruto, and even if he does lose control, I won't let him do anything, Jiraiya replied, keeping his eyes only at Naruto and ready at a fighting stance. Ma and Fukasaku kept quiet and watched the young boy still not moving or doing anything against them. Naruto felt the surge of power. He couldn't believe Kurama had so much chakra. It was overwhelming. But Naruto felt something. It felt like bad intentions, he wasn't sure. Gritting his teeth tightly, he tried to calm himself. But then he saw visions of himself getting beaten, the words, the insults, to him and his parents. All repeated on his head, voices on his head, telling him he was a demon. Naruto calmed down. Don't think about that, Kurama's voice was suddenly heard. The fox knew the darkness inside Naruto was slowly coming out. Naruto heard him and tried to think of the good times of his life, but they were few, his time with Tojiji Hokagejiji, his friends in the village, and the toads of Mount Myaboku. Naruto's breath got heavier, and he suddenly saw himself lying in a pile of blood. The villagers were mocking him and not stopping. Naruto left a roar that made trees tear from the ground. The ground under him slightly blackened, almost as a fire had burned it. Jiraiya saw Naruto was losing control. He was about to move when Naruto moved right in front of him with his right palm. Jiraiya saw the attack and dodged quickly, causing the ground where Naruto hit to crack slightly. But Naruto moved fast again and tried to punch him, his fist covered in red chakra. It was making his attacks much stronger. Jiraiya knew Naruto could feel everyone around and decided to end this when the seal in his stomach started glowing red like fire. Naruto suddenly stopped moving. The spiral in his seal started growing and going in the center of his seal. Jiraiya saw Naruto's face change from fury to shock. He stopped moving and just stood on his four, gritting his teeth. His right hand moved to his stomach. Then Naruto grabbed his head and started screaming in agony. His chakra cloak slowly disappeared and moved to the seal until his chakra cloak was gone. Jiraiya couldn't understand what had just happened. Naruto's red eyes turned blue again, and he fell to the ground unconscious. Jiraiya sighed sadly. His godson was only 6 years old and not ready yet. He was taking a deep breath. He took Naruto in his arms and returned him to his bed. Looking down at Naruto, Jiraiya moved away from his hair that covered his right eye and turned to go outside. Opening the door, he was met with glares from both Fukasaku and Ma. He sighed sadly and lowered his head, and sat on the ground near the house, his upper body resting against the wall of the house. His gaze turned to Fukasaku. Look, I understand Naruto will need to be able to use that chakra, not only against Akatsuki but against life itself. Naruto has many bad memories, more bad ones than good ones. Try next time after 2 years. Fukasaku suggested, knowing that Jiraiya boy wanted Naruto to be ready when the time came. He was the only family he had left. He couldn't handle losing Naruto as well. Jiraiya just nodded his head. His gaze turned downwards. He hoped Naruto wouldn't hate for forcing Kurama's chakra out. Looking down at his hands, he wondered what Minato would do if he were here. Would he be alright with training so hard when he's still so young? Or would he wait for Naruto to have a childhood, a good one, with friends and a loving family? Jiraiya knew normal childhood was gone the moment he sealed Kyuubi or Kurama inside Naruto. Sometimes, he wished he could have been there. He should have been the one protecting his student. A teacher was supposed to protect their student and not the other way around. He stood up slowly and walked inside the house, Naruto sleeping quietly on his bed. His right hand out of the sheet. His long red hair was reaching his shoulders. He looked so calm and happy like that,